here on the side of Luminosity, Nouns clearly has a plan to deal with this, because I think it would be ridiculous to say they didn't anticipate it. Well, because it's left in the pool.
Yeah, well,
okay, the YouTube stream is back on as well.
To shut down that Zorak, even a rock down Crustle, but
sometimes I feel like just.
we are actually going to throw it to another interview here with Luminosity before we do get into this first match of the quarterfinals.
Okay, we had Nouns Chance, now we have Luminosity, we have Sneaky Seal here with me, and Luminosity is definitely a fan favorite as well. So what are your thoughts for this match in particular? Like we mentioned, we had that matchup in the first season for Grand Finals of Worlds. What are you feeling?
It's been 3 years since LG dominated Nouns in the finals, and they're going to do it again, baby. Let's go, Billy. Let's go, everyone else on LG, all right?
Quick prediction, what's the scoreline?
I want to say 3-0, but I love my guys over there, Toon, Ender, but 3-0.
Okay, let's go. Thank you so much, Seal. And back to the casters.
All right, Kels, we are jumping into game number 1 here for the
Okay, sorry guys, I'm good, I'm good.
3 series. Unfortunately, only Nouns or Luminosity will be making it through. The other one will be going home. Lanes are set, and at the moment, nothing has gone sideways. Everything is going according to plan. Nothing crazy, no central area invades, but that might change for game number 2 and 3 once things do start to settle. Toon, unfortunately, is kind of holding the fort on his own as that Charmander, so, you know, not really able to really do anything, but the stacks are going to work in favor for Inder here because he hasn't really been pressured by Luminosity as of yet, although he might be knocked out if he's not too lucky. He's going to go for the berry steals, so going to continue with those stacks. Kels, I think we've got to talk about Inder. Inder has been such a pivotal member ever since he's joined Nouns. He is a fantastic player. Somehow can always get experience and somehow steals objectives.
Well, to bring up Inder, Inder has joined Nouns this year, and they are the player that has defeated Luminosity previously. So is this going to be their secret tech coming up into this set? But so far, those birds end up getting soaked on up. Looking at the levels, it's still very early days, but looking very even. It is 7 to 10 points, just getting in those early stacks where you can. But here comes Gatlu over the wall to go and knock down Latios. So that is massive in shutting down their potential. But look at this. This UCS 2025 season now holds 108 wins at a 72% win rate, whereas Luminosity leads with the 82.
Oh.
82. I don't know what that was. 80-something.
So Luminosity, they currently hold a slightly higher win rate, but I kind of feel like you got to reset things here, right? It's a brand new series, it's a brand new day, and it's Worlds 2025 as well. We do have the Altarian Sparkleys in that central area, but most of them do get swiped up here. And, oh, hang on a minute, we do see a bit of a skirmish here. Both of our speedsters going for a little bit of a dance, but no knockouts as of yet. And these lanes still looking rather stable, aside from those couple pickoffs here and there. Although, hang on, we still have that battle, and oh, the Zoro does take the Dodrio down, so Gatlu is going to be the last one to be laughing there.
Yeah, they're going to go and retreat back to home base, recalibrate, fill up that HP pool, as we do have another set of Swablues in Altaria spawning in shortly. Otherwise, no real pushes towards a singular lane just as of yet, but Nouns Esports, they're right on top of those birds, and Brub is going to go and deny Kyrios any experience at all by getting that knockout.
Yeah, beautiful rock tomb set up there by Brub. If that didn't connect, they wouldn't have been able to grab that knockout. So this is the beauty of Crustle. We very rarely see this Pokemon in a lot of regions, but when it does appear, I think just the shock value, knowing that a Crustle is in your game, it really can catch you off guard with the range of that rock tomb, especially if it does land that connection. Up top though, it looks like the Regieleki has been secured by Luminosity, so they will be pushing alongside that, whereas down bottom, we have our Charizard picking up that defense buff and experience buff there for Nouns. So if a fight does break up, we do have a little bit of extra defense working in Nouns' favor.
Well, you can see Nouns just making sure to cover all bases. Going up the top side, unfortunately, they didn't end up losing that Reggie Alecki, but 2 members are going and dealing with that. Brav isn't needed. Instead, they're going to try and contest these birds with Toon, who has locked in that level 9, does have that Unite move on hand. Over on the other side, we do have that Zoroark that has that yellow dot above their head. So
This is going to be rough, specifically for Trainer and
Looks like no one really
Curios,
wants
just
to
because, like,
fight yet. It seems to be a case of just trying to get as much experience as possible and
trying to accumulate that Charizard changing the way it did was basically a response to the speedster meta. So it's very hard for Trainer to really find like an opportunity to play aggressive in like a team-oriented setting when everyone's clumped together. Like he can still make some. Oh, Overlord tried to. Yeah, Overlord and Trainer just whiffed their combos. Who are you picking this series? I'm picking Luminosity because I need them to win for my prediction. But the way they're playing right now, I don't like. They got me worried for my prediction. I'll say that.
Such an aggressive play coming out from Luminosity, and especially to dive onto Noun's goal zone of all things. Sure, there was no more Moonlight Prance, but you're still fighting on the enemy goal zone. And with Unites available, and the fact that Luminosity were so grouped up, I'm not sure if they maybe forgot that Edesu had access to his Unite, so that little mini stun was just enough for Nouns to set themselves up to end up winning that team fight overall. So big victory there, though even though they did win that battle, they didn't accumulate much of a level lead yet. They have a level 12 there on Gatlu, so maybe this Dodrio is going to start snowballing for the team. We'll have to see, but Reggie Alecki will be secured here by Luminosity. They're going to try and push with this so they can break that tier 1 goal zone. It's going to be tough though, especially with Bravo on that Crustle.
Crustle has popped out their Rubble Rouser to just go ruffle the feathers of Overlord, trying to knock them out. However, they are unsuccessful. Reggie Alecki is still healthy, as we do have some backup coming in from Nouns, but Brav ends up collapsing, and Reggie Alecki ends up crashing on in, and now this is Luminosity's chance to get in some points of their own, because we're looking at the scoreboard so far. They are falling quite behind at 256 to 86, but there we go. They've at least bridged that gap even closer, and because of those
Why is Sorgles? I know you mean Spraggles, right? That just made me laugh. I don't know why Sorgles is not casting this. Maybe his mustache needs a break. He needs to comb his mustache for the broadcast.
Gatlu just really missing out on a tiny bit more damage, and just because they had one fewer Pokemon.
Oh! Toon Slim just got nuked. They blew 2 Unite moves for him, but it worked.
The goal zone is still standing. They do get the Zoro in the process, but it's just going to be 2 Pokemon left for Nouns. It's the Mewtwo, White, and Gatlu. Oh boy, Luminosity. This aggression, it might not have worked earlier on, but...
And they overcap too, nice. 47 overcap.
I think that's the thing. They do have that Latios on their side. So early game, they need to focus on getting that Eon energy by just passively being in the back line to get those hits, secure those wild Pokemon. But now that they are online, they're able to go in and rely on that damage to hopefully chip away at Nouns Esports. Nouns Esports, though, they are going to play it safe. They did make an attempt at trying to steal away some of the experience, but so close to this Rayquaza, about to spawn in 30 seconds, they want to focus on all the experience that's on their side instead.
Yeah, you really want to try and get those plus moves as early as possible, especially on your core set of Pokemon as well. But we do have 5 seconds left on that bottom Reggie. I would be keen to see if Nouns wants to try and go for a quick rip onto this. They are there, they are grouped up, but it looks like they're just kind of looking at it. They don't want to be falling into a potential trap of trying to take that Reggie steal. The buff would have been nice, but positioning going into that Rayquaza.
Yo, bro, they were not ready for that fight.
And now it's going to be the last 2 minutes. The final stretch has finally arrived. And, well, the game is incredibly close. Luminosity are the ones behind right now. They are...
They're trying to bait them into the fight.
So I either they go.
But they also have the better secure as well, so.
For that Rayquaza, and because they have that Blaziken, Rayquaza is
you're
looking
behind.
incredibly tempting right now.
Well, that's the thing. We've got the notification that it is a close battle between these two teams. It's just a matter of who's going to
Oh my god.
Trying to poke out at Overlord with their trample, able to get the knockout, and yes, the hit. And now
Bruh.
Charizard also diving in, trying to
Oh,
breathe
God.
fire and rain
happening?
havoc on Luminosity. However, because of that Bliss assistance, Latios is managing to survive this fight for a little long. But now, Luminosity, they're 3 members down. Only 1 member of Nouns Esports is down. This is their chance to go in for the rip, unless the threat Slash here on the Suicune can bring and maybe get a steal order. Here comes with the edge. Do they get
Oh my god!
Bro, the Blissey, man.
That is insane.
Otter,
The shield
holy.
as well, and with only 2 Pokemon that can even defend these goal zones, Nouns are in
Some
such
say
a
it. Some will say it was scripted,
situation now because
but they kind of
they
claw their
are
way back
behind
into that
by
match.
a
Not gonna lie.
little under
Jesus.
300 points now, and with no Pokemon on the field, they're gonna have to think, what do we need to do in game number 2?
Everyone loves
I think it's
Rayquaza, yo, for real.
unsalvageable.
Am I behind? Cause
Changes in the draft.
You are.
oh, I was a few seconds behind.
The fans go wild for Luminosity, who have just taken that first game win. One step closer towards
Hold on.
getting that spot, that final spot in the semi-finals, and to go up against Peru.
They played the game well.
United.
They
It is
did the
over.
fight well,
Yeah,
and then
Now
they just lost the
Esports
race.
is a best of 3, but so many questions that you just asked there. I mean, I guess all
You
of
tip their
these
hats
questions
to the
are
Blissey.
answered.
Not gonna lie, bro.
How
Like
do
you don't
they
get.
actually go back and
You
recalibrate?
cannot get
If we
flustered
think
by
about
that.
Nouns'
Frustrated.
playstyle there,
They played pretty well.
Good
I think
Blissey
they
egg
played
bomb.
incredibly well that match, but you mentioned the Zorok. I think this Latios, Kyrios, they managed
Kyrios
to shut
played
it
that
down
game,
earlier
but from
on,
what I saw,
but just later on, Kyrios just
at a
went
high
down
risk
once
every
they
time.
gained that Eon
Fights
energy
were
and was
so
able to
difficult
clear
because
out
it
a
was
lot
so
of
far
damage
ahead,
from
and then they had to
during those
kite, and they
fights.
just can't
Yeah,
deal
I
with
mean,
for him.
Latios
They don't have a
could
tank.
be the Pokemon they decide to ban instead, but the thing is, if you're banning Latios, what are you going to let through instead? Are you going to be letting through, assuming they're going to continue with the current bans, are they going to let the Ho-Oh through, or are they going to let the Snorlax through?
Oh, look, when it comes down to these 2 teams, after all, they are 2 of the longest withstanding teams that we have had in the Unite Championship Series. So they have a lot of experience.
Yeah, so that game was like.
Just playing year to year, but also
Nouns was doing good.
playing at international events and everything.
You know, they were playing aggressive. They were getting kills. They were making plays.
Pokemon pool, it would be
And it looked like LG were kind of like,
would be able to make
I don't want to say choking, but like underperforming a bit. But then they started to like make their own plays. They started to get back into the groove. You know, they got a few kills here and there. Then they started to collectively, you know, make some plays, got some points, balance out the game. Then it was a close game going to Rayquaza. And then, yeah, like for some reason, like I just feel like they weren't expecting Nouns to play aggressive and force a team fight. And then 2 of them got picked off, and then somehow it just ended up in a really weird situation where Blissey's able to secure the Rayquaza. But it's not the first time that's happened today, so.
Because Suicune might not be there to do damage, it's not there to do the secure, but the free support, the stuns, the disables, we've seen time and time again. All it takes is for one multi-stun to land on a team to set up for a sweep. And this is Slash we're talking about.
Yes.
He's one of the kings of defenders, of stuns, of annoyances. He knows his role, so I kind of feel like giving him a Pokemon such as Suicune is a crime. That should not be happening.
I was going to mention Slash also wearing
They're on
his
draft now.
champion jumper as well. You know, you just
charm.
gotta flex that off. Maybe just trying to from when they ended up.
Are you watching on YouTube or on Twitch?
Jacket. Otherwise, we are headed on
Twitch.
into our second
Oh, okay, maybe I should go back to
phase.
that.
Now,
Oh, the
the
YouTube one is a
Spurs
little
in
bit
that
behind.
first
That's why. Yeah.
position Have decided to lock out Hope.
Okay, no, I think they had to also get rid of the...
Yeah, because I was watching on YouTube, so I was wondering, like when your reaction threw me off, and I'm like, wait a minute, what's happening?
I didn't get it until you reacted to the Charizard being chunked. I was like, talking about now or like on the pad earlier?
Do you feel like the the Charizard pick is really working out for Nouns, or do you think it's
I
something
didn't want to
that
say anything.
they're kind of
He
using more for
reacted, but I didn't want to say
utility rather than late game scaling?
Look, its Unite move is quite incredible. Obviously, being able to get that isolation and that slam down on an opponent that is just too much of a threat, but just that constant damage as long as they are supported by their team. It really comes down to that timing of when to actually go and use it and be able to get maximum output from it.
Maybe. I don't know. I kind of feel like I'd like to see Toon on a different Pokemon, but maybe this game he's
I
going
wonder
to
if they're
prove
gonna
me
take
wrong.
the Dojo from them.
Suicune, love to see this. It's going to be on Nouns' side this time, and they're also going to get the Lapras. So, interesting choice of Pokemon here for Nouns. Luminosity, on the other hand, though, they get themselves that Mewtwo, and they get the Snorlax because that was banned in that previous round. And Bliss
Unless your
and
team would have
Dodrio
folded.
are going to be the next two choices here for Luminosity. So Gatlu's going to have to play a different Pokemon if he had the Dodrio in mind. And what Pokemon could that possibly be? Because at the moment, they have a great Pokemon in Charizard with a lot of utility, damage, Blaziken for Gatlu. You know what? I think this could work because you've also denied this from Luminosity. You now have an advantage when it comes to secure. And Blaziken, if snowballing, can dish out a lot of damage as well.
Well, it has to get online first, but Trainer LGC, are you hovering over that Urshifu there? I don't think we've seen Urshifu on the broadcast, and you can see that 1% hit rate. So bring
Ooh,
out this wild card
Water
of a
Bear.
rounder. You're talking about secures.
Unless they change their
Urshifu
build,
is one of
then
those
that's different.
trusty secures
Back
with
in
that
the day,
Wicked
it was like
Blow
the matchup.
charger as well. I think it is a great answer back to that Blaziken. I'm guessing this is going to be that Wicked Blow over Surging Strikes Urshifu, which we have seen Luminosity play previously, but they do have that Razor Claw, the Yasel Bracer, along with that Muscle Band equipped for them.
Yeah, so I wouldn't disagree with the Wicked Blow at all. I kind of feel like that would be a really good move too, because you also have Slash there for the setup. Because you've got Snorlax, assuming that Slash is going to go for block into Wicked Blow is nasty. So we'll have to see if that combo does come out from Luminosity at the end of the day, but really interesting.
Flash gonna make a randoms on solo queue,
Very
pick
fast-paced.
leftovers.
You've got the Dodrio that's going to be running around. You also have the Snorlax.
Hey,
that
leftovers is a goated item.
here from Slash. Do
Put
I
some
wanna
respect
make
on that
a bit of
name.
an invade into Nouns' central area? Because Snorlax is so good at stealing those central lane Pokemon.
If you look at their build, they do have the X speed along with the experience share to go and give them that extra movement speed if they do decide to go in for an invade. But really, when I think about the matches so far, we haven't really seen any invades. But folks, we are heading on into our second game of the quarterfinals, best of 3. This is Nouns Esports' last tournament lifeline here, because Luminosity do have that one-up advantage against them. Well, let's see how this one fares out, Danalee.
Yep, Nouns are going to have to go for a reverse sweep if they want to keep their tournament dreams alive, and Slash getting a little bit too low and actually gets knocked out in that bottom lane, unfortunately, to the Lapras and that Suicune, leaving the Mewtwo all alone. Otto, though, going to be jumped on by Gatlu, but the return is there from Overlord. They do manage to get the heal off, and for the moment, we're going to have a bit of a peace treaty signed between these two Pokemon in that top lane. But down bottom, though, we are seeing a little bit more pressure again being applied by that Suicune Adesu, just sort of coming in and stealing that blue buff. But the Lapras returning, wanting to fight into Slash, who is going to take a little bit of a power nap and heal back up. They will leave that, though, instead prioritizing experience, which this early on in the game, if you can...
Okay, it is water. I just wanted to double check because maybe I was wrong, but they actually are playing Water Bear.
Again, but Lapras is very tanky. Unfortunately, they don't have that finishing move to finish off the Lapras, so again, just a lot of fighting down in that bottom lane, but lots of barking, not a lot of biting.
No, we did say yesterday, no barking, no biting, only pats so far for these dogs. But otherwise, up in that top half, we do have Overlord looking to dunk in their 10, but they do end up getting denied by that Torchic. I mean, you know, we're talking about close games so far. Obviously, only 2 minutes or so have passed. It's 2-4 currently.
2-4. I think it's just
those stacks.
No stacks. I think it's respect from both teams. Like, they know if they try to go for those stacks, you're putting yourself at such high risk of just giving away some easy knockout experience as well. So the game might seem a little bit slow with none of these certain knockouts. I do believe it might be close to getting one. Nope, unfortunately, looks like Toon was able to get away there from Trainer, but they will steal away that Altario. So very nice big chunk of experience going in favor of Luminosity for now. We are seeing some dunks though. Dodrio finally coming in and increasing the score, but then again, we see some counter scores happening. So the gap not too wide for now, but we may see a bit of a change here because we're seeing the Combuskin being stalked here by that Urshifu Trainer, really wanting to jump on top of them. But again, both teams really struggling to latch onto each other for these chases.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing. They don't want to risk too much diving on in without that backup. Gatlu does need that level 7 in order to get that evolution to Blaziken, going in for a reset through that hyperspace hole. But Luminosity have taken what they needed, the experience from those Swablu's and Altaria. 5 seconds left to go until this basement Reggie does spawn. Both of the defenders on either side are taking their position. It's just a matter of who's going to go in for the engage. And I mean, if we look at their shred, Curious does have the shred on the Mewtwo. No backup for now, esports though.
Oh, down bottom, we are having a bit of a skirmish here, and I have to say, I love this pairing coming out from Nouns, this Lapras Suicune fighting combination. They have slows, they have freezes. They are going to have to try and fight for this Regirock though. It's a defense, but an experience on the line, and it's going to go in favor of Nouns. It looks like they will be trying to go for that pick off there, and they do finally get the Lapras, but then again, it may just be a Lapras. If they can find more, that'll be perfect, but Urshifu getting a little bit too close there and losing quite a bit of health. But I mean, you get a Lapras, but you gave away the Reggie. So, I mean, it's a small trade, it seems. Up top, though, we did unfortunately lose that Blissey, thanks to Toon, who was able to secure that final hit. And we're still seeing a bit of a skirmish.
One thing I will say about Luminosity's team comp this time around is, like, they don't have reliable secure and they don't have pull for Aquaza, so they gotta win a team fight.
Lucky as Nouns Esports successfully take that towards Luminosity's tier 1 goal, but 3 members are here to defend, considering there's still 52 points on this goal. They do not want to let any more dunks go on through. Can they successfully defend it? Otter ends up going down, and it looks like Trainer, LGC, and Curious are needing to retreat back to the Flux Zone. That is no longer.
And by the way, Kels, this is actually Surging Strikes. Urshifu is not the Wicked Blow. So Trainer, instead of trying to go for the Wicked Blow hits, he's decided he wants to try and fight in this match. And the one thing that Urshifu with the Surging Strikes is really good at is really piercing through all those shields and being extremely elusive. Because on the side of Nouns, they don't really have a lot of disable aside from the Seismic Slam and the freezes coming out from that Suicune. So Trainer might have a lot of freedom of movement in these fights, and that might cause a lot of problems here for Nouns unless they can catch him with one of their major moves. Toon getting caught there by Luminosity, so he's going to be off the field for 10 seconds, which means that's 10 seconds where Luminosity, they can choose to do whatever they want here. If they want to go for an invade or if they want to try and find some more wild Pokemon. And it looks like they will restrain themselves. They're not going to get too ahead of themselves. Just back up, make that lead, and keep the lead.
Yeah, well, considering it just ticked over that halfway point, Nouns Esports do have those jump pads available. So Luminosity not wanting to commit, instead just playing it safe and looking to go and secure some wild Pokemon. But Nouns Esports, they've gathered the majority of those birds, but Gatlu's looking at getting caught.
Oh my god!
Some kicks and some punches against those 3 members.
As much as I like the water bear, man, that thing just got melted. And it's not having a lot of impact this game.
Esports were able to go and empty out their Aeos energy in that top tier 2 pad. And they're looking for the next goal, which is this Reggie steal.
They're going to get it unless someone can try and go for the steal, but it's a Blaziken of all things, so they do get the Reggie steal, but
okay.
They're very, very low, so maybe this is where Luminosity...
Oh, just barely missed the block on that Blaziken. Oh, but it came back and it just got melted. Okay.
Knock them out before going and getting some dunks of their own. Bruv on cooldown isn't able to go and defend that, but even then, with that push, this goal is still quite healthy at 51 out of 80 points. Slash going in for another invade and block, despite Luminosity not being...
I don't think Slash realized he was on his own.
Yeah, there's going to be no Snorlax as as well. So if they really need a frontliner, they do have to wait for their defender to come back. And, well, the heals are there, and Nouns are looking to go for a very big push here, scoring all those points into the goal zone. It's 32 points left there, but here comes Slash, has come in with that heavy slam, managing to catch up to Pokemon in the air, and there's no more Suicune, so no more freezes for Nouns. They're going to keep on chasing their trainer, doing all that he can, but he goes down.
Huge, huge.
Able to pull it through for the team, will go down as Toon is going to go back to base, heal back up, and now he wants Slash as well. He wants that roasted Snorlax, and he's going to get it on that.
Dude, Kirio's picking up, what, 3 or 4 kills there? Jesus.
These two teams, but as we look at the points board, 216 to 109 with 30 seconds left to go until that Rayquaza. It could still be anybody's match at this point, but I mean, we're looking at these levels. 3 level 13s on the side of Luminosity, but we have that level 14 Charizard on Nouns Esports. So really, it's going to come down to the wire to see if Nouns Esports can take this to a game 3 and a step closer towards securing that semi-final spot. Or Luminosity going to be able to do this 2-0 for those fans in the crowd.
There we go. Slash is going to start things off for the team, using that block to sort of force out Nouns from that bush, but we still see the Dodrio trying to find that entry point into the central area. Unfortunately, has been scouted out by Toon, who just throws some fire his way, so losing quite a bit of health. Far forward, though, we have that Lapras trying to chip away at the health here for Luminosity. Oh, the Urshifu not looking too good here.
Oh man, it's already at less than half and they're still pulling.
The Snorlax is being an absolute nuisance here. Both teams on the Rayquaza, but who's going to be able to get the final hit here? It's going to be
Wow.
Esports able to get
I'm so shocked LG tried to do that when they have no secure. They just teed it up for Blaziken. That was just... I don't know, I think what they were like... I get the impression they thought that they weren't looking at the objective because they were also at the same time like splitting their focus trying to fight, but
because yes, there's a tier 1 goal zone down bottom, but there's only so many points you can dunk in there. And then after that, you have to try and go a little bit deeper into Nouns territory. And they still have shields, meaning they're also going to have that attack buff from the Rayquaza shield.
well, we have ourselves a series.
Somehow pull a comeback from here.
There can be only one.
Absolute miracle.
Come on, LG. You gotta win, guys. You gotta win. My prediction's on the line. You gotta...
25 seconds left to go here for Luminosity, though. They need to score these points somehow, but I think the gap is just too big now, Kels.
Luminosity looking for that miracle. Unfortunately, it's not going to go their way. Instead, Nouns Esports are going to get the miracle that they needed to go and take this game win and take it to a game 3. I mean, look, we want to see more action from Nouns Esports and Luminosity, but there we go. Nouns winning that. Nouns fans going wild in the crowd and at home.
But we're not done yet, Kels. We still have one more game to go. And whoever wins this match will continue on through the Pokemon Unite World Championships. And unfortunately for the team that does not take this next victory, they will be joining us in the spectator stands as we find out who's going to be going to the finals tomorrow. It's such a tense moment now for Nouns and Luminosity because they've already shown some cards in their hands. And they're also probably starting to identify, okay, what are the problem Pokemon that we've encountered in these past 2 games? And on the side of Nouns, they already identified that Suicune, too good of a Pokemon. You cannot give that away to Luminosity. Giving away the Snorlax, in this game in particular, I think was a really great idea just because of the fact that Adesu, I feel, really played the Suicune so well in this round, really finding those crucial stuns. And also,
No.
trap some of the Luminosity players making.
So this is quarterfinals. Then you have 2 semifinals, and then grand finals is tomorrow.
For his teammates and say, haha, you fell for my trap card.
Do not fall for Adesu's sweet face there, because we know that behind that there is fierceness out on that battlefield, no matter what Pokemon they bring to the table. But I mean, just to recap, for those folks that do not know, these are the top 2 teams from their regions. Nouns Esports had an incredible season, being able to come first in the majority of those monthly cups. Luminosity, on the other hand, well, they made Pokemon history at NAIC a couple of months ago, and they actually are 3 IC champions this year. LAIC, EUIC, NAIC. The thing is, can they get a step closer towards also securing that final international championship and getting, well, World Championship for not the first time, not the second time, but the third time.
Yep.
Right? But now, this is the hurdle that they need to try and overcome. And I think just watching this game, especially because it has been such a long time coming, it really shows the evolution that Nouns has brought this season. They haven't really performed very well themselves at the IC. So if they end up progressing on through the semi-finals, this is the furthest that they would have ever come in an international championship so far.
Well, it's going to come down to the draft, whether or not they're going to be able to make that deep tournament run, Kel. So let's see what is going to be the priority bands for all of our teams. And already we're seeing some more adaptations here. Ho-Oh and Suicune removed from the pool by Nouns Esports, and Charizard and the Galarian Rapidash is going to be banned by Luminosity, which means we're going to be seeing Latios this game on Toon.
Yeah, Luminosity was curious that ended up playing it in that first game, but I guess when given that opportunity, no Charizard for Toon, they're going to lock in that Latios, but Trainer LGC, they're going to look in this Dodrio once again, and Slash is opting for this Snorlax.
I'm just trying to think, do I want Slash on the Snorlax? I mean, he's a great player. He's a great Snorlax, but after that last round, I kind of think Nouns wants him on the Snorlax.
Really?
Yeah, I think they want him on the Snorlax because as great as Slash is on the Snorlax, he becomes a purely utility player once he's playing the Snorlax. I feel like there are certain other Pokemon he can play where he provides more than utility. He can actually really get those steals.
Ooh.
He can really dish out some damage as well, but I mean, if this is the play for Slash, you know, go for it.
Double Speedster and the Sableye lock-in.
We have a wild card here. We are getting a Sableye pick, but the double bird, the double speed spot for Luminosity. This is...
Oh man, the triple Speedster. Sheesh, okay.
The ICs here, okay? And plus a Sableye and Snorlax, but what on earth is happening?
God damn, boys. This is either gonna go really well or extremely poorly. And goddamn Luminosity, my freaking predictions on the line, man. You guys better cook. You better cook. I'm not gonna lie to you. If we're just based, I'm scared for LG based on comp. Oh shit! Oh shit! Yo, they're bringing up the Scar comp.
If there is shock, if there is fear, like what's going through their mind? I know you're confused. We can see your face, Kels. Don't worry, I want to see that. Oh my gosh! I mean, look, I'm down for.
Oh man, baby, yo, you better tune in for this one.
Like maybe an IC, sure, you can go a little ham, but I mean, to go this ham at Worlds, like yes, please.
World Championships. That is where.
Yeah, they're missing the T-Tar, man. They're missing T-Tar.
I mean, you gotta make a statement. These are some very bold plays.
They need T-Tar for the defense. Oh my god, they're trolling.
Play style from them either, so wondering how it's going to pan out for them. But folks, this is going to be the last game, the last
T-Tar support, man.
Of these teams to land that final spot in the semi-finals against Peru Unite. One step closer.
I can watch it. I believe in the score comp.
Title. Now Esports on the purple side, Luminosity on the orange.
And oh, I just noticed there's been a bit of a steal. Slash is applying a lot of pressure to Gatlu in that central area, so it's gonna slow down Gatlu's progress in that central area. We'll have to see if he comes out of it rather safely. And looks like Gatlu was able to get the knockout there. So Slash, he did try to slow down the progress of Leafeon, but he got the knockout. I know Cal's getting a little excited here.
I was so distracted by Luminosity's chaos they were bringing. We have a Wigglytuff on the field. Yep. Bruv is playing Wigglytuff. I love this. except I don't love where he's getting himself poured into. Using the sync to get the 3-person stun. Doesn't end up escaping though, but still.
I won't lie to you guys, Zoroark without full heal is kind of scary to play, man. Especially with the Wigglytuff.
So, you know, I kind of like this play, the fact that he's
Like, every time you feint and you go near that thing, you just get freaking Q-charmed and then you get stunned with Sing. My god. I can't watch, guys. I can't watch. Tell me when it's over. My prediction's on the line. I need them to win.
Because Wigglytuff doesn't deal a lot of damage, but you are going to be amplifying damage. Yeah, your job is to amplify damage. You gotta make sure your teammates are the ones doing it for you.
Well, we do have 10 seconds until these birds do spawn. Trainer LGC does end up getting caught on out and taken by that Leafeon. Slash trying to fight back as the Sableye. However, they're incredibly squishy and get cut down by those Razor Leaves, which means
Loser goes home, yeah. Loser goes home. That is correct. And it's the last match too. Like, last match of this series.
Yeah, this early game is looking a little bit rough here for Luminosity because we're seeing multiple knockouts across the board all over the map. As Nouns, they're the ones that are successfully grabbing these KOs, which means they're also grabbing experience.
Bro, this is the last match, and it's at Worlds, man. They have to like.
And we're going to be seeing another knockout. Even the Leafeon committing the...
They had to have practiced this, man.
On the side of Luminosity, they're trying to play aggressive. They're trying to steal these AOS points away so they can go for the... being punished for the third time.
Luminosity, Zeta Division, and Reject. But Reject is out. But I put them as my third pick.
Are they able to sustain these?
So there's still hope. I can still get 2 out of 3.
Squishy they are, but I mean, despite this, Luminosity are managing to keep up because it's 65 to 62 in favor of Nouns Esports. We have both of those first.
Oh man.
On the map.
Well, it looks like it's very crowded in that top lane here. Curls with Luminosity grouping up, getting ready to go for an objective that Regieleki will be a perfect objective to grab themselves if they can get it. Slash going to be slowing down some of these Nouns players, but unfortunately...
Bro, what is happening in this game, man?
The Sableye is gone. You can tell that Luminosity no longer feeling confident trying to take that Regieleki up top, and instead will be pivoting towards that bottom lane instead. We're going to be seeing the goal-getter being...
Bro, Talonflame has no points. What's with the goal-getter?
I guess they scored the points, but they get knocked out as well, so you're giving experience away. I love the fact that they're trying to go for the scoring comp, but if you are constantly being knocked out at the same time, I don't know how much of a lead you're going to be able to accumulate in this particular match.
Oh, honestly, I'm not really sure what to expect, but so far, Luminosity have managed to keep up. That goal-getter ticking is sending nightmares, not to my ears, but I think many members in the crowd. But Luminosity...
Ooh, okay, the bush check.
What cost? Because Latios...
Bro, I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I'm on the Copium 12 pack, man. Copium 12 pack. They look like they're playing like shit, man. But I still believe, man. Like, I think this is like the worst game I've ever, like, out of all the games of this tournament, this is the worst LG's looked. But I still believe in the score comp, man. I need them to win, guys. You don't understand.
There's only so much points are going to be able to do for you. Like, I think at a point you kind of need to do something else aside from just scoring. They're in the enemy central area. Overlord is so low. Thankfully, no one can finish him off though, so he's going to be able to run away. But Luminosity, when they're not scoring, the team looks a little bit lost.
Well, I guess that is their whole name of the game. They've just got to get the AOS energy from the wild Pokemon, maybe a few KOs, and get these dunks. However, some really risky positioning and plays here, considering Nouns Esports have those jump pads available as we have passed that halfway mark. But at the moment, it's just a game of chess. Who's going to make this first move as everybody is waiting in the tall grass Slash, trying to bait out the members by hitting their Swabblers at Altaria. But you're talking about traps. Nobody from Nouns is falling for that trap.
No, they're not. I have to say, this is probably the quietest game of Pokemon Unite we've seen so far at Worlds. But we're going to be seeing some more scores being thrown out here by Luminosity. But they still can't overtake the point lead by Nouns. I mean, they're so desperate to try and break that point lead. And maybe the plan here, I remember this was something that happened a long time ago in Japan. I think some of you guys may remember Mame's team when they went for the score comp. Maybe the plan here for Luminosity, okay, things are looking a little bit whack now, but when they hit that end game, they're just going to try and grab those 50 50 points, and they're all just going to go dunk in the enemy goal zone. They've still got 2 more minutes before they can even attempt the strategy like that, but I mean, Nouns, they've got to be expecting this, especially after seeing all the Pokemon and the items being selected by Luminosity. Looks like a big team fight is about to break out, and if Luminosity don't win this, I think things may just go really, really bad for them. Talonflame is able to get a quick score off, will be able to escape with the fly, but not flying far enough, it seems.
Why do Nouns have so many screaming fans?
To escape the
No. It's not plural. It's the same fan.
13, but Goalgetter ends up being popped. Their score shield also ends up bursting, which means they're not able to successfully get that dunk. However, Slash did end up getting 19 points, and we're looking at this scoreboard, Danalee. Luminosity have finally broken through at 240 points to 186.
They need far more points.
I think, like, the thing is, I think they could have made this work, but, like, I'm upset that they didn't bring the T-Tar, though.
Now is the time you start hoarding those points.
Because if they're gonna get, like, the way things are going, they're probably gonna give up Rayquaza, but
one of these 2 side lanes down Nouns' lane.
they really needed to bring T-Tar for that home goal defense.
Because Rayquaza, you know, I think Nouns, they either have 2 options or 3 options. Option 1, the most preferable, just knock Luminosity out, because if they're not on the map, they can't score a point. If that doesn't work, defend your goal zones. Hope you do enough damage to break through their score shield, but some Pokemon can't.
The one thing I will say, though, if you look at the way Nouns has been playing, they've been playing so passive because they are trying to make sure that they don't get free caps.
No idea what stops both of these teams.
Oh, man. Bro, I can't watch.
Heart is beating really fast. I don't know if anybody else's heart is beating really fast as we are creeping ever so closer towards that rate.
Does the score comp prevail? We'll find out in the next 5 seconds.
In the central area, so they're not going for the play of those backpacks, but an early triple treble. Are they going?
They're going to go to Rayquaza.
They are. Night moves are flying. Rayquaza is getting shredded on down, and there's a charges up there. Sword.
Oh!
Don't get the steal, and this is Luminosity's chance to make some miracles happen for them.
Oh boy, Luminosity, they're going to be able to score their points. Oh no! They couldn't break, they broke the shield! The Talon didn't get to score. We only have a slight lead here on the side of Luminosity, and 3 Pokemon are down. I mean, is the play here for Nouns just to run down these side lanes because they have so many points, and if a team fight happens, I think Nouns wins every single team fight from here on out. They've just got to be careful when these Pokemon start to stagger their way as they jump onto this goal zone. They're going to send Brawl first. That's going to force the first jump there by the Snorlax. They're going to start scoring again. They're going to throw another body there in just a second. There comes the Talonflame. They're taking turns. They really want to make sure they can try and catch up one of these Nouns Pokemon, but so far they're not able to latch. And Luminosity, you can tell how afraid they are because they can't directly engage. They're running speedsters, but look on the map, they've got the Zora and the Talon deciding they
Snorlax? Oh, shit!
But look at that, bruv, going and knocking Luminosity.
That is not good.
By leaving this goal on 2 points, and that is going to be a 98 overcap. 40 seconds left on the clock, 384 to 418. But we have this Talonflame. Curios getting in another.
They need to wait for Slash. They need to stall long enough for Slash to come back.
But the Sing from that Wigglytuff to go and give them that shield that they ever.
Nice.
Chaos energy on hand because of those backcaps.
Okay, Slash is back. It's over. It's over.
I don't think they have enough anymore, pals.
My prediction! My prediction! I believed in the score comp!
With 10 seconds to go, Nouns have been cleared, and Luminosity, they have done it. They have broken through with a score comp.
Match winter.
Yes, my prediction! It's alive! The dream is still alive!
Region one step closer towards the World Championship title, but there's still more hurdles. But there we go. They've seen the score. They are celebrating just like the crowd. But honestly, I've got to say, one word, absolute ridiculousness. How did they pull that off?
I think this is an ace up their sleeve. This is not something that you just suddenly decide to bring onto the world stage. This is one of those crazy ideas where the team gets together for a couple of drinks and they say, guys, we need to have a crazy strike. We need to have a wild night. And somehow during that session, this is how the strat was born.
Oh, well, they're definitely taking some inspiration, as you mentioned earlier. We have seen that strat before, but you know what? Luminosity Gaming, they were managing to do it once back in 2022 in that grand final.
Nouns fan is real quiet.
The second time against Nouns Esports, even after
Prediction go, guys. They call me the NA prophet, man. I know the future. I know the future.
I have enjoyed casting with you this weekend.
This is memorable, I'll say that. Definitely difficult to
I got to watch that in person as a fan of both teams. I'm feeling extremely conflicted right now.
I mean, this is just another step for this team up the rung. They're not done yet. We're not even at grand finals. This was just the quarterfinals. They still have to win their semi-final match. And then the next stage with this team, obviously, if they can win the semi-finals, you gotta win that grand final match as well. But it's not over. I think they've revealed, if this is not their craziest strat, I don't know what to say about this team anymore.
The thing is, they run it once. Would you be bold enough to run it twice? I'm not sure. It ended up working this time, but yes, there is still another hurdle to come that is waiting for Luminosity Gaming.
That's crazy, guys. That is crazy.
Have squabbled so much this season at those international championships. I am really looking forward to how that one ends up panning out. But all I know is all those LG fans at home and in the crowd take those deep breaths. That must be a massive sigh of relief for them.
Massive sigh of relief, and if you need to go do anything, I think this is the best time for you just to kind of unwind and get ready for this next matchup, because we're not done today, folks. We still have plenty more Pokemon Unite coming your way, and these games, they just get better and better, because these games, they're aging like wine. We're getting the better teams, and every round is just going to continue to get better and better. The next round, speaking of, is Zeta Division going up against Santos Laguna. And I think this one is going to be an interesting one, because there hasn't been a lot of spotlight on Santos Laguna all tournament, unfortunately. I kind of feel like this team has been overlooked thus far. They have made it here for a reason, and we will be seeing how they fare up against Zeta later on. But before that, though, it looks like we are ready for our winners interview. So let's see what LG have to say after securing their win against Nouns.
Ladies and gentlemen, Luminosity Gaming! This game really tested anybody's heart rate, and I believe that we do need to go backstage and just take a breather, drink some water. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good, really happy that we won, especially in the way that we did.
Because it was game 3. It was not an easy game 3. It was really close. It felt like
I'll be happy when I win the prediction. That's when I'll be happy. I want my in-game prize. That's the only incentive I get.
Yeah, I mean, the early game was really rough with our comp, so we had the plan to basically flip the Rayon spawn. I managed to stop the Latios from coming in and killing my whole team.
It was really good. I really enjoyed that myself. And how's the feeling like overall? Because it is a match of history, right? Luminosity and...
We need a review. Okay, say less, guys. Say less. Hold on. I gotta see this.
Yeah, I mean, this is the...
I'm gonna go to the YouTube VOD just because, where is it?
So we never faced him at Worlds. So I was really happy to be able
down Nouns' lanes, because they've got to figure out a way to quickly score those points, because Rayquaza, you know, I think Nouns, they either have 2 options or 3 options. Option 1, the most preferable, just knock Luminosity out, because if they're not on the map, they can't score a point. If that doesn't work, defend your goal zones. Hope you do enough damage to break through their score shield, but some Pokemon can't quite do that. So what is the third alternative? Maybe they take the Rayquaza themselves and they say, well, if you want to try and play a score game versus us, I think we can outcompete you.
Honestly, I have no idea what stops both of these teams are going to bring. All I know is that my heart is beating really fast. I don't know if anybody else's heart is beating really fast as we are creeping ever so closer towards that Rayquaza spawning, and, well, Luminosity looks like they're taking this positioning up in.
Look, you can tell. Okay, so here you can tell by the way Nouns is postured the fact that they're all on their side of the jungle, they were not ready for the immediate rip on Rayquaza. But the thing is like, the moment Overlord popped his Unite move, and he didn't go towards the enemy team, you should know that they're doing something gimmicky. Like, I'll be honest, like, no cap, 100% guys, I did not expect Luminosity to rip the way they did. Like, as soon as Rayquaza spawns, they went for the rip. I didn't know they were going to do that. However, the moment Overlord popped his Unite move, I knew they were going to commit to that play. Because Dodrio is not, like, no one in their right mind is going to randomly Unite move for no reason, unless it's a genuine misplay, as in you fat finger and mistap.
Area, so they're not going for the play.
See, like, this guy united even before Rayquaza spawned. So that's when I know, okay, it's crunch time. They're going for it. Like, I love the fact that Sableye was playing point guard over here, and he sent out of all the people to send back to the base, it's Toon Slim on the Latios. Like, that is huge. And it's unfortunate. I'm going to play this back in slow motion, because I want to see the smite timing on Zacian. So, hold on. Because he had his Unite move charged, but obviously he didn't get it. No. So the thing is, he took too long. Blissey popped their Unite move. Okay, here's the thing, guys. Despite the fact you can still see Rayquaza, when you cannot see the HP bar anymore, it means it's already dead. Like, it takes time for the animation to, like, register and the Rayquaza to, like, leave the map. But, like, when you can no longer see the HP bar, it's already secured by somebody on the map. The fact that Zacian hasn't united yet, no, it may have looked that way, but when you play it back in slow motion, they didn't actually Unite move. Like, they still started, like, they started the channel, but it hasn't even went off. So you can see him channeling his Unite move right here, like he's, like, charging the Unite energy, and he's holding it as long as he can. Feint goes off. But, like, you see, the Rayquaza's already dead. And then that's when the Unite move goes off, but it looks very close because you're looking at it, when you're looking at it at regular speed, it looks very close. Like, anybody, like, even I would make that mistake. But when you play it back in slow motion and review it, I mean, Blissey Unite move was late, Zacian Unite move, they started, like, they channeled early, but they activated late. Because it's a two-part process. You charge your Unite move, depending on the amount of EOS energy you have, and then you activate it again for the actual swing. It's like a baseball player. You have the bat ready, but, like, you didn't swing, so you're not going to hit the ball. And then Talonflame's the one that gets it. That's insane. But, like, the game, at that point, the game isn't even over yet. That's the thing.
Slight lead here on the side of Luminosity, and 3 Pokemon are down. I mean, is the play here for Nouns just to run down these side lanes because they have so many points, and if a team fight happens, I think Nouns wins every single team fight from here on out. They've just got to be careful when these Pokemon start to stagger their way as they jump onto this goal zone. They're going to send Brawl first. That's going to force the first jump there by the Snorlax. They're going to start scoring again. They're going to throw another body there in just a second. There comes the Talonflame. They're taking turns. They really want to make sure they can try and catch up one of these Nouns Pokemon, but so far they're not able to latch. And Luminosity, you can tell how afraid they are because they can't directly engage. They're running speedsters, but look on the map, they've got the Zora and the Talon deciding they're going to run.
Man, I got so scared here when I saw Slash die, because Slash is the main defender. Like, besides the obvious role of being a defender, they're, like, the only person on this squad, in terms of Pokemon being played, that actually has some HP. Like, they have durability. Everyone else is a speedster and a fragile support. So when I saw him die, I'm like, oh shit, that's bad. Obviously, they overcapped as much as they possibly could. They scored 98, then they're scoring another 100. That's a 98 overcap on the tier 2. And then obviously they're back capping as well. So they still need to score some more. It's so unfortunate because I'm pretty sure. So if we look right here, let me make sure. I'm gonna play in slow motion here. Okay, so they did get hit by the Unite move from Zacian, but it just wasn't enough. And you know what's funny, guys? Although we, the viewers, know it's over, like we as viewers know the game's over because we can see the scoreboard at all points of time. But like, if you look up until this point, it's funny because LG didn't actually know that they won until they saw the scoreboard. That's what makes it like look, like, see how stressed they are? They didn't know they won until the post-game stream popped up. But it was a game. It was a game indeed. Hold on. But we still got 2 more series left. LG's gonna play one more time. Like, they still gotta play in the semifinals before the day's done. We have 2 semifinal matches and then grand finals tomorrow. Hold on.
Territory. Our semifinals are going to be transitioning into best of 5s now as we are down to the final 4 teams. 2 more matches on broadcast today as we are going to conclude those semifinals, and grand finals happening on Sunday. We'll be opening the day in the arena.
That was probably the most exciting match of the tournament.
And I would be remiss to not say to you at this moment, my friend, what did we just watch?
What did we just watch is absolutely correct. We were losing our minds. The crowd was losing their minds. I think everywhere around the world watching Pokemon Unite came to the realization that, yes, Score Comp might just qualify a team for top 4. And now Luminosity Gaming has done just that.
Yes, no longer a question, now simply a fact that will be written in the history books of Pokemon Unite forever.
Yes.
I don't know how it happened, but we're not even close to done yet. Like you mentioned, we are going to be moving into longer sets for the last 2 matches of today. It is the semifinals. It is the top 4, so it will be 3 out of 5, which I know we are both a big fan of seeing the 3 out of 5s, the level of adaptation that you can make while having that many more games. It means that there
only 1 team in top 4 from Japan says how competitive Unite is this year.
Yeah, and I think our top 4 teams, and specifically these next 2 matching up against
each
other in Zeta Division and Santos Laguna, are very stylistically similar. We have some extremely...
That's because the Japanese teams lost. What do you mean?
Our top 4, I think you could put
there were 4 NA teams. Sorry, so there were 4 Japanese teams when the day started. All the other ones lost. One got beat by Brazil. One got beat by Latam. And then I forget who the other one got lost to. I think APAC actually.
Yes, this is going to be really, really interesting after seeing the set that we just saw. Because one thing that you've been mentioning the entire weekend is that, which I agree with you, I feel like Zeta and Luminosity do have a lot of really big similarities. So we'll see if Zeta also pulls out the score comp.
Right, yeah, maybe we see 5 goal getters coming out of Zeta Division.
You never know. At this point, I've stopped trying to predict what's going to happen. I think I tweeted just a bunch of question marks was what my reaction was in the last match.
Which summed up a lot of our emotions. So I think that is totally correct to do. true. But for this next one, I have to admit, this is one of my most anticipated matches, not only of the tournament, but I'm going to be totally honest, maybe of my casting career of Pokemon Unite. One, casting Zeta Division is such an honor. A storied team for these last 2 years are so remarkable. And this Santos Laguna squad has made such a splash here at the World Championships. By far the best performance of a Latin America North team at any of these World Championships in years prior. And now they are going for even higher heights, having the chance to play against truly one of the world's best to qualify for that exact spot.
Right, and we're down to, I mean, the last of the specific regions for every single team. I mean, we were down to the last one in top 8, but now in top 4, we're going to see more and more eliminated. I know, of course, all the Japanese fans are very excited for this one. We actually have a ton of Japanese fans out there this weekend. Also, of course, shout outs to our Japanese co-casters who are here doing their own broadcast, which we always love them so freaking much.
Yeah, they're the best. We always get to feel their energy and their passion for the teams that they are going to be rooting for, which, of course, is those at-home squads for them. And I got to admit, there's going to be a little bit of that passion for me sometimes, too, with some of these North American squads. But I'm so excited to be commentating for this next matchup. We talked about how their styles are similar. When I want to get into the nitty-gritty, I want to start talking about some players. We're talking about kind of the players that can make that style happen, make that magic happen in terms of the knockout streaks. I think it's going to be Zeta Vision's Vitopo versus Anisus on Santos Laguna. Like, I mean, what a lights-out fireworks show. And you mentioned how similar Zeta can seem to Luminosity Gaming in terms of style. That is so true. It also shows up in Pokemon selection. I mean, Vitopo and Trainer both really like the Leafeon play. We see a lot of Zoroark Comfey from both those squads. But Santos Laguna does kind of delve into other Pokemon selections for those heavy damage carries. We talked a lot about their Scyther play in particular, but then of course the backup with things like Asia Slash being a very important part of
They released it too late.
We're going to see a spectacular showcase, and I think
it was released too late.
With their own team being able to protect their style during the drafting phase.
Right, and I think one of the biggest differences between these teams that we've seen so far is that Zeta has had a really unique draft history.
Do I have the bracket link? Yeah, I do.
Really only need to go
I think so. Hold on.
To one like strategy to dominate a lot of different opponents, and they've only really been put on that back foot a few times. And
that's so true.
At that point, we get to see like a little bit of an adjustment, but it hasn't necessarily always worked. Now on the other side, I feel like we've seen from Santos Laguna quite a lot, right? They've flexed around a whole lot. They do have a really wide pool, but obviously we know Zeta as players. We've seen them for a very long time, and we know that they do have a wide pool as well, but
let me see here. Sorry, that's me. Sometimes when I
in the current meta, we just haven't had a chance to see, I think, quite as much of it. So I am going to be interested to see how they're going to deal with potentially the Zoroark strategy being countered. But we do
Reject lost to Latam. Zeta won. Insomnia lost to Brazil.
To the 2025 Pokemon Unite World Championships in Anaheim, California. This is our first semifinals. We have on your orange side, Santos Laguna. And in the purple, coming from Japan, Zeta Division! Latin America Norte, Nihon, stand down, pose.
I can't play an ad right now, unfortunately.
Thank you so much.
It's because I play them in between the matches, so that way they don't play during the matches themselves. But like, obviously you can't spam ads like that. Otherwise, Twitch would go broke.
Pretty impressive. I really do love that. These teams obviously excited to play against one another and excited to style on stage a little bit. I'm pumped about that. One of those players that was up on stage being the team captain for their squad is one I wanted to talk about, and that is Kira in that defender role. Has been phenomenal for years and years, and it feels like has just been missing a chance to have a full roster of 5 they just click with and are going to have a great tournament run. They've already achieved that. But they're going to be going up against in the defender matchup against Tomato. I mean, I really do think Tomato was the first player to truly put Zeta Division on the map. I'm thinking back to that Asia Champions League run, the very inaugural one, in which they were able to take down. I mean, internationally, people could not stop talking about how amazing this tank player was in Tomato. This is going to be a fabulous matchup between these two.
Best out of 5, guys. So the thing is, guys, because the format is changing to best out of 5, these could be either really quickly, or like these can be either very quick sets, or this could go the long distance. It could go up to 5 games.
We've always had a really strong star players on defenders.
Best 3 out of 5. Yeah, semifinals and the grand finals are best 3 out of 5.
They can carry the entire team throughout.
So, like, let's say hypothetically, you know,
ever since then, I mean,
one team wins 2 matches, the other team wins 2 matches, and then it goes to game 5. You'd be looking at like over an hour.
You were talking about Vitopo earlier.
Over an hour for one best of 5.
Really nice tweet Vitopo made about saying that he was going to carry everybody that who was with him, into this match. Essentially, all of the other Japanese teams, maybe even like High Five, who I know that they're friends with.
They are the last Asia representative.
Yeah, which is so. I mean, so heavy a burden to carry, if I'm being honest. The amount of Asian fans it's ridiculous out there. It is absolutely ridiculous, and the Japanese fans are some of the most dedicated, so it's great to be able to see them willing to represent all of them.
All right, Anaheim, let's get into draft number 1 between Zeta Division and Santos Laguna. Our bans are already locked in, and I have to admit, not a single defender Pokemon being banned is a bit of a shock to me. I really did think that Ho-Oh would likely be one of those Pokemon considered by both of these squads, but in game number 1, not going to be the case, and Tomato going to lock in that Suicune.
That has been a great pick for them the entire weekend. I mean, it's been a great pick for everybody the entire weekend, but Tomato in particular has been doing extremely well with it. So on the other side, we'll see what they end up picking up. We are going to see the Snorlax in the same role. I think those are 2 of the kind of tanks, one could say, that have been most common throughout the weekend, but the Galarian Rapidash is going to be really interesting. Obviously, out a lot in that last set, and missing in a lot of games this weekend.
I was going to say, and in this tournament in general. I feel like Galarian Rapidash certainly a Pokemon on a lot of people's radar. So we are going to see it finally locked in by Santos Laguna, and Zeta Division going to bring this Clefable to the forefront. I think one of the most pivotal Pokemon in that matchup with Peru that you and I got to cast over a little bit earlier on in the day. And Rom going to be locking in the Zarina. Feels like it's been a minute since we watched that player on the ranged attackers. They kind of made their name on, like the Inteleon, but they have been doing a great job on Zarina and even Leafeon within this tournament.
This has been a season of a lot of role changes for a lot of players. The Serena, I'm glad we see it. Super high win rate. We saw it earlier today, but we'll see if they can continue. We're going to see the Aegislash, which is a really interesting pick, alongside another of the highest win rate Pokemon in this entire tournament, which is going to be Eldegoss. So clearly the stats are maybe being weighted toward these teams that are winning a whole lot.
Oh, and there it is. Anissa's going to lock in their iconic Pokemon for this tournament. Of course, they always have the option for Sizzle or Scyther, but we're looking at the track record of this event specifically. That is going to be a green bug-type Pokemon.
So that's pretty interesting as far as matches that we've seen, because as far as I remember, I mean, of course we do know, Zeta lost to Insomnia at ACL. We were there, we got a chance to cast that match, which was awesome. But I do believe within that set, S-Slime from Insomnia chose the Scyther and did very well against Zeta. So it kind of goes 2 ways. Obviously, Santos Laguna can they can work against them again. But also, Zeta Division has experience against
So one thing, guys, Anissa's is the Scyther enthusiast.
So, it's kind of like a 2-way street.
Big Scyther enthusiast on the side of Anissa's. But on the side of Zeta Division, and not just them, these guys are Serena fanatics. Like, these guys love the Serena. I wouldn't say they're Serena mains because they play other stuff, but like when they get a chance to play Serena, they'll pick the they'll take the queen any day.
Amazing crowd control Pokemon, but with mobile Pokemon like Galarian Rapidash and Scyther, having the opportunity to avoid those stuns could be one of the very important points of this match number 1.
We'll see what happens. Here we go. Top 4 semifinals. We're in a best of 5 Zeta division on the purple side and the orange side, Santos Laguna. Both teams fighting for their spot in the grand finals.
Japan versus Latin America North. Japan hunting for another World Championship. Latin America North already with their best placement of all time. Looking to see if they can top even that. Our central area will be a Blaziken clearing for the first time, and then Scyther going to be catching up as well. So much stronger early game for Santos.
What makes Serena so good?
Will rotate towards the top side to assist
Ooh, early pit.
Yeah, apparently not. I do think this is going to be relatively slow.
I
mean, it's a lot of melee Pokemon, so we are going to see some.
It's not that Serena itself is like overpowered or anything, but
especially with that passive, they should be able to escape if they want to. I say that.
I would say it complements the Asian playstyle of like the Asian region's way of playing the game, because they like to fight, they like to, you know, skirmish. They like to make plays. They like to team fight. They like to skirmish. They like to go for like 1v1s. And although Serena's early game is bad, once you get to Serena,
Pokemon that maybe even a Scyther can handle while being defended on.
You have the mobility and you have the playmaking potential.
They are going to retreat back in their central area, get another clear, and make sure they're as high as level as possible for that first 8-minute battle in mid.
Quadruped battle down on this tier 1 goal zone. They're still trying to get that score, and they finally get it, but at what cost? They are getting chased down by Suicune. No, going to be able to escape. Not even going to try to follow that up here, though. Getting very, very low. They tried to get some points in, probably get one more score before they got KO'd, but unfortunately was not going to happen. And now the 8-minute spawn, quite a big challenge here. I like that check in the tall grass. It looks like it's mostly going to be Zeta Division taking control of the center.
Yeah, not having Kira Snorlax there to kind of assist in that team is going to be tough, but oh my word, Rom with just a chase down of the Scyther, pushed out of position by the Blaziken, and the Serena catches the escape route. Impressive stuff from Rom, gets a KO and is actually chasing down the Eldegoss in the enemy central area at the same time. Vidopo trying to find Kira. That Flux Zone is now gone, getting a better opportunity to do so, but even a level 5 Snorlax has got enough HP to make it back to tier 2.
And Wajiro still chasing all the way, well not chasing, pushing all the way towards this tier 2 gold zone. The entire team is not stopping at 1. They're going to pick up 2 KOs. Zeta Division is ruthless. This tier 2 gold zone on bottom is already down to about half of its HP. In the meantime, up top, we are going to have a little bit of the 1v1. We finally got the full evolution for the Aegis Slash, so we are kind of chilling up there for a little bit. We don't see a huge level lead on either side, so they stayed up pretty even, but as the Aegis Slash, I feel like you got to be pretty happy with that because you had to take a little bit more time to evolve.
Yeah, exactly. You are out-leveling your path opponent in Tommy, which is fantastic, but you gotta be scared about this level 10 Blaziken from Vidopo. That is worrisome indeed. You have Kira focusing on that Regieleki, make sure to knock it out.
I already got the drops. I'm watching the live stream right now, so like I already got the drops.
Now it's all in on this tier 1.
Not being used to trap them there, but still managing to barely try and escape. No, going to be hunted down. And once again, Zeta Division is going to pick at least a few KOs up, although everybody's really, really low. They just need to find a few more final hits, and it is going to be Rom probably cleaning up a whole lot of this, and they're going to actually hit 10 as well. So they've been out maybe not quite as much in most of these fights, but they're going to be very, very scary later on, especially that Unite is going to have a really great target in that site there. They're going to continue to push. One more KO on the Eldegoss. One more target for them.
Did my stream die?
I'm not sure if you can fully push them away here. Kira all alone.
Hello?
Will pick up one berry. Will escape. This tier 1 goal zone, though, I think this is gonzo.
Yeah, interestingly, not a lot of urgency to defend that tier 1. We actually see 2 of the main damage-dealing Pokemon in any sense.
Okay, because it literally just says my OBS crashed, so like,
at this point in the game, they are
if you guys can see, I'm not touching anything, man. I think I have to restart my computer, but I'll wait for the end of the broadcast to do that. My OBS is fucked up right now.
That was a beautiful Unite, landing on 3 members that completely turned that fight around. I really, truly do not think you can give Tomato Suicune. That's something that I said yesterday, I actually believe. But hey, any of these great Suicune players, it is an absolute game-changer Pokemon. Right now, this tier 2 goal zone, once again, getting pushed all the way down. How rare is it to see the tier 2 goal zone on bottom broken, especially before the 5-minute mark? That is a level of aggression that is almost unparalleled here.
Yeah, Santos Laguna just so experience hungry at this given moment. Scyther and Aegislash will show up for a fight, but if it goes south, they need to go anywhere else and catch up a little bit on experience. I know Spraggles and Dupesnacks have some pretty strong opinions on that Pokemon in particular. One of the outlying ones, though, I think one of the very general consensus opinions is that Pokemon has a really tough time playing from behind. We're starting to see that right now.
Dave, what I would say to you is open a tab for the main Pokemon Unite broadcast. Keep it playing, but just mute the stream. Like, if you're on computer, just open a tab, open the main broadcast, keep it playing, and just mute the stream. Because, like, it shouldn't take long for the... Like, you only need to watch... Like, you don't lurk or watch not that long, so...
They've got some time to come back.
Yeah, and still a level 13 Blaziken is an absolutely terrifying raid boss to have to deal with. A very bold jump pad from Hitman. Gonna end up in the midst of 4 enemy Pokemon. They get pulled back in. Buzzwole Unite from Tommy will get the KO.
Unite coming out from Eldegoss to try and bring everybody back up. It does, but they just immediately get burned all the way back down. They just have such a life compared to the other side, and especially all of this Blaziken damage is just unstoppable. Vitopo just literally pushing everybody around, getting that triple KO. They're continuing on into their center area, and for a team that is hungry on experience, stealing away their very lifeblood here is the best thing that a team could possibly do. Zeta Division, not only do they want the lead, they want to hold on to the lead as strongly as possible, and they're doing exactly that. 1 minute and 10 seconds left until the final stretch. Levels hugely in Zeta Division's advantage, points in their advantage, but if they can, maybe get a little bit careless, give up a KO, Santos Laguna could find an opportunity.
Right, but in that same vein, you could also take even more...
It's gonna be Zeta LG Grand Finals. I'm calling it.
But it seems like they're only doing it for the time being. Mufasa just need to wide guard. They're solo, and they will get the KO onto the Blaziken. So a lot of resources spent to get that knockout. You will likely not have the Aegislash or the Rapidash Unite move for this final fight, but that's a whole lot of experience as Aegislash goes down.
Ooh, they are managing to fight pretty well on the side of Santos Laguna despite everything, especially with this chase down here from the Galarian Rapidash. They're chasing all the way into the center area. A lot of resources being used.
Okay, that yawn just buys a little bit of time. It stops Tommy's combo on the Buzzwole, and now they have an opportunity to knock them out as well. That will be a Unite move from the Snorlax, and Santos Laguna are pushing all the way to the enemy central as Any Sus has now achieved level 14.5, and 3 members of Zeta Division are waiting on respawn timers.
Oh, some great scores to try and even things up. They're just going to position pretty far forward. There's still 3 members that are just respawning right now from the side of Zeta Division. Will Santos Laguna go for the immediate burn? Will they try
They're doing it.
Another pick? No, they're going for
Ooh.
Rayquaza it down to already 1/3 HP. What's the securing attempt to be? No, they
Oh!
caught, and it's going to be Buzzwole of all things. The coup de grace was not.
Buzzwole got it with his Unite move! Oh my lord!
Was charging overheat on the outside of the Rayquaza.
Oh my god. And Blaziken choked at the last second too. This guy didn't even get over the pit. This guy tried to get over the pit. He's overheating backwards away from Rayquaza. I thought it was Jover, man. Buzzwole. Dude, Chad. What a Chad.
Said the same thing twice in a row, and it would have made perfect sense. That was an amazing chase down from Santos Laguna, but that was one of the weirdest fights that I have ever seen. From 3 minutes to 2 minutes, it was a chase from the top path all the way down to like southwest of the map. I truly do not understand that fight really, but it made sense, right? It's not like any of it didn't necessarily make sense. It was just, I never see, none of us ever
was with these flips.
Right before the final
It was a flip, yes, but the thing is, because their death timers overlap with Rayquaza, they thought they could burn it and secure it before they got into position. They had the right idea. They had the numbers, unfortunately they just didn't secure it properly. And by they, I mean the Aegislash, because they're the only real secure on the team.
Obviously, Tomato Suicune had respawned as well. There was a whole lot that Zeta Division was able to throw at the Rayquaza, even despite that early team fight win. Timing awkward, Santos Laguna's positioning just too uncomfortable, and Zeta Division, I mean, all the merrier.
Oh, they've got to be very merry right there. That was looking a little bit scary, but going from scary to merry is going to make them very happy. Zeta Division is going to take game number 1 of the semifinals, best of 5 sets, so there's more to come. But wow, that was looking very scary for both sides.
Honestly, yeah, I mean, Santos Laguna behind that entire matchup finally find a way to claw back into that one, really make a winning opportunity out of seemingly nothing. And Zeta Division, well, they didn't have much time to do it, but they did the exact same thing back the other way.
Yeah, I mean, if we just want to like talk about the moments where things started to shift, of course, everything started to shift the moment that they got the Aegis/KO on the Blaziken. That was a huge EXP shift, and that is one thing that you really always have to fear about Aegis/, is that it has so many tools that somewhat bypass, I guess you could just say like raw stats, right?
Sure,
like
yeah,
the
absolutely.
ways to essentially become somewhat invincible, the ways to kind of get your crowd control, the ways that you can, you know, melt people with like, you know, not something true damage, but percentage damage.
But reduce defense damage with Secret Sword, right? You really enable yourself in a lot of ways.
Exactly. So when you've got things that are statted above you, it's not like it's going to be easy, but Aegis/ always kind of has a chance, and that's something that we got, I think, a chance to see right there, which it did start that big turnaround, and I think it was honestly really, really well played from them to try and push all the way into that victory. But boy, that clutch moment at Rayquaza was just simply too good from Zeta.
Way too good. I mean, and we got to admit also, the first 7 minutes of the match or so, it did feel like Zeta Division was handling it. Obviously, that top path victory going in the favor of Santos Laguna, but bottom path having a bit of a tough time against how powerful Zeta Division is. And all right, while we are waiting for these players to get set, we got one more interview, so we're going to throw it to that, and while we wait for game number 2.
Okay, wonderful. All right, everybody, we have Zeta Division beating Santos Laguna in this first game of the best of 5, and I'm here with Zeta Division fans. So give it up for Zeta Division, everybody!
Zeta D!
All right, getting
Zeta
the first
D!
game of the best of 5, and we'll see how
Zeta D's nuts! I'm sorry, I had to. I had to, guys.
All right, cool. We got a look at some of the fans hanging out in the crowd. We know if you want to cheer on your favorite team at some of these events, you got to get here early. If you want to be front row for some of these events, it can be challenging. I can't imagine. Tomorrow Sunday Arena. If you want to watch Pokemon Unite,
Guys, my OBS is broken. I can't see anything.
You don't want to miss the arena show.
Oh yeah, we all have to get there early. Everybody watching on the broadcast, everybody in the
We're
arena,
saying that in two
players.
very different energies, though.
Yeah.
I'm excited. You're maybe not.
Listen, I don't have a broken sleep schedule. I certainly don't go to sleep at that time usually. But no. I am so excited. Now, it is true. Especially, you know, for example, we got to see the Zeta fans right there. A lot of the Japanese fans. First of all, best sign game in the game.
Yeah.
Right? We got a chance to see that ACL. It's one of the best signs. I mean, look at that. I wish I had, you know, anime character signs drawn of me. That's awesome.
Yeah.
But they are such a dedicated fan base, and I always do love seeing them. They're very early, as you can see. If you can get that seat in the front like that, I mean, okay, you were here probably before we were.
Exactly. And all right, like I said, we are squared up for game number 2. Santos Laguna taking that first loss. You gotta start to ask, some of these pocket picks that these players have been utilizing, maybe like the Galarian Rapidash, Aegis/, and Scyther, have been the mainstays of this team so far in the tournament run. They ran into the first major obstacle of Zeta Division. That early game was extremely tough for these Pokemon. Do we see a change-up from this Latin America North team?
I think, oh, look at the tomato. Look at that, all the tomatoes. I do love tomatoes, but I also love this tomato. Amazing player. Tomato!
Are we doing polls?
Yes. Okay. So
No, we're just chilling.
This video game that we're playing, in case anybody didn't know, we are playing a video game at the moment. Pokemon Unite.
I'm afraid to do anything. My OBS is broken too.
Really brutal from the
I can't even open my settings.
so aggressive. That is some of the most aggressive.
I think what happened when my stream crashed earlier,
Again, when we see this early game
the
aggression,
OBS doesn't recognize my Twitch profile.
attempts to kind of rotate
So anything that has to do with
people were just saying,
my
you know,
account
so both sides, we
information
saw a whole lot of, like, just
is just,
but
it's in the
I do
void
think
right now.
that we need to be a little more careful on the side of Santos Laguna this time, and we could get some...
I think the only way to fix it would be to restart stream or restart my computer for that matter, but that's too much of a hassle. At that point, like, I might as well just not stream. So I'm just chilling, watching the sets, and then praying to God that nothing else breaks today.
Okay, so you're the angel on the shoulder.
Oh my God.
It's time. Run it down, Santos Laguna. Don't allow Zeta Division even any room, because that is what they were doing to you as well. This again, I love how aggressive both these teams are, and I think if they want to play to their strengths. But, of course, I think your advice is correct. This is a dangerous spot to be in, especially being down one game. You get a bit more flexibility in this best of 5, but still, even if you got more rooms to give, you have to take a lot as well.
Sometimes you're the hammer, sometimes you're the anvil. Sometimes you're the angel, sometimes you're the devil. I don't know. We'll see if they want to be the hammer or the anvil. Right now, they are going to be starting off with a pretty aggressive first pick.
Oh, look at that damage dealt stat, by the way, from Rom with Serena in that last game. Oh my word. 115,000 damage on this Stomp Grassy Glide Serena. I mean, so like we mentioned, we're switching from these ranged attackers to these melee brawlers for this meta specifically. It's already paying off.
Yeah, and also win rate went up from the already highest win rate Pokemon in the game off that, and it just got banned more, so encounter rate went up as well. Makes a whole bunch of sense. Ho-Oh, though, is going to be let out of jail, and Tomato on the Ho-Oh is going to be a very, very scary thing to behold for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Ho-Oh, Belissi, that is so much HP to work with. It'll be very interesting to see what Santos Laguna want to go, and so far, it looks like they kind of want to enter the mix, enter the brawl. Clefable and Snorlax, two Pokemon that love the longevity of some of these bigger team fights, and they can provide a lot of resources for that. Of course, I feel like Snorlax is one of our biggest mainstays, but Zeta Division going to be locking in the Garchomp. Obviously, they did have a roster change, so the normal Garchomp player has been switched out. That is Tommy, and they are going to be locking it in.
I do think that's a great pick against what they're potentially picking here, like you said.
Damn, that is the hyper carry comp if I ever saw one.
A little bit closer together.
These guys are going...
And that's exactly what Garchomp likes.
Meta Fiend hyper carry. Ho-Oh, Blissey, and a Garchomp and a Mewtwo-Y. Not to mention, it's not the XP share Mewtwo, that's the carry Mewtwo. This guy's putting on the big boy pants. And to top it all off, they're adding a nice early game jungler for that early game pressure. Uh-oh, uh-oh.
I'm saying non-zero. I'm saying non-zero.
I know.
I'm not saying for sure.
I will say in the past, there have been a lot of Scythers that have used weakness policy.
For sure.
I don't actually really fully understand why. That's like my own problem, I guess. But I have seen that for a few years. So not 100% guaranteed, but that would be kind of cool to see. That would be a very, very defensive team. Maybe just kind of playing Protect the President with the Latios as kind of their main damage.
No, they can't.
Another Pokemon that's really high up in the win rate at the moment, but an interesting pick to go up against this comp. I would have to assume that this is going to be Tri-Attack. I feel like that's the only way that it makes sense.
Yeah, I really enjoy Vidopa locking something new, but they kind of had to. These banning phase focus a lot on those two damage dealers from Zeta Division previously, Serena and Beliskin, so important to Vidopo and Rom respectively in that last matchup. We got to shake things up somehow. Santos Laguna doing that in a few ways, taking first pick in our draft, not to mention finding some new bans, being heavily targeted.
I'm also quite happy, both this game and last game, they didn't immediately go to that Zoroark Comfey strategy. They showed off what else they had, and honestly, I'm like loving it even.
Bro, that's the captains, man.
Game number 2, Zeta Division
Team captains, remember from back in the day? They get 20% bonus attack damage.
Getting Latios into the path. This is really tough for this Pokemon. Latios needs its level 5 as rapidly as you possibly can. Putting it in tandem with the Snorlax could be working, but Tomato and Rom striking very early, leaving a lot of their own wild Pokemon in path just to favor these contestables. Kira doing a great job of out-securing two contestable Pokemon, though.
I am annoyed thinking of fighting against that path. That looks so incredibly annoying. A little bit more of like a brawler path up top, and I do love seeing both the cute pink blobs and not evolved quite yet, just trying to help out that little friend.
I'm not convinced on the Aegis / top lane though. I think there are better options.
Yeah, nefarious, evil, dark, whatever you'd like to say.
I know they've been playing it a lot like consistently, but I have not been impressed with the Aegis / top lane.
I think these players very aware of who's hiding in which grasses and Tri-Attacks.
But they banned
forcing any
2
side.
top laners and a, you know, a jungler and like a pseudo top laner.
They almost had a little bit of a 1v1 right there. They are both going to be helping that bottom path, and it does seem like they're not going to be pushing for all that much extra on top of the experience. But
I'm sad no one played Gyarados, man.
It's so easy for Tomato to just kind of
Oh my god, Gibble got the kill on Clefable too.
annoying, which is exactly what you need.
Where's the Gary? Gary, come home.
Get that Select a little bit lower so it can't just run around and be the body blocker that it wants.
There goes the Aegis Slash.
Wow, okay, Tommy.
And that was a 1v1 kill. Sport didn't even get an assist.
2 KOs in a row. So absolutely dominating the top side. Mufasa struggling a little bit more in this game, potentially without the pocket of that Eldegoss to support them. And Minato really needed to get their levels up as well. They finally have access to Moonlight though, so we'll be a bit better in tandem with that Aegis Slash. The time being, though, Tommy is really throwing out the damage. Oh, but there's the counter KO. Minato shows, yeah, you don't touch my all-rounder.
This is the most ridiculous stat we've seen all week. Santos Laguna's average feints per match 6. Zeta Division's is 19. You're one of the best teams in the world, and your average feints per match is 19. That is a very, very interesting stat. I would love to dig deeper into that, but we've got a match that we've got to watch, and I think that's going to take me a few hours. Tomato, right now, kind of 1v2ing this path because it's Tomato.
Yeah.
And that's how scary. That's how scary this Pokemon is right now.
Now, the interesting thing about Tomato staying in these aggressive positions is it does allow Hitman to stack up more of that Aeon energy. Okay, already a knockout. Kira down. Vito will fight 2. Is about to get up to that level 9, and of course, Unite move will be accessible. Triple Trample is here well before the first set of Regis. On the other hand, Santos Laguna are even searching for a level 8. Mufasa finally getting that breakpoint. No Unite move to the next level, though.
So everything we were talking about the very early aggression, especially crashes onto these top tier gold zones, or these tier 1 gold zones, I should say. It's just all happening again. Zeta Division is running a very, very similar concept. They've already taken on the tier 1 gold zone on bottom. This Regieleki is going to be going to Santos Laguna. That's got to be pretty good for them. They really want to control at least one of their tier 1s for the rest of this match. And they've got to get some points back. They're not going to be pushing this one in, but at least it's not getting pushed.
Of course.
Right. Mufasa gets a couple of
The Dodgers and LG in semis don't know what to watch.
They're able to jump over that wall.
Why not both?
Any bit of mobility that Mufasa
That's the correct and only answer. Why not both?
Can both be a hammer and an anvil, if you will, for these Aegis Slash. Can bring you into really dangerous territories with that far dash. However, when you're striking in a Tomato, I don't think you're too worried about where you're going. That's a full burst damage with the green illusion dive from any Slash. Tommy,
Oh man.
but that support with the Unite move, the Garchomp absolutely reign in terror here in the middle of the map.
Rob doing so much damage from.
Ooh, the Blissey Unite.
No, unfortunately was not able to quite get the KO, and so Rom is going to be able to clean that up while we get a little bit of a 2v1 in middle. We're just kind of playing leapfrog here with KOs. It's just like I'm KOing you, somebody else comes KOs me, then somebody KOs that person over and over. A lot of trades, but it kind of felt like it was even trades. However, the overall experience was in the favor of Zeta Division before that fight, so if you had to look at an overall resource winner, it's probably Santos Laguna.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even see the UFC part. I just saw the
Those
Dodgers.
scales, and of course, they're going to be looking for a whole lot more soon. They are struggling in the points attempt. This top side's been so fantastic from Tommy and Wajiro that goal zone is left only at 7. They are kidding.
Who's the who's the main card?
Tomato and Vidopo are there for the back cap from that top L bush.
They're like, wait, no, push them in the other direction. Get them away from us, help! And right now, they're just like, thank you for pushing me all the way to this goal zone. This tier 1's going down. Half your team is going down. Your
my
tier 2 goal zone is
goodness.
nearly going down. They're leaving it at 21 after this, and we're still so early in the game. That would be perfect for a huge Regieleki.
Damn, Zeta Division. Like, regardless of the levels right now and the kills that are being traded back and forth, it's impressive how much of a point lead they accumulate in such a short amount of time. Like they scored more points than LG did prior to Rayquaza, and they had 4 goal getters, man. They're just playing standard Metafeed comp, and they're just. Well, now they're balancing it out. Scyther just got like what, 40 points?
If I'm being 100% honest, There's an attempt to steal here. We do have the coup de grace up, so you don't really want to try to get it that low. It doesn't feel like you have that secure unless, yeah, you go first for the Aegis Slash. Gonna go into the Anvil mode and then back into the Hammer mode as it's gonna try to get a little bit more damage here. Oh, gonna just ignore them and continue into the back line, trying to chase down Hitman. They're doing an okay job of it, but the Bliss Assist is not gonna be enough to help them get all the way there. Reggie still sitting there like somebody's gonna try to finish this, but in the end, wow, it's Scyther, not what I expected.
Yeah, Mufasa playing a really passive, patient team fight in that way, leaving a couple of boosted auto attacks even while in sword form so they could wait for Wide Guard to come back up off cooldown to get access to those shield boosted auto attacks. They get a KO streak of 3, ultimately.
Damn.
Who returns in
That's the Japanese Mewtwo right there.
Momentum, and take a look at this. Zeta Division, never once have they been satisfied with a team fight win. They always got to push for more. They're looking for blue buff.
Oh no, they might have got a little bit too greedy. Losing Tomato there is okay, but I feel like you really don't want to lose this Mewtwo. That's going to be a lot of points going to the other side, a lot of experience going to the other side. That may be one of the first moments that I've seen and said, okay, just too greedy. Especially, we saw Tomato so low. Obviously, you have their generator, so you are going to get a lot of it back, but they were still going a little bit deep for that moment. Mufasa fighting Tomi up top, and looks like there's going to be a little bit of a retreat from both sides. We are getting really close to this final stretch. They don't want a repeat of fighting from 3 minutes to 2 minutes.
Exactly. Mito still wanting to get a few of those special attack spec stacks in that tier 2 if they can. That's why we're seeing these really small scores. And at this point, they will likely be getting KO'd. But Follow Me in Moonlight can certainly buy you a whole lot of time. But how about hero backup? Is Sorlax? Well, they look, they watch, they decide not.
Honestly, getting yourself KO'd right there might not have been the worst choice in the world. Like, maybe they should have just turned around, let themselves get KO'd.
Oh! That Latios, though. God damn.
They only got KOs on the experience share Pokemon from the side of Zeta Division. Santos Laguna getting some better.
Oh, they're going for it.
They're going to use a lot of their resources. 2 of their damage.
That's 2. Oh, there's no way they don't rip a Quaza.
Huge. They're really committing to this.
They have to go for a Quaza. There's no way.
All right, and that's the Clefable down as well. They did roll Hyper Beam.
Mewtwo, go to Rayquaza. Go to Rayquaza. Actually, no. They have a Garchomp.
They gotta change this around. It's the second instance of power nap to get it. Rayquaza already down below half HP. Mewtwo Y is gone. Can Andy pick it there?
Oh! Jesus, that was close, man.
Oh, they played that so incredibly smart, but there's still a few members left up of Santos Laguna. It's not 100% over yet. I mean, this is going to be a great way to hunt this down, but this is not the hugest shield in the world. Aegis Slash is going to come through. They should be able to jump over, but no, not going to be able to stop it in time. Had to make the read beforehand, maybe, and especially with these points.
Oh, that's 2-0. We make that a quick BO3.
We still have a minute and 20 seconds left. That was a gigantic KO. You can see how many points were actually just picked up. 50 now in the pockets of Latios, 26 in the pockets of Aegis Slash. This is not over.
It is not.
That's the copium caster talk right there. They still have Rayquaza shields too for the defense.
Can take some team fight wins on this tier 2. Zeta Division are now going to be caught in that weird space where their lead is okay, but they could push for some back caps as well. Tomatoes Ho-Oh does have almost 50 points and is looking to take the sack route all the way to the home goal zone.
Oh yeah, that one's almost certainly going in. This is going to have to be a really far push all the way from Santos Laguna. That's going to be an unstoppable. Oh, they even have the shield left 100%. I didn't even realize that. They're going to be rotating all the way down to this bottom tier 2, it looks like. Seeing if they can catch anybody out. You're not coming out from Mewtwo. That's actually going to collect on a lot right there. The Bliss assistance onto this Garchomp is going to help them get double KOs. Going to go for 3rd and a 4th.
That's it. That's game 2. No more room for error. Game point for Zeta. Game point for Zeta, ladies and gentlemen. This might be a clean sweep for this BO5, and I'm all for it. If Zeta wins, hell, by all means, win.
Is controlling this one to go to a 2-0 lead.
Wow, yet another Rayquaza fight that starts just a few moments before the Pokemon actually spawns in and hits the map. And Zeta Division this time coming out on top, both in terms of that first fight as well as capitalizing and knocking out that Rayquaza. Massive play from this team. Things did look a little scary, but a few Pokemon holding onto shields really made that one inevitable.
And one thing that we talked about earlier is how close in playstyle Zeta and Luminosity can be. And one thing that I said about Luminosity earlier is that they're really, really strong when they get a chance to understand what their win condition is beforehand. What are we looking at? Oh,
I think, yeah, the torch in terms of damage has been passed from Rom to Tommy. for this game number 2 is this Garchomp setting themselves up for a 2-0 lead. Has 133,000 damage on this Garchomp, 12 knockouts as well. The newest member of this Zeta Division team, and what a debut from them.
That is certainly a statement of I belong here. I deserve to be here.
For sure.
Okay, so what I was saying was the way that they played around having their win condition, which is a team that can rip Ray faster than almost any other team that we've seen this weekend, having just so much damage. They knew that if they won that fight and even left a few members up, they had the vision to be able to retreat back and burn down that Rayquaza before there was an...
Yes, but it's already over.
Right, yeah, great decision making at that moment.
So game 2's over. It's game point for Zeta. They're going to game 3 after they're done their intermission.
Escaping, I think, is the most pivotal moment of that. Felicity, very impressive, giving up kind of their own life in exchange for the Mewtwo Y to escape, where Bliss assistancing into the back lane. Anysus just has to focus all their damage onto this Blissey, and Mewtwo Y able to roam all the way to the middle point of the map and knock out the Rayquaza. So just a lot of expenditure of resources, great work from Zeta Division, really all across the map that last game.
Yeah, now they're setting themselves up into a huge lead. I mean, for anybody who maybe hasn't been following along for years, our last world champions, our previous world champions, were from Japan, and now we don't have them here as a team any longer, but Japan would love to return to Grand Finals for the 2nd year in a row, earn a spot to fight for their repeat win, and they are now just one step away. Zeta win, you can see right there, look at that, the Japanese fans.
And more tomato!
And more tomato, one of the most popular, you know, we gotta get everybody to eat healthy. Tomato's gonna do a great job of that.
My job on this commentary booth is to go, tomato! And I am enjoying it. Thank you, Camera Zoom. That's awesome. Yeah, this has been a really fun match so far. Obviously, Zeta Division, the pace car in this best of 5. We are going into game number 3. Santos Laguna have brought a very, very similar strategy.
Tomato!
I do think Hitman's Latios impressed me a lot more than the Galarian Rapidash. Still was not enough to turn things around, and I mean, you lose 2 very important members before the Rayquaza fight.
Am I streaming Championship Sunday?
The tough spot to be
I am. I just wish it wasn't just one series, though. That's the thing. I wish it was more than just one series. I was literally saying earlier, what they should have done is those semifinals matches should have been tomorrow and grand finals as well. Rather than just one match. Or like one best of 5 series.
Let's focus forward top. Let's just take exactly what they're taking, the opposite direction. And that's a strategy we've seen so many strong teams use. It's just we haven't seen really either direction fully committed to yet from Santos Laguna. I think that if they want to make this comeback in this set 3 games straight, it's going to have to be some sort of huge answer.
All right, well, we are starting with the exact same Bantus Game 2 for Santos Laguna, and I believe Zeta Division as well. We're going to be jumping back into this draft. A Pokemon like Suicune is still available and has been such an important Pokemon. Well, we are going to be first picking that Latios. Zeta Division picked Suicune, but only when they were in the first pick position on the purple side. So instead, Wajiro going for the Blissey yet again. Such a
Mewtwo and Blissey. Oh my god, they left the hole up? Jesus Christ.
I would say the most tomato-like.
Ooh, bro.
Maybe like the berry hollowware Snorlax. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's tomato-like. Yeah, it's such a tough situation.
They're gonna pick Garchomp and Mewtwo again. There's no way.
Being available early on, it means that there's no really great way to take
like 100% Mewtwo.
From Tomato.
Yeah, and Tomato hasn't had ban phase, right? Yeah.
Right. Yeah, you would have to really change your entire ban strategy, and that's just not something that Santos Laguna clearly feels comfortable doing. So we are going to go to some pretty similar picks. It looks like overall, maybe from both sides.
Yeah, we're going to see the Garchomp yet again. I love the coordination between Washiro and Tommy. Not only in the early
bro, that's disgusting, man. Pocket Blissey with like either Garchomp. The LG play on stage yet? Yeah, they have. They played Nouns earlier. They're gonna play after this too. After this best of 5 series, and that's the last series of the day, or of the stream, I should say. Bro, like, ugh. Pocket Blissey with the Mewtwo or Garchomp because they're both hyper carries, and you got your frontliner Ho that can revive them, so you gotta kill them not once but twice. Sheesh! And then you got the early game Leafeon.
Potentially get some AoE damage, and your AoE damage is going to be a little bit more more significant here with the Leafeon, and I think that with how everybody groups up on that side, it's going to be really strong. But also, you are going to be able to maybe solo out that Latios with your Unite move if you can find yourself in the correct situation, and sandwiching yourself with a good flank behind them while there is a very scary either defender or Garchomp in front of them is a great way to do that.
That's true. You just got to be careful. You don't get hit by a wide guard. Don't get hit by a block. Don't get follow me. There's a lot of dangerous stuff out there. But I know right now, both of these teams are so excited, but probably nervous. I'm nervous and excited. It's a bit of a combination on this main stage. The Santos Laguna backs against the wall. Truly a historic tournament run for not only this team, for this region, a few of these players. This is their first year competing in the Unite Championship Series. Zeta Division, old hats at this point, as they have played now 2 years in a row and are looking to achieve an even better result than they have in previous years. But they've already done now by making it into the top 4 territory. But they would love to play in Championship Sunday.
Yeah, the pressure on them is higher than maybe almost any other team. You know, just their entire region wanting that repeat so bad. I was just talking about it, but it's such a different feeling than a region that
Mewtwo seems to be played a lot. The Japanese teams play Mewtwo a lot.
Well, but,
It's like
of course we have to win again. You know, it's if you can win again.
Their bread and butter is what the saying is, I think.
First time, but when you have, you know, just legends behind you, it is a lot of pressure on your shoulders, and Zeta have absolutely lived up to it so far.
True.
Not only, of course, wanting to repeat, but wanting to do better themselves than they have before, and also, to be honest, they're one of the best teams that has been around and not been able to take a Worlds, right? I mean, obviously there's only been 2 Worlds winners, but it's one of those teams where it's like, if you were to say within the next 3 years, you know, this year included, what are some of the teams that you think could win Worlds? They would be right at the top of the list.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, man, yeah, looking forward to the future. It's a really fun thing, too. I like that a lot. All right, sorry, everybody. We're going to be getting back into game very, very soon. We do not want to hold this one back anymore. And oh my word, we have had so many incredible cosplays, outfits, costumes throughout this entire tournament. So thank you everyone so much for showcasing your passion, not only for Pokemon Unite, but for these competitors, for the competition as a whole. It has been so fun to see you and have you join us for Anaheim Worlds 2025. We're in one of the best sets we've ever seen here yet today.
Oh yeah, it just keeps getting better throughout the entire day. The things that we've seen this weekend are unbelievable. From the very first game of day 1 until the very last game that we just saw where Score Comp won. Every single thing that we've been seeing is unbelievable. This has been one of the best I guess, one of the best front-to-back Worlds that we've had. Like, there have been no games that have just been filler games. This has been all the way through. There have been games that we had to have on the feature match station that have been incredible matches. There just is absolutely, I don't know, the competition has leveled up.
Yeah, totally. And hey, shout out Feature Station that we now have 2 streams during this event. I really hope everybody enjoyed that, not missing a moment of the action, or at least as much as we possibly could have. It has been so much fun. Like you mentioned, the tournament matches throughout the entire weekend have been elite, and getting our chance to see as many.
All right, guys, game point. This could potentially be the last match of the series. Zeta already up 2-0. They need one more to win the series. And then they'll move on to the grand finals if they win. Or if they win any of the next 3 matches, potentially.
In the history books forever. I mean, especially for, you know, kind of like competitive nerds like you and I. I want every match to be recorded for history ever. I want it to be like, you know, 20 years from now, 15 years from now, and I'm like, okay, do you remember that moment that was in, you know, Worlds 2025 where this particular thing happened? And I want to be able to go back and click on a video and be like, yes, we get to see that exact moment. And then we look at ourselves and like, we were so young then. That's wild.
Yeah, well, to the surprise of no one, we're pretty big nerds up here, casting Pokemon Unite. But I know there's a whole lot more of you down there who are also in love with the game and in love with this competitive scene and all of its crazy shenanigans that we see things getting up to. This is going to be such a fun one. Game number 3 is going to be almost an identical draft. We're going to get to see Anisus versus Vidopo, potentially for the last time, a Scyther versus a Leafeon. It does feel like we finally have the iconic matchup between these 2 players.
which is so great to see. I mean, honestly, there's so many good roll-to-roll matchups within both of these teams. And honestly, I do feel like we get to see that more and more as we get towards the end of the bracket, where every member of all of these teams are star players. And we can see right there on the big screen that we're getting started with game number 3. Last chance here for Santos Laguna. They've got to win 3 in a row. If they don't, then Zeta Division will move on to the grand finals, for Japan moving there for the 2nd year in a row.
Zeta Division on the edge of victory. Santos Laguna just hunting for it, like you just mentioned, Wonder Chef. Now, we do have that Leafeon clearing the central area at the beginning. This will be 2 Pokemon that will be at a very similar pace. The Leafeon and Scyther are both having extremely fast clears. Even in the early game, will hit that level 5 power spike right on time.
Truly, that path from Zeta Division,
You know what'd be cool?
is like giving me anxiety. Just
If Pokemon Unite ever got enough characters in the game, I forget what the name of the game. Sorry, I forget the name of the rule set in League of Legends. They only started doing it recently. But if Pokemon Unite ever got enough characters, and when I say enough, I mean a good amount to the point that you had the luxury to play like lots of things. The rule is, in a best of 3, best of 5 series, you cannot play a character you've already played in a previous match. I think that would add so much diversity and just make the game so much more fun to watch, because then it would make people learn to play different things other than whatever they're currently good at.
That was very risky. Everything that Anissa's pulled right there was very risky and paid off very well. I mean, that was just confidence. The fact that you're down, yes. No, but the fact that you were down 2 games and you're willing to go for that far of a flank, be willing to defend with that little life, and then it actually pays off, shows that Santos Laguna, they're on the back foot, but they have not crumbled at all.
Yeah, now the one scary thing is Mufasa has had a tough time against Tomi and Bidopo and Wajiro in this last exchange. Tomato also coming for the backup, leaving the 2 attackers in the bottom side.
Bro, this Aegis Slash pick is not it. I was kind of hoping that Santos Laguna would adapt a little, or at least, you know, show a bit of variation. But they, like, I don't know if they realize it or not, or they just don't care, but they've lost every single top lane instance playing this sword. And, like, it's more than just losing a bit of farm. Like, they're dying in the process, too. And, like, 2v2s, 1v1s, getting caught out by the jungler, whatever, like... That's not how you really want to play top lane. Like, you don't want to be in the lane and just, like, not have enough presence to not do anything. Like, right now, they're basically just sitting there trying to get, soak up as much farm as they can, which is basically just another way of saying they're turtling. But, like, is that really the ideal playstyle that you want? Like, you see, like, right now, they're just dying. They straight up died 1v1. No assist from anyone else. Scyther just got picked off by the Leafeon, going, like, rotating to the top lane as well. Leafeon burned their Unite move.
They are pretty low level at the moment. Hitting level 8 while everybody else is hitting level 9 on the side.
Like, sometimes you know, it might be a little scary to try different things, because obviously, you know, you don't know if it works because you haven't played it. But
might be getting a little frustrated, but they still got damage to work with. We're gonna cut down to the Reg Ice on the bottom side. Kira will fall, will not have the chance to block the objective, but that's okay. Anissa's picks it up anyways. They do have the green illusion dive, give up on chasing the Mewtwo. Why? And instead decide to execute the Ho-Oh.
Yeah, so like, they might be a little worried about trying new things, but the thing is, when you've already played 2 games, you're on the last game, and you're progressively giving up more and more, as in, like, the, whether you want to call it, whether it's like a mindset thing and you're just playing progressively worse, or if there's just that much of a skill gap between the respective players. It reaches the point when, like, when do you try something new? Because, like, oh my god, it is a wall. Oh man, baby, that is painful to watch.
Zeta Division just holding full control.
there's just no control in that top lane. There's no map presence. It's just they show up there, they try to get some XP, and then they just feed some more. There's been a 2 to 3 level gap in that top lane without barely any assistance from the jungler. Barely. Like, this is a clinic right now.
It does look like they probably should be able to pick up Wajiro, but again, any little trades like that are going to be quite good for Santos Laguna.
I'm honestly shocked Vidopo was able to just kind of face tank all of the green illusions with that final hit onto the Leafeon, but Unite move doing a lot of work in that exchange. That is a Clefable Unite move and a Snorlax, which will also outlast the Garchomp, and Anysus will get their revenge onto a member of Zeta Division. They're going to try to chase down Ramen the Mewtwo Y. Meanwhile, a mid-battle inside of this mid part of the map as the Swablu and Altaria is the next to go down.
Oh, they're all so low. Moonlight just barely coming back up to bring them to any sort of life. It's 4 members, though, but Tomato is going to do so much damage. I can chase you across a wall. You can't fly away from me. But they did manage to get a good amount of that experience on the side of Santos Laguna. Things are not looking that well. Okay, that's not looking super great as Vitopo gets a great flank into the Unite, but other things are looking pretty good altogether for Santos Laguna compared to the first few minutes of this match. They're starting to get score. Another Unite coming out from Scyther.
Oh, Scyther got baited so hard. Their Unite move just came up. They thought they could go aggressive and pull the trigger on that Leafeon, and Blissey just instantly united. That's so, like, that is just unfortunate, man.
As soon as they try to explode, Scyther does have to, after they first do a wing beat, jump into melee range. Blissey not only having the knockup, but also the ability to KO Scyther themselves if they need to, has made it really difficult to find knockouts onto this Garchomp, onto this Leafeon, and Zeta Division has been able to push this lead further and further. Regieleki will go down for freeze, and Isus gets a lot of payback off that. It probably will not be landing in this tier 1 as Zeta Division rallies to defend.
That is surprising that, to me, that Zeta Division didn't try to prioritize that at all. Oh, an attempt to at least get something in before we get to this final stretch. Probably reset your KO timer as well. But this Regieleki obviously could have been heading towards the base goal zone, the home goal zone of Santos Laguna, but instead Zeta Division, they're preparing for more of a fight.
Yeah, and they're going to actually take that fight right now. The best way to prepare for a fight, I find, is taking it. Also, having Vidopo at level 15 is where that Leafeon is right about to achieve. Mufasa does get a Sacred Sword, but now they're at the Wide Guard in the midst of 4 enemy Pokemon. Wide Guard is off cooldown, so they do get pulled by the Garchomp. When this battle's actually raining on, that is the Garchomp Unite move.
That is a very early Garchomp Unite move.
There for the defense, try to peel for Hitman, who's getting poke damage.
Oh my! See, the problem is, yeah, they got the kills, but that's super early. They need to rip this right now.
No members up, but there's 8 seconds left. The coup de grace is available. If we can sneak in with Mufasa, that might be one of the only ways that you live. Or, I mean, honestly.
Oh my god, he just slashes dead again. They killed the only secure on their team. This might be it.
Slashes down. They're gonna have to find a miracle secure. Snorlax jumping in. What's the final hit going to be?
Oh my god. Bro, they lost the exact same way 3 times, man. Every single match they played, they lost the exact same way. It just played out slightly differently. Bro, Zeta Division don't care. They just...
attempts to hydro pump the Rayquaza. A tough turn of events, a few options.
And the thing is like, generally speaking, when you guys watch me play solo queue, like, you'll always hear me say something along the lines of, like, why are you burning Unite move right before Rayquaza? Most of the time that's true, but in a situation like this, you're able to do that if it transitions to Rayquaza right away. Like, they burned every single Unite move they had, except for the Ho, because nobody died, technically. So Ho couldn't use it even if they wanted to. But they burned 4 Unite moves, like, 20 seconds beforehand. And then they just go for Rayquaza. Clean sweep. 3-0 Zeta Division Grand Finals. Yeah. My prediction is still going strong. Now I just need LG to make it to the finals, and I need LG to win.
To easily retreat to the rest of their team is Watchiro. Says, where have you been? I have eggs for you, please. Heal on up. Santos Laguna with one final push. Latin America North's final chance at getting to Championship Sunday. Zeta Division holding strong so far. Tomato from the outside. Vidoko always there for the backup. A resurrect from Tomato brings back Wajiro. And Zeta Division holding strong. Hitman down. Gortom sweep. And Zeta Division are going to Championship Sunday.
Japan for 2 years in a row. They've made it back, the final hope of the region. And they have made it all the way. Look at that immediately. The team, you can see how happy they are, and well deserved. Our first semifinal match of the day and a clean sweep, fully in control.
3-0 fashion over one of the hottest teams in the World Championships this year. Santos Laguna, first our flowers to that team. An amazing run, the best run this region has ever seen. And what a showing from this team, not only regional near the end of the year, but now internationally here at the World Championships.
You can see some mixed emotions definitely from Santos Laguna. They should be proud of themselves. I mean, 4th place in the world is an absolutely amazing placement. Obviously, you always want to do better, but you can see some smiles, you can see some disappointed faces, but certainly we know with those players, they'll be back, as we've seen them years.
The sword was just not it, man. The sword was just not it for this set.
Division, the last representative of Japan in this tournament. They entered day 2 and top 16 with 4 teams from their region. That changed very quickly, but Zeta Division holding strong and able to defeat this Latin America North squad. Moving on to the finals of the World Championships in 2025.
The first team ever to qualify for an arena finals at Worlds here. That is very, very cool to see. But of course, we get to see a little bit back at this match where Zeta Division just played so solid an entire 3-game set. I love the confidence from Santos Laguna. They stuck with their comfortable strategy every single game. There were lots of moments that did feel like they could fight back, but I mean, honestly, especially in these last 2 games, Tommy on that Garchomp. I don't even know what more I can say.
I easy think Tommy is the MVP.
Do they play a 3rd place match tomorrow? Yes, they do.
I don't think it's such a phenomenal show.
Yes, they do.
I think it might be one of the first matches of our tournament where we can truly see this player is elite and belongs on this roster.
I think it happens after grand finals. I don't remember the order. But last year it was
with 8 knockouts. I mean,
like same day as well.
Have damage. Not only does it have KO potential, crowd control potential as well. Now, like we said, Zeta Division moving on and are going to be waiting their next opponent, which is very interesting. Obviously, longtime rivals in Luminosity Gaming are one of the available options, but the other is a team that they have matched up against in a finals of an in-person tournament. Peru versus Zeta Division was a very incredible finals at EUIC years and years ago already. So one of Zeta Division's first ever showings. So I think Zeta Division are going to be very happy about whatever opponent they have on Championship Sunday.
You know, as much of a history nerd as I'd like to be, I forgot that happened.
Push his glasses
okay, all right. Good job.
Adjusts bow tie, enters peak nerd.
Because they went by their original name back then. So if it wasn't even in my brain, right? I mean, obviously a lot of the matches did, but it was just so far back then. That is true. That could be an excellent rematch. I mean, regardless, it's an excellent rematch, right?
No matter what.
And regardless, it's 3 amazing regions that are all now still in the running for the World Championship. But Zeta, a team that, by the way, lost their first match on broadcast.
Remember that?
They lost their very first match on broadcast and now have come all the way back and earned their spot in the top 2 of the entire world.
And flawless in a semifinal. Like, that is so tough to do. Yeah, maybe sure your preparation worked out. I guess we'll get a little bit of intel as we do have an interview on stage with Zeta Division.
There's no sound on that. Well, Anaheim, California. This is your 2025 World's Pokemon Unite Grand Finalist, Zeta Division! It's such a pleasure to have you again here with me, Bitopo. Your performance has been absolutely incredible. I want to throw in a different question just because, you know, on the fly. Are you proud of your performance today?
今日のパフォーマンスについてどうですか？誇りに思っています？
もちろん、自分のプレーには結構今回は満足できたんですけど、ちょっと味方のトミーさんのプレーがあまりにもでかすぎて、もう本当にこちらとしてはなんか感激ですね。
Okay. So my friend Johnny,
We're very close.
okay.
Very close.
Yeah, so I was yeah.
Would you like me to
fair.
be next to you?
Okay. Yeah.
The mic?
Yeah.
Would you like to trade the mic?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
This is louder. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Hello? Okay. Go ahead. This one, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm very proud, and but my friend Johnny was very, very big the whole time, and I thought it was amazing.
Well, I'm so glad that you. Whoa, that's loud. I'm very glad that you feel proud.
I think he's just nervous.
Honestly, Japan.
I think he's just nervous. For some reason, I was under the impression, like, does he not understand what he's saying? Because, like, he kind of, like, just stopped talking. I'm not trying to be rude, but, like, I genuinely thought he just didn't understand.
一方的な対戦だったんですけれども、このように勝ってどう思います？
3-0っていう、結果的に見たら結構一方的なのかもしれないですけど、結構ラストヒット、レッグーザーを取ったのが、自分たちだったっていうだけの試合もあったので、一方的に見えても、実は接戦だったので敵もとても強かったですね。
Yeah, so it may have been a landslide victory, but you know, my team was able to come in and we were able to take out Raykuza, and so I think they did a really great job.
Okay, so we had a great performance from you, but you still have grand finals tomorrow. What are the expectations for the pinnacle of Pokemon Worlds 2025?
じゃあ次が最終戦ですけれども、どのような試合になると予想されてますでしょうか？
それはもう WCS2025 で一番熱い戦いをしてこようと思うので、皆さんよろしくお願いします。
He's looking for the most heated battle of an opponent that an opponent will give him, so he's really looking forward to it.
Say that again.
Yeah, so he's looking for the most heated, looking forward to the most heated battle from his opponent, so he's looking really forward to it. Yeah.
Okay, so really looking forward to it, and especially because, of course, they're going to be facing a mighty opponent. We're still going to have that semifinals to round out the day 2 of 2025 Pokemon Unite World Championships. But do you have a couple of words for these lovely fans of yours here?
ファンの皆様にはおメッセージを伝えたことでありますでしょうか？ファンの皆様に何か伝えたいことってありますか？
いや、世界一になる姿を見届けてください。
Watch me become number one in the world. He says he wants to say to his fans that watch me become number one in the world.
Watch me become the number one in the world. Vitopa from Zeta Division, everybody. Congratulations once again. Thank you so much, you both, for the interview. Back to our casters.
All right, becoming number one in the world, looking for the most heated opponent for a finals matchup. And I think we got two great candidates for just that coming up in our next best of 5.
Oh, I cannot wait. I mean, these two teams were amazing. This next set is going to be legendary. Of course, when we get back, we're going to see Luminosity versus Peru. We're going to see which of these teams will make it to our grand finals. We're going to take one short break, but we'll decide our final grand finalist right after this.
I felt bad.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby
It seemed like he had some very bad. Either he was like. Either he didn't understand or he was just very nervous. Either or. I felt kind of bad though.
The staff has been super.
I think,
you know,
and what's even like,
just really like the vibe.
not funny, haha, but like what's funny is like
So far.
the caster girl that's like interviewing. I think she thought.
TCG art.
I think she thought there was a problem with the microphone, or unless she was just covering for him. And then they swapped mics, but then when she used the mic, it's like, oh wait, the mic isn't the problem. No, of course not. The guy was just
You
nervous.
mentioned you're a fan of the video game championship series, so I have a trivia question for you about VGC. Are you ready?
As ready as I'll ever be, I guess.
All right, so in 2014, there was a Pokemon trainer who won the World Championships with a Pachirisu on his team.
Seijun!
Do you know the
Seijun
name of
Park.
that Pokemon trainer.
Oh, it's very difficult, but everybody knows Seijun Park.
Very difficult.
Even I know that.
Everybody
The
knows
guy's
Seijun
legend.
Park, who's actually competing in Pokemon Go this weekend, so
Wow, that you don't expect it, but I guess if he conquered one frontier, might as well go for another.
I don't think he has a Pachirisu though. But congratulations, you have gotten 2 packs of Pokemon cards. I hope you get some good pulls.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, and thank you so much for joining us, Ryan. So let's go ask some more trivia questions. Hello, Pokemon trainers. I'm here with Cinna from LA at her first ever World Championships. How does it feel to be here?
Honestly, it's really colorful, so they did a great job.
I know, there's colors everywhere. So what has been your favorite thing you've seen so far?
Seriously, I think it's the fact that people are coming here with the most genuine joy, like really embracing everything and not being like shy. They feel more like they're at home. It's like the best feeling. Yeah.
It's contagious, isn't it?
No, for sure, for sure. I'm like every time.
So what got you interested in Pokemon?
Oh my God, jeez. It's funny because it came out when I was born, but yet like, I guess they always played it to when I was growing. It just kind of grew on to me. And then just one day I was like, Pikachu. And my dad's like, I know what she wants. And that just kind of took off from there, yeah.
All right, well, Cinna, I have a trivia question for you about the Pokemon video games. If you get this trivia question right, I have a pack of Pokemon cards for you. All right, so my question for you is, can you name 3 Pokemon that have appeared on the box art of the mainline games?
Pikachu, Blastoise, Charizard, Lugia, Ho-Oh. You said 3?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry.
That's way more than 3, but we accept that. Congratulations. Here's your pack. So, do you collect cards?
I do, yes. We actually just bought the Leafeon EX and Glaceon EX from Prismatic. Expensive, but beautiful. So I'm obsessed, yeah.
All right, well, here's one more pack to add to your polls. Best of luck. Thank you so much for your time. Let's go do some more trivia. I am here with Adonis, also from LA. Welcome, welcome. This is your first time at Worlds. How's it going?
Going pretty good. I'm excited. I'm on the little pin hunt. I don't know if other people are doing that as well. Yeah.
How many pins have you gotten so far?
Ooh, I'll tell you my real answer. I need 2 more. 2 more.
What's your fake answer?
Fake answer is I have 0 because I want people to give me all of them. Yeah.
All right, so if you see Adonis later, make sure to hit him up with some pins. And then also hit me up with some pins because I haven't done that yet.
I'll tell you exactly where to go. We'll go on a whole little ride to show you exactly where they are.
Adonis, I like you. You're a cool guy. All right, so Adonis, you are a fan of Pokemon. What is your favorite Pokemon game?
Ooh, favorite Pokemon game, Ruby. I played it over 40 times, and I got the same starter every time, Torchic.
So you've played it over 40 times. I think you probably know it fairly well, right?
Yes, I should, hopefully, yeah.
So I'm going to ask you a trivia question about Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, or Emerald. And if you get it right, I have a pack of Pokemon cards for you. And if you get it wrong, you may get the pack anyways, because I see Pikachu and Eevee off in the distance, and they just make me feel happy. Are you ready?
Yeah, born ready.
All right. Where can you catch Rayquaza in Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald?
No, don't tell me it's a name.
You can describe it.
It's a cave that you have to go into, and that's all I got.
It's a very tall cave.
Oh, is it Mount Cornet or something like that?
It's a building that's very tall. It might be a tower in the sky.
Sky Tower?
Sky Tower, you got it right! Yeah! Okay. Here's your pack.
I may have reset it 40 times, but I think I got Rayquaza once. I just beat the Elite Four.
Rayquaza's overrated. You heard it here first.
It's all about Torchic.
All right, so I'll be looking forward to seeing your Torchic only run later on, eventually. Adonis, thank you so much for joining me here.
Thank you so much, and if you need the pins, just look for me around. Yeah.
Will do, will do. And we'll be back with more Pokemon action from the World Championships real soon.
Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Here we are, Anaheim, California, for the 2025 World Championships.
He wants to see his Torchic only run.
This close to our grand finals. Hello, everybody. Jake, your resident content cowboy here, aka
Jake Sparkles.
Joined by the one and only Doob Snacks, and we
Jake Sparkles for the final series of the day.
multiple times this season. One of these two squads heading to Grands.
Yeah, Luminosity versus Peru. Luminosity has to feel comfortable in this because they've gotten the better end of this matchup time and time again. And I'm not going to lie to you when I've said I've heard a story that Peru was asking other teams to beat LG so they didn't have to deal with them later in the tournament. That didn't come true for them, and now they have to take care of the trash themselves.
Well, we just saw one of the most legendary matches between Nouns and LG moments ago on stream. So I can't wait to see what happens when they go up against Peru right here. I mean, those games were incredible. Now we're heading into a best of 5. Peru has a lot to prove. They have been one of the best teams in the world for years now, but they have not gotten that world champion title, and Luminosity is trying to take it once more. We're going to throw it up to the big stage right now. We're going to talk to our teams. Take it away, so.
Thank you so much, Fragos, and everybody. Welcome to the last semifinals of the 2025 Pokemon Unite World Championship.
This is the guy who pinged you.
For our matchup, we have Latam South, North America, Peru Unite! And for North America, Luminosity Gaming! So,
I think Peru might have more fans. I don't know.
to your opponent.
¿Qué quieres decirle a tu oponente?
Buena suerte. Buena suerte.
Good luck.
He says good luck.
Good luck. I mean, Overlord, come on. What are you going to say after this heartfelt moment? I'm scared. Are you going to disappoint me?
Well, I'd say if history proves to be true, then I think we should be pretty good for this matchup. If history proves to be true, I think we'll be pretty good with this matchup.
Okay, they're going to be pretty good for the matchup. So, getting ready for this last semifinals. A stare down with the pose. The boxing pose, let's go. Thank you so much. Back to our casters.
Nope, talk. Is that us?
All right, there we have it. We have LG and Peru once again facing off. And I mean, Overlord said it right there. Of course, we had the good luck coming from Peru, but let's be clear. They have beaten Peru many a times. Peru is playing great today. I thought they had kind of a rocky day one, but they're looking pretty fantastic as they move.
They're in the top 4 of the World
tournament.
Championships. I mean, they're having a good event. That can't be understated.
Yes.
They've made the finals before. They've won a final.
Nah,
before.
guys.
This is not new territory for them. What is new to them is trying to beat LG in these moments, which they've been unsuccessful. Overlord said it. Good luck was sent to Luminosity, but like you said, it actually should have been kicked back the other way. Like everybody, give me your energy type stuff out here. They need all the help they can get because, like they said, history is not on our side, and history tends to repeat itself. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it absolutely does. I feel like LG is probably very happy with this matchup heading into semis. They may have had a harder time against Nouns, but Peru is the stronger
A
team.
mini golf course in Minecraft.
Seasons Peru has got deeper into the World Championships. They're running into their kryptonite a little bit. We saw them face off at NAIC. We've seen them face. Did we see them at EUIC as well? I feel like we've seen them a couple times this season run into Peru. And one thing is for sure, Luminosity knows how to play into this squad.
Absolutely. I mean, Peru plays incredibly strong into the things they know. I haven't seen like a lot of, we'll say, I don't know, Game 3 score comp tournament life on the line type changes out of Peru. They play more of a straight up style, and Luminosity, specifically this year over past years, has really had the advantage against teams that play traditional Pokemon Unite. Because they're doing so much stuff off the reservation that they really understand the basic core of the game and trying to beat you in all the perimeters.
Boo! Less yapping, more playing. Let's go.
That at some point, I mean, Luminosity has an incredible plot armor on their squad.
It's wild.
By the name of Otter, by the way. I mean, what an insane steal that we saw in the Nouns game. We've seen multiple moments from Otter that made plays. Like, Otter has saved LG multiple times this season in some crazy ways. Of course, there are many members of Luminosity who have also had moments like that. The Komai game where Overlord is able to take Rayquaza somehow with the sneaky Blaziken maneuver through the tall grass. There have been many moments where LG went to the brink and came back, and they're going to need to do it again here against Peru. Peru is looking to prove something as we head into this game. Luminosity, Peru, here is your draft for our semifinals. This is a best of 5.
Peru needs to take Luminosity to the brink if they're going to want to win. Because Luminosity right there, like we said, I think they believe that they're pretty comfortable. Charizard, Latios banned, Suicune, Snorlax on the side of LG, and they get the first pick to kick off our semifinals.
Yeah, I'm curious what they want to pick here. Banning the...
Oh, it was my guess.
Means they're not able to grab
Yeah, of course.
But the
See?
whole plan there
I know.
was to get Slash.
No way you give up Ho-Oh like that.
Makes a lot of sense. We've seen how powerful this Pokemon is and how good he is on it. Over to the side of Peru, the next 2 picks now up.
Kea and Draken, who have honestly had an amazing tournament, who have been the lifeline for Peru without a doubt. The 2 players that you hear me talk about ad nauseum when I'm talking about Peru, now they're pivoting and letting Anemo get their Leafeon early because honestly, it's a good thing. They're great with it, and it also takes it out of the hands of Trainer and a quick Mamoswine pick.
Iron Golems are spawning here in Chenda? Yeah, I know.
Early defender, obviously, you can still hide some.
The society's thriving, man.
We have the Mewtwo Y being picked up by Curios and Trainer grabbing the Scyther or Scizor. One thing for sure, they stole that from Peru. This is a Pokemon that they are very at home with. So this is one of those times, Snacks, where I think both of us actually probably like this one because not only is it a decent Pokemon, especially in the hands of a very skilled player like Trainer or Overlord who might be running it, it also is something that they have stolen from their opponents, which is one of the most powerful things you can do in draft.
Yeah, to me, there's actually more value of it not being on the side of Peru than Luminosity actually having it on their team. I think Trainer would rather play any other speedster type character, if I'm being completely honest. But in this situation, they're not hemorrhaging too much value by grabbing it in the place of something else. And now rounding out something that you and I have talked about a little bit today and yesterday is this Lucario.
For me, Lucario has become the I don't have anything else to pick all-rounder Pokemon, and I don't think it's performed particularly well in that spot. Yes, these players are cracked with it. They've been playing it since the game released, so they are very seasoned on this. They can make some big plays. It just doesn't feel particularly amazing in this meta. Now, of course, we have cursed the broadcast by bringing this up at all. It's about to have the best game of the entire tournament and carry the whole thing. And honestly, Doomstacks, I would love to see it because I don't see much out of this Pokemon. Now, on the other side, I'm really interested to see Trainer on Scyther or Scizor, but I have to assume they're going the Scyther variety.
Yeah, my gut tells me Scyther, but the thing that I've keyed in on is Overlord grabbing Buzzwole. Again, incredible weekend, does a great job snatching things up by the ankles like a Leafeon, right? Repositioning, putting it and dragging it away from something like Clefable and putting it into the pocket of the rest of your team to knock it out. Now, what does this do for Peru? It puts so much stress on Draken and Kea to do their job. Fortunately for Peru, they are 2 of the best.
I'm looking for the map you said to look for. Why are there like 9 cakes? It's for decoration. The basement was empty. Don't eat it.
Unite your orange team. Let's get this thing underway.
Weird taking a look, and we've got two Pokemon that do very well early for Luminosity.
It's in the far corner. Far left corner, and it's the only one that looks like a sand biome.
In the early stages of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Mamoswine has its moments, but Armarouge specifically is definitely not your favorite pick early until it ends up evolving here. You can see Slash just continuing to try to get towards that goal zone so that they are able to score and they are able to stack. Up the top path here, and Nemo puts the pressure on. Obviously, that's what you can do with Leafeon, one of the best level 4s in the entire game. But here comes Trainer, and it is the dual wing beat. That's a Scyther.
Yep. Trainer coming up, running cover, and of course forcing Peru Unite to kick back. A Nemo there as the Leafeon with the first one from the central to go up top. And Trainer LGC just hiding out, see if they can get a pick here as we have the 850 birds about to pop. Oh, good little shield by Otter to reposition Kea. And they're actually able to get a piece of experience there and evolve.
Yeah, it looked pretty good even for Peru right there, as both teams are just going to move away from this experience in the top and bottom path. Slash looking for another score to continue stacking, not able to make it happen, but Ho-Oh is so unbelievably difficult to take down in a moment like this. Trainer trying to see if they can make a KO happen, but no, they're too far away.
And of course, Overlord putting more pressure on. There's the reposition on Kea. There's the knockout with the E-ball from Otter. A real comfort pick for them.
Ooh, nice collapse.
They get knocked out by Anemo, who's rotating back up. See the Razor Leaf shooting back to the Leafeon here. And Overlord just keeping an eye as Curious with the big time over rotate.
Yeah, they gave up a support for a support in a moment like that, and that's fine, I think, for both squads here, as LG has the pick of the litter when it comes to all this experience, sending it on over to Trainer, almost level 7. Slash down here in the bottom path, doing okay just by themselves.
Yeah, I mean, keeping parity with the levels here. Nice inject by Trainer to try and get a knockout. Tempo's gone, nice. Kea's gone, and this goal zone's going to get scored on as Luminosity is just picking up steam.
Yeah, Luminosity is starting to have that snowball roll.
Not looking good if you're a Peru fan.
Picking up big wins. And when you have a lead
Not looking good if you're a Peru fan.
You're expecting that it is going to be out-leveling your opponents, at least putting insane pressure on, but it's down 2 levels to the enemy central area here, which is never where you want Leafeon to be.
Nope, Slash putting pressure, gets almost Ice Fang down, but able to get out here as it's 4v2. Luminosity needs to hold it down with the player advantage. Here comes Trainer to try and balance the score sheet a little bit in terms of personnel. And now it's a 5-player rotation. Peru fully committing, and Overlord looking for a backdoors. Now they know all 5 players are there. We go to big time engage and a quick knockout on Ho-Oh, but we get one back the other way. Tempo's getting pressure.
Nice, nice, very well played.
And it's Lucario that takes it. And now Muse running low on HP. They get knocked out. Peru showing signs of life as they're finally able to get some knockouts, and now they just want to get some points in. But the fight from Luminosity is brought right to the doorstep here as Peru finally is able to break parity and get some points in.
I mean, not quite. Peru is like really doing well in this fight. They did not have the Unite move advantage at first. We had Trainer move in with that Scyther, but they weren't able to get much done. Wonderful stuff from Peru.
The Armarouge, just being able to, like, so the thing is, like, although Armarouge is an attacker, the way it functions, as well as, like, the items you usually build on it, like, depending on, so I don't remember what they're using on this Armarouge build exactly. I think they're using Rocky Helmet. Sometimes they go Focus Band as well, and then maybe, like, Slick Spoon or whatever. But it's, like, it's very, it's a different playstyle because you go Fire Spin, and essentially you just want to stay, it's similar to, like, oh, man.
That was an amazing Emerald 2-step out of that Leafeon, and despite a decent smackdown on Tempo to try to get them away from the rest of the Peru.
I think it's, like, most similar to Petal Dance Venusaur. The only difference is, like, you don't have, like, a Giga Drain that's, like, giving you self-sustain. But it's, like, that similar type of playstyle where you kind of want to, like, frontline, but you don't want to go too deep, and hopefully you have a team that supports you. Oh, overextending way too much.
Continues. Trainer finally feeling this Cypher a little bit, and now Draken is forced to start flopping around and going on a rampage themselves.
It was looking well up until that happened. They were definitely just.
And they're able to get the quick knockout and more points in.
Look at this here. I mean, LG just keeping the pressure on score-wise. 216-33. Even though Peru's had some good fights, LG.
Yeah, it was looking good up until that point. Unfortunately, I think they just got a little overzealous. They were doing well, and then they
216 points, and they can start
just overextended a little too much. Not to mention their actual front line wasn't even there either.
Yeah, Luminosity's taken a lot of, Peru's taken a lot of good fights. However, they've been on Luminosity's goal zones, which means as the players rotate back in, they've been able to stand there and defend it with the support of the goal zones that they have. Luminosity, on their hand, when they win their fights, they're kind of out in the open, which allows them to collapse on goal zones and get points in. We're starting to score. We're getting attacks in. That's a big Buzzwell Unite right in the middle. Overlord with the carry. 4 players down, dusted instantly off the back of this Scyther, and a nice Overlord Unite move.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here, and in the top path, they're trying to score, but you can see the Mew able to stop it right there. 295 to 33. Unite move to try to take down an ML right here, and look at that with the eject button.
Wow. When Otter's outplaying the jungler in a 1v1, you know there's a problem there.
Shades of the old school. That solar beam, Q up, eject button, get the knockout anyways.
And the Leafeon's the Leafeon's a huge part of their damage. Like initially, like the Razor Leap and Unite move combo is just a large portion of their team comp's damage. So when the Leafeon's not there, you have a problem.
Is now a level 14 as they are heading, looking for a fight here.
Huge serve reposition. That unfortunately does not convert into anything, but at least slows down Peru a little bit. Instead of having a big time win, they get 1 knockout, and they're kind of bullied back. Draken with the reposition on Slash gets them another knockout. Not that bad of a look considering the situation that they're in at the start.
Yeah, you know, it's not terrible when it comes to the knockouts, but all the while we still have Luminosity scoring. Now they're up by over 200 points as we're a minute out from Rayquaza. We also have Curios able to...
Oh, Lucario missed too.
Really beautiful surf, and look at the... Just absolutely ripping through Peru. Trainer level 15.
Draken can do nothing but run away. Mammoth Swine is chunky, but not in the face of 5. So they peel back after...
Yeah, they spent all that time in the bush on top of the fact that, like, they were trying to set up for a pick and Lucario missed the power punch. So not only are you missing out on the power punch damage, but you don't get the CC as well. But then it's just like, okay, well, you missed your skill. Now we're just gonna kill you.
Yeah, Otter actually taking a look at their tier 1, just seeing if they can get some vision, Slash checking the front bush. Gonna, again, just try and figure out where Peru is, because the onus is on Peru to make a move.
Yeah, Peru needs to make a move here, but it looks like Luminosity wants to force them into a fight. They're gonna start tapping this with the Buzzwole right here, charging up that muscle gauge, asking them to come in and fight.
Right in, the fight is engaged. Buzzwole Unite is out, Mewtwo wide follow-up, tons of damage down. Rayquaza taken by Luminosity in the blink of an eye, and now Draken's getting shredded here by the players remaining of LG. Ice Fang reposition. The back half scores are starting for Peru to try and get themselves into this. Quick revive there from Slash the Ho-Oh as we are stomping towards the goal zones with at least a shield, question mark? Does Overlord still have theirs? No. Actually, all the shields broken, so counter push is in the cards here.
Yeah, it's possible they can make a push right here, especially if Luminosity overcommits on this goal zone, but they definitely don't need this. 436 to 233 as we have Peru trying to stop them, but LG just continuing to fight on their tier 2, and they're picking up KO after KO after KO. They do have...
It was a good try. I mean, like, they were playing from... I don't like the flips. Like, I'm very vocal about that. I don't like flipping in Pokemon Unite as a viewer just because it's so bland and boring. And obviously it's like that desperate attempt at just coin flipping the game in your favor. I don't blame them for not team fighting because obviously they're already getting outplayed the majority of the game. They definitely could have secured that, but they didn't.
Moving towards the goal zone here with 30 seconds left, Duke Snacks.
Yep, we're just going to start
yeah, like my big problem is it's like, if your fallback plan in every single game when you're behind is to flip Rayquaza, then honestly, it's like...
At least on Overlord for now, the Razor Leaf gets pulled back, and the push continues, but is it going to be enough? We're running out of time.
It says a lot more about you as a team than you think. Because that's like the desperation play.
They said history just tends to repeat itself here again.
And I personally just don't like that.
Peru is behind Luminosity keeps pushing. There's really just no way for them to climb out of that water that Luminosity drags them deep into. A beautiful game from LG, who is looking to move towards your grand finals tomorrow on Championship Sunday.
Let's focus on the positives here for Peru. They had a good kind of early mid game, right? From like, say 6 minutes to 4.5. They were doing all right. They found some good fights. They brought that experience parity back, and it really looked like they had a chance. However, Luminosity, Kings of Counterpunch, this is one of them. Yeah. They just lost the fight, stayed on pad, and were able to rally back together, and all of a sudden you find yourself on the side of Peru getting dusted.
Yeah, I mean, Trainer really started to kick it into another gear as the match went on, right? Early on, didn't get a lot done with their Unite move, but as it went on, they hit that level 15, before Rayquaza, just absolutely shredding through Peru. You can tell this was a wonderful, not only counter pick, but a great pick for Trainer, who can handle this Pokemon very well.
Yeah, I mean, you can actually see that right there. I believe it was Otter with the E-ball, right?
Looked like
they started the fight in the middle, forced all of Peru to go in, and the only job that Otter had was to hit their Unite move so they can go invis into the smoke and use the E-ball to secure. They did exactly that.
MVP of the game, Trainer, 12 KOs, 70,000 damage. You know, we talk a lot about all of the members of Luminosity. Each one is a bit of a superstar. Trainer, I think Overlord gets a lot of the lion's share of the conversation when it comes to carrying, but Trainer is right there as one of the absolute best carries in the game. Unbelievably good, and you saw how powerful.
I'm actually genuinely surprised, man. Genuinely shocked that Slowbro has a 0% pick rate. Unless it was picked off-stream, like in an off-stream match and I didn't see, but in terms of on the broadcast, Slowbro 0%, that's crazy. Like, I'm starting to think that the Pokemon's banned if no one's playing it, but maybe they just don't like playing it.
In game one. Talk to me about Peru. How can we adjust here, Cowboy?
That's what I wonder, right? Because I do think that Peru, it feels like they have already recognized that they can't beat LG. It feels like every time they run into LG, they feel like this, which leads me to believe they would need to try something that LG has not played against. They would need to play something, not even that's wholly Peru. Maybe that's something they've, tried a few times in a few practices. Maybe they've played it together on ladder and have figured something out. I don't know if the tried and true Peru that absolutely dominates some teams in the UCS can take down LG. It certainly hasn't yet.
Yeah, again, they kind of, I don't want to say cookie cutter in a negative sense, but they're so good at the strategy that they have that it's really hard to peel yourself away when every time you do it, you're like, oh, we're getting second in the world. We're getting, second at this tournament, third at this tournament, finals here. But the thing is the team they can't overcome is the one that is uniquely great against what they try and do.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see the next pick here. We have an early lock-in for the Leafeon and Mamoswine once again. Two powerful picks, obviously. That Leafeon was real slow to get online for Peru. It just felt like they didn't get the value out of it they would have wanted, which would be to, early get in there, tons of damage with Leafeon, put the pressure on at level 4. They just weren't able to make much happen.
Yeah, I mean, right now, everything is the exact same it was.
I'm already afraid for Peru right now.
Need to switch up or do a strategy switch up. And
I already don't like their team comp.
We'll find out in these next two picks. We already have this Armor Rouge selected. Buzzwole is a decent changeup because Buzzwole has.
Is this the last match of the day? Last series, yeah. So it's best out of 5. Obviously first to 3, but this is the last series of the day, and then Grand Finals takes place tomorrow, as well as the 3rd place match, I'm assuming. I don't know if that's going to happen on broadcast or off stream, but yeah.
All day, and given how well they play into Peru, I think they could have a pretty wonderful game in front of them. Almost everything the same for both of these squads, but we're switching some things up. Of course, the biggest being the Buzzwole steal from the side of Peru.
Yeah, so we literally just swapped these all-rounders here. Buzzwole for Peru, Luminosity on Lucario. Is that going to be enough? Could it be theoretically? We have seen Buzzwole take over some games, Cowboy.
It really does.
So, I mean, maybe that is part of this success. Is Luminosity really that concerned? I don't know. I honestly don't.
I'm not sure. They don't seem like it. I mean, we get to see them, obviously, right below us here on screen. We are looking at the players, and while Peru is very locked in, ready for this next match, you know they have a tough game in front of them.
Right.
It's all smiles on the side of Luminosity. I don't think there's another opponent they would rather have in semifinals, honestly.
I think we got a nice view of Team Skull, I believe, is who that is from the Alola region. Is that correct?
You know what? I'm going to take your word for it. I didn't ask
Listen,
them what their
if I
team
didn't
was.
ask, I could have said that with all the confidence in the world. I would have been right.
I bet you were right.
I mean,
I'm hearing from production you're wrong about everything.
That was wrong.
Everything?
That
You
can't
mean
be
all
everything.
show.
All right.
Heading into game number 2 here, Luminosity, your purple team, Peru, your orange team. Down 1 game right here to LG. The winner of this Doob Snacks makes it to the grand finals tomorrow in the arena for Championship Sunday.
Well, after they win this one, they need another one if you're LG. And if you're Peru,
good
you
point.
need to get
The
3.
winner of this best of 5 is what I
baby.
mean.
We're going all the way to end out the day. Slash quickly getting some points in. Why not? Curios is there, and they're going to see if they can bully this path again. They did a decent job last time, and why flip the script now? I mean, you used the players to your advantage. Is Overlord going to make Lucario work? That's my question.
Yeah, that is a question right here, and it actually looks like Anemo is going to get that early advantage, right? Leafeon amazing at level 4. Lucario needs that level 5. So they were actually able to make something happen right there. Production said nothing.
Right by proxy.
I don't even know what that means.
I was correct by proxy then.
That just means that once again, we're casting production's on break.
Per usual.
Yep.
Per usual. 850 birds about to populate. Curios rolling through, and we've got a 4v4 up top. Good punch by Overlord, immediately eviscerated by Anemo. Slash, half their HP is gone. Dual wing beat creates space, but not allowed to follow up his trainer because of the Razor Leaf.
Really great stuff from Peru, right?
Yeah.
This is what you want to see from Leafeon. You want to be able to get that early advantage. You want to make sure that you can use that to slow your opponents down, and they have. Overlord, however, coming in, trying to make something happen here with the extreme speed. They do pick up a KO on the support.
So we've got a bit of a difference here. Obviously, Overlord using that extreme speed. That's not the direction that Peru Unite went with Lucario. We need to see if that's the difference maker. Otter using those light screens, trying to get away from tempo.
Oh, nice.
Just beat you down with the hair.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here. And once again, Leafeon continues to push forward. This is what Peru needs. This is what they were missing from game number 1. If you're picking Leafeon and you're behind, everything has gone horribly wrong. But that is not the case here for game number 2. Leafeon much more in control of that top path, already level 8, which means they have that early Unite move.
Yeah, I mean, outpacing Trainer, right? And Trainer, the other game, again, was ahead in this moment. And you have to wonder, is the strength of Buzzwole what facilitates or keeps from facilitating Anemo from taking over? And it seems to be kind of the song we're singing here in game 2.
Well, the question is it the strength of Buzzwole or the weakness of Lucario? We won't know until this game is over, as we have the birds here for 720. We have Leafeon deciding when they want to come in, not able to take them back with the Ice Fang. Really nice full heal right there. They are going to continue this push.
Slash able to pick up a couple berries. Ice Fang reposition. Here comes Trainer. They're trying to get Draken down, popping their Unite move. Scoring in the background is Zainus. Anemo running away. Dual wing beat there. Razor Leaf is down.
Oh, huge. And that's without the Unite move as well.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here from Peru. This is exactly what they need to be doing right now. Overlord moving in, using that extreme speed to make their way through this fight. They're looking to pick up the KO, and they do. Regice getting very low right here, and Slash gets a KO. Regice now going down to Luminosity.
I hate the fact that Buzzwole didn't rotate, man. That's such a waste.
Because Peru is no longer willing to commit to it. Meanwhile, we do have the Buzzwole working on Reggie Alecki up top.
Like, Buzzwole, like, assuming he's not getting contested, he should be able to clear the Regieleki. But the thing is like, Buzzwole doesn't have strong DPS. Like, it's all upfront burst, and then it's depending on its moves. It's depending on its skills and cooldowns for its damage output. It's unfortunate because Buzzwole was ahead in the lane, but then prior to them getting that Regieleki, they fell behind on Overlord. They're still behind now, and they didn't utilize their advantage for their team.
Corner there, 3 players waiting for him. Now it's a 3v2. Kea needs to pick up Zainus. Zainus needs to run away and try to get some spacing here as they're going straight for them, putting the pressure on. Nice Moonlight out of Clefable, going to top off Zinus a little bit, and it's enough to bully out Luminosity, so not a bad defense as Draken is now back in the mix.
Yeah, this was great. I mean, just two members of Peru able to hold off that push there from Luminosity. Still up on the scoreboard, Luminosity with only 38 points. Game 2 looking a lot better for Peru.
Absolutely. We're trying to take that contestable farm. Is slashed in the face of 3. Unsuccessful here as we have a big rotation by LG.
Yeah, LG heading to the top path right here, looking to start a fight. Trainer deciding whether or not they want to move in, and it looks like Tempo able to get a good defense right there before going down.
Yeah, I mean, Otter sacrificing.
Oh my god.
Is trying to get to the team, but now they find
That was ugly.
Moonlight on a body is not worth anything here as that goal zone is closed out. That score lead.
Also, Clefable's just really slow with the rotations as well. Like when you're playing a MOBA, like when you're playing this game in general, like you have to think about it in a way that just makes sense. Clefable should not be off on their own doing whatever. At the same time, if the support on the enemy team is visible, that means you should be wherever they are, unless you have made a preemptive decision to make a... or like you're taking the initiative to make a play elsewhere on the map. Leafeon just whiffed their Unite move on Overlord.
And they're actually boxing them out on the chase and in the backline. Cannon out of Overlord. And they're looking to e-speed through the team. The gravity is down, which just shuts that down for just a minute. But the rage continues. Buzzwole tries to pop their Unite move, but it's 4 players down. And there's just too much strength in the unit that is Luminosity when they're just collapsing on top of your head.
Yeah, Nemo gonna run.
Yeah, like Anemo needs to be more patient with their Unite move.
To score, steal some of that experience. Nice play right here. Are we able to pick up the KO though? They do. Curios now moving in. Might get 2 for the price of 1 right here if they're not careful. Anemo waiting here in the Targets, but here comes Trainer to help.
Yeah, exactly what they're trying to do. Just bait, bait, bait. Now, Anemo's in a tough spot here. This is a decent KO for Trainer if they can close the door on it. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. They're pinned in the corner. 2-step doesn't get anybody, and that resource is expended.
Yeah, and Anemo needs to
they were waiting as long as they could, and
time their Unite move like a little bit better. Because I think when they want a Unite move, they just instantly pop it, but if it's not an optimal area to Unite move, like he's just whipping it. And it's literally the majority of his damage output too. So if you're screwing up your Unite move on Leafeon, like you're not gonna have a lot of value afterwards. They need to make sure that when they use it, they're either doing enough damage to threaten the life of somebody, or just flat out killing someone, like Curios, for example. Scyther, Mewtwo. Hell, even Mew if it's good timing wise.
Able to play in still as potent of a way as a Mew that would be carrying normally. 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Everyone here towards Rayquaza a lot earlier than you might expect. Overlord is trying to see exactly where Peru is.
Okay, Slash kind of caught out, chipped up, knocked up. They're low on HP. Flamethrowers down, but they get knocked out. Tempo repositioned on Overlord. Mewtwo Y Unite. The damage is out.
That is a very early Unite move from the Leafeon, and they got nothing as well.
Firepower for Peru has been exhausted.
Ay, ay, ay.
They're looking towards this Rayquaza. It looks like they want to make a fight happen here, but look at Mewtwo Y just absolutely ruining them with those auto attacks.
Using that Mega Stone at the right time, pressing them down, and of course that bought enough time for Overlord to get out, who's caught in a Clefable gravity. They're able to walk away and reset. Now they're getting back into the fight, and Peru needs to figure this out.
Yeah, Peru has to figure something out. Rayquaza actually did not end up resetting. The HP is still about at half as Kaya's in some trouble right here. We have Luminosity pushing them forward, but Rayquaza still being chipped enough to not reset on HP. It looks like Peru's trying to find a steal.
Now they're coming back through. Knocked out is the Mewtwo Y, and now they have to push back forward.
Oh, they just brute forced it. I'm actually shocked it didn't reset. I couldn't. The camera person is not doing a great job. But like they should be doing that for the last team fight, by the way, using this overlay.
To constantly chip at Rayquaza, make sure that it did not leash and regain all of its HP. Once it starts doing that, it's going to be really hard for them to get it low enough. However, keeping it low that entire time allowed them to go for a great...
Yeah, it didn't reset. It didn't reset. They got into the pit, and then they just brute forced it.
1
now down.
Yeah, I mean, it's technically still possible, but it's looking grim here for Luminosity Gaming. They need to fill their points up, hopefully grab a couple Unite.
Although it wasn't like...
Start crashing goal pads. I see a Clefable hanging out up top, and the Emerald two-step doesn't get a knockout, but it does force out the Aura Cannon. The pressure's on, and Nemo's taking a ton of damage. Draken, are they going to Earthquake in? They do. They don't get anybody, but at least they're on pad to defend. Tempo steps into the flow, pops their Unite move, looking for a new target. Scyther Unite move back the other way. There is not enough in the tank.
How Buzz will secure it? How's the airport speedrun? Well, we're in the semifinals right now. Luminosity is the last team from EU and North America to be in the tournament.
They want to prove that they are the best in the world as they take down Luminosity in game number 2.
Talk to me about that Ray fight, Spraggles. What did you see there? How did Peru navigate that?
Let me see. Hold on.
Peru continuously chipped at Ray, making sure the HP never recovered on it, opening up an opportunity for them to move in. They ran in with the armor. Really great play. And, as always, Lucario loses.
Exactly what they're trying to do. Just
players to use. Everyone here.
Up, knock.
Just absolutely ruining them with those auto attacks.
Using that Mega Stone at the right time, pressing them down, and of course that bought enough time for Overlord to get out, who's caught in a Clefable gravity. They're able to walk away and reset. Now they're getting back into the fight, and Peru needs to figure this out.
Yeah, Peru has to figure something out. Rayquaza actually did not end up resetting. The HP is still about at half as Kaya's in some trouble right here. We have Luminosity pushing them forward, but Rayquaza still being chipped enough to not reset on HP. It looks like Peru's trying to find a steal.
Now they're coming back through knocked out.
Alright, let's slow it down here. Let's do the playback speed. So there's this Surf from Mew, there's a Psyshock from... Okay, so there's a Surf from Mew, there's a Psyshock from Armor Rouge. They're also using their Fire Spin as well. Look at the H. It's technically still alive here because you can see the HP bar. They got it with a Smackdown. They got it with a Smackdown. Yeah, Smackdown secured the objective. It was that low. Smackdown barely does any damage, by the way, so if you're securing it with that, that's like, oy, oy, oy.
They also did because having a best of 5 just makes it so much more exciting, especially you both knowing as casters as well as Draco. I know that you are supporting Luminosity right now, but it's still a best of 5. There's plenty to be played, isn't it?
Yeah, Luminosity is just have been and will always be one of the best teams North America has ever produced. And one thing about Luminosity is they've always been very good at adapting to their opponent. And while, like Overlord was saying during his interview, if history tells itself, they should be on top of this set.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Kyle, do you have any pick in particular that you think this is going to happen, either for Peru or Luminosity?
I mean, Armor Rouge looked really fantastic for Peru in the last match. I like seeing LG utilize it at NAIC. They worked it to perfection. I think if they were to go...
Yeah, I do like the Armor Rouge pick. I'm not a fan of the... I'm not a fan of the Leafeon pick and the way they're playing it. Question all seriousness, who's better, TTV or LG? Considering TTV doesn't exist, LG. But if you're talking about from TTV from back in the day, I think if TTV in the back in the day faced LG, the LG would be significantly better. I think it would be like one-sided.
No matter what team is playing them, it's just been consistent throughout the entire event.
One pick that has been shining quite a bit, there was a little bit of an underdog, Draco. It was the Mamoswine, now picked for Peru.
Yeah, Mamoswine has just been a really strong defender. I think a lot of the defenders over the most recent balance patches have been tuned down, which allowed Pokemon or defenders like for example, Suicune or Mamoswine to really shine in that defender role position. And right now we also have fairly high dive in terms of the Pokemon that are being selected. So like this Scyther or this Leafeon on the side of Peru and Mamoswine, if they are able to get an Ice Fang on any one of those Pokemon, that can literally change the game.
Yeah, and I was listening to Sprago saying, and Juice Next as well, we have Kyle.
OG TTV is overrated. It's not that they're overrated. I think they just So, if you want my opinion on TTV, it's not that they were bad. For the longest time, they were the best team in North America. I don't think anyone can really refute that. They were, like, at the very least, they were the most consistent in their prime. The problem is, as time progressed and as more players got involved in Pokemon Unite competitive, as well as the meta began to change, even though it was slowly. Eventually, it reached the point where they plateaued, like they stagnated. They were still good, but towards the end of their career as a collective team, they started. The other teams caught up to them in terms of skill. I think that's the best way to phrase it. Other teams that were participating, like, for a while, they were like a step or two behind TTV, and then it reached a point that the learning curve just caught up with them, and then other teams just started being more competitive. And then eventually they, they roster changed a couple of times. Like, I'm pretty sure there were times like, what? There was Goof. There was Toon Slim was on TTV at one point, I think. Otter. I don't remember if Rin was on TTV at any point, but yeah, like they had a couple of rosters, but yeah, eventually they just plateaued. And then that's when you saw other teams like, there was what, like IX Gaming, like there was Team YouTube, there was IX Gaming, there was I forget Red Love's team, but like, Red Love's team was keeping things competitive, like Nemesis, like all those guys.
Like to see Overlord swap with Curios and take it into the bottom path here. And because you're kind of squaring up against a Char Cadet, and you might have an opportunity to feel less pressure than when Anemo crashes in the top path and you have to play a little bit more safe. Now the switch that we did get, of course, is Otter is on the Ho-Oh now.
Yeah, and we can see Anemo trying to put some pressure on here in the top path. Obviously, they have a much better shot at securing a lot of this.
Yeah, I know, like, I'll be honest with you guys. I think this community overhyped Red Love so much, but I think he was the one.
And once it hits Combustion.
Personally speaking, I think he was one of the most overhyped players in this community in terms of skill level. I thought he was just god awful. Like, I genuinely just thought he was god awful. He played horrendously. Like, there were like a few times where he might have played well, but overall he was just super inconsistent. But this community, oh my Lord Jesus Christ.
They're on a sliver of HP. Otter's on the chase. They want this knockout. Overlord would have loved it too. But I think
dude, that dual wing beat from Trainer hit everyone, and I thought they were gonna lose the fight right there.
Great fight from Luminosity right there, but I have to give it up to Peru. Obviously they could have lost so much more in that moment with that incredibly strong rotation from LG. As we head down to the bottom path right here, we can see Zainus now on the Armarouge, so they do have the level 5.
Otter's low on HP, going to try and drag Tempo's attention away from the Combustion here. But look at the window of opportunity that was opened up downstairs. The pressure of the Mega Mewtwo Y allows them to bully out and get some points in. Peru, seeing this as an opportunity, gets points in up top, and these score lines are staying static.
Yeah, not only are they getting some points in, right? These are two stacking Pokemon that are...
Regardless of his skill as a player, though, I think...
Gonna make them very powerful for the next fight. Plus,
why'd he stop? He got cancelled. He got cancelled by the community. An old clip resurfaced, and then he got called out on it.
Level earlier than most all of the Pokemon in the game.
Absolutely. We've got 724.
But anyways, regardless of his skill as a player and his personality, I will say the one thing that Red Love did for the community was produce Redlock. Redlock for the community was probably like the biggest thing that was non-UCS. Because everyone at the time was like involved with it in terms of like actively playing it. It fell off a bit with the, you know, eventually it fell off in terms of interest because obviously Pokemon Unite just got boring for some people. But in its prime, it was like,
in the top path right here, just having a 1v1 with the Regieleki as the scores are going in bottom.
I mean, looks like Draken able to get past the Rock Tomb. Kea not so fortunate. However, the delay was not really worth much here as Slash is still trying to babysit this bottom path. But look at Anemo is sitting in the central area of Luminosity as Luminosity has the Regieleki hit, and they really need to whittle down this gold zone straight in. Here's Draken with a deep engage. Buzzwole Unite is out as well. They're on the backside. Otter is getting beat down, and now we just popped the Emerald two-step. Didn't really catch anyone, but it gives them enough sustain to keep pushing. Overlord goes down, Chaos Streak a 2 for Anemo, and now Trainer has to dual win beat 4 players. Are you kidding me?
Wow. Beautiful follow me, by the way, from Kea right
Nice.
there. That was perfect. Catching Overlord. They caught them in the tall grass, made sure they were not able to get out and pick up another KO. Peru in a powerful position right here. Zionus in some trouble.
oh, he lived. That is so lucky.
That was just a win. Popping the Unite move, kind of that Mega Man-like shot, and able to run away without getting knocked out is just another ounce of value Peru was able to squeeze out of LG.
We can see
I played it once. I played in Redlock once. Oh my god. Oh my Lord Jesus. Oh! Did he get hyper beamed?
Beating up Slash with Draken in tow. They're putting tons of damage on, and now we're rubble rousing. Slash trying to X-scissor through, replaces 2. Trainer is trying to get in there and cause some damage. The goal zone stays at 2. The Razor Leaf is pulled back in. Rock Tomb is down, actually boxing out Trainer. The pressure continues.
Bro, Draken needs to get his Unite move, man. Give him some experience. Jesus. Like, it's triggering me seeing a pile swine at the 5-minute mark.
Able to bring the team back here in this fight. Peru is looking to make them use it as they push towards this Reg Ice. Actually, just allowing Anemo to score and not engaging.
Valuing the 26 over cap and the score lead here, over 100 for Peru, and I like that call. Safely get your Leafeon's pockets empty and get yourself in a strong win.
Oh yeah, but like when it came to Reddit, sorry, not Reddit Court, Redlock, I played on it once. I played it on, I streamed it too. And it was like, like I said, I think people's standards are just really low. Because when I played on it, it was like the worst experience ever. This shit, that shit took forever, bro. Like, I kid you not, like, I felt like my life was just being sucked away waiting for, like, everyone to get drafted into teams and then playing the game.
Maybe it's time for that rekindling flame, but no, they go down before it's used.
Wow, I mean, Peru is so in this series, it's incredible. Up against Luminosity right here. 115-222 as they take another objective. This is going to walk towards LG, but it looks like Peru recognizes there's a lot that they need to do on the map. Luminosity trying to make a counter push in the bottom path here, but it looks like Peru has snuffed that out. They're pushing them back away from this goal zone.
Nice little box out position here. Just their presence is enough for Luminosity to lead.
These guys need a farm, man. It's nice that they want to, like, they're doing okay. They're doing good. Like, they got a lead. You know, the game is close. The issue is they're not farming. Like, Buzzwole is just falling behind. Like, he's level 11. Armarouge needs to get level 13. Leafeon's okay. Draken on Peru is always underleveled no matter what.
Yeah, if LG is taking quick inventory of who's here, they
like, I don't even understand why they're here. Like, they're not gonna be able to do anything.
Big time back cap here, so now they know that they get this Regirock for free. You immediately see LG pivoting to try and get these points in because nobody's going to be there to stop them. And although they are still behind,
it would, like, honestly, it would have been better if Clefable and Mamoswine just went to back cap with the rest of the team.
To Peru, putting more points on the scoreboard, basically taking a play out of LG's book. This is what Luminosity loves to do.
The one scary thing is, if it comes down to a 50-50, they got Blaziken for the secure. So they need to be very mindful about how they play this endgame out. The good thing is, though, is that they actually have a significant point lead. So
Luminosity is going to need to
they just
find
have to
a good
play
fight
smart.
instead of the other way around. 3 seconds until Rayquaza. We have Peru just trying to figure out where Luminosity is. Anemo running around the side, seeing if they can move in for a fight, while we have Overlord chipping at Rayquaza. No one's starting the engagement just yet. Leafeon waiting for the perfect moment.
I think they know where Overlord is, but the call hasn't been made just yet. We're trying to get somebody to focus in the wrong way so they can pounce. They still don't know where. And Otter just found an Nemo. That's actually a big site. Now they have full information right now, Sprague.
Beautiful information here. Slash up into the air. They decide not to move forward.
They know when Nemo's there. That's the thing.
Huge X Scissor into the rock. 2 follow-up Scissor or Unite is out. And immediately Dragon is dealt with. 4 players in an instant. LG took the fight. Anemo's the only one left standing. Emerald 2-step does catch 1. But the chase is on. Rekindling Flame pops up and gets back Trainer. Rayquaza's going to be LG's, but they still need to close that score gap. However, plate full of burgers right in front of them.
Look at that delete button from Luminosity. The Crustal Unite with the eject button, pushing them forward into the team, stunning them, then into that X Scissor, and that was it for them. Luminosity just ran through the.
They just got chain CC'd.
Peru in a beautiful.
Like all the skills just stacked on, like they all got caught out.
Still though, 433, 324, but with multiple members of Peru still down, it looks like LG is going to be able to continue scoring.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what the shields are looking like. Crustle certainly has theirs as well. Getting more points in 601, 324, 25 seconds left. I think this one's done.
Yeah, this game's over.
Peru is rinsed here in game 3. I mean, again, Otter Slash coming through.
Yeah.
That, I mean, you talked about the rock. Coming through.
Yeah.
That, I mean, try and drag tempos.
Starting it just yet.
Yeah, we big time
them to around. Overlord chipping.
Get somebody to focus in the wrong way so they can pounce. They still don't know where. And Otter just found an Nemo. That's actually a big site. Now they have full information right now, Sprague.
Beautiful information here. Slash up into the air. They decide not to move forward with this fight here, but Mewtwo.
So what happened was, Draken's trying to engage. He went past his team. Rock Tomb behind, like it was a good Rock Tomb. Then Slash ejected United, stuns them, X scissors them as well. And then they got stunned. Scyther pops their Unite move. Mewtwo pops their Unite move. Because they're so close to each other, like when Mewtwo unites, every single person gets targeted once. But when you're clumped together, like when you're basically like in, how should I phrase this? When you're close enough to the opposing or your teammates' like area, and they get tagged by the Mewtwo Unite move, the damage stacks. It's not like you're getting hit once. You can get hit multiple times based on how many people are nearby. On top of that, like the radius, you can see the circle radius from the Unite move. Like, it's just that much bigger and hard to avoid because, well, everyone's like clumped together. And then like the word, like not even just that as well, but like the moment Anemo got spotted by Otter the first time, he should have just left. He should have repositioned. Because now, like, he leaves and then he goes back to the same spot. And it's like, there's no point going into this bush because no matter what, the people are going to see you. Like, they know you're there. Also, Mamoswine fucked up their skill as well. Which is why I don't like Mamoswine. And it's the way they play it. Like, so they're going for the Earthquake. They jump, but they miss the character. Like, I don't know who they were going for, but they started their skill animation, they ejected, and then they ended up in the Rayquaza pit. They got hit by the Rayquaza. And then they're forced to Unite move, but they're barely doing anything. I'm pretty sure they got killed by the Mewtwo Unite move as well. But, you know, they're really dead set on playing this team comp. Like, they need to try something else because, like, this team comp is just not working anymore.
Luminosity locking in Suicune.
I love this for LG. I think that's a great reaction and a good read on what Peru is trying to limit, what they're trying to do. Luminosity taking the pole position here, up a game in our semifinals to try and qualify for the grand
The
final.
Ho-Oh would be a really good pickup.
Draken has to nab the Ho-Oh now, otherwise they know what's going on the side of Luminosity, and we have the Scyther in play.
I mean, this is pretty great for Peru. They were able to take Ho-Oh and Scyther. These are two picks that Luminosity has been doing very well with. However, we have a steal back the other way, saying, all right, fine, you get the Scyther, you get the Ho-Oh. Yep. We are going to take this Armarouge away because it is so dang difficult for us to deal with, and Curios wants to keep using Mewtwo. Why? Curios feels like silently just continuing to carry through the matches, all of the auto attacks, all of the damage from Mewtwo.
They pick Cram.
I don't know what to say about this. I gotta say I love to see it. I can't wait to see what happens with Cram. 14% pick rate? Where have I been?
Not watching these games, just like me apparently. Zainu's grabbing Cran with confidence, by the way. That was just, boom, it's on, it's locked in. Let's press A on these guys. Tempo rounding out this draft with a potential gutter pick Blaziken. And then we have to assess what we got going on in this draft, brother. And I can't say that I only have my eyes on Cramorant right now.
Yeah, I mean, Cram is the most interesting thing in this draft, obviously. The other interesting thing about this is their tournament is on the line. The World Championships are on the line right now, and they are putting their energy behind the bird. I don't know what to say about it. I want to see it do well. I want to see us go to a Game 5 right here. This is very unexpected.
Listen, fortune favors the bold. LG, with their tournament life on the line, queued up a score comp and managed to muscle out Nouns from this.
You know what's funny?
Peru.
Against the against the team comp that Peru are facing right now, I don't think Cram is the worst thing ever. Funnily enough, I don't think Cram is great by any means, but against this team comp, it's not the worst thing ever. Because the thing is, like, you know, the Unite move hurts. If they position properly and they get a good Unite move off, like, that can shred their entire team. And they have no sustain either. Like, they have whatever self-sustain, but
But I love seeing some early damage going to an enemy team. Cram getting really aggressive and zoning out an entire area and picking up some KOs at the same time. I cannot wait to see how they play it. And obviously for them, it needs to be great because this could be their final game. Luminosity, your purple team, up 2 games in our best of 5 to 1 game from Peru, your orange team. The winner of this match, if it is LG, moves on to the grand finals once again.
The bottom path, we've got 2 good early Pokemon on each side of the board here as they're jockeying for position and trying to get some contested.
Cram going to get rolled by Buzzy. Well, Cram shouldn't be that close to Buzzwole to begin with. Like, regardless of what moveset you go, you should outrange the Buzzwole.
Away from some of this so that they can get a secure right here, and they do. They are able to secure that. Obviously, they have a much easier job than securing on the other side. We see Otter and Overlord in the top path, trying to get all of their experience, get Overlord to that 5. Anemo not able to make a KO happen. His trainer's actually playing that Armarouge in the central area.
Yeah, I mean, get past Charcadet into Armarouge, and maybe we'll see something else spin into the middle. Who knows? Maybe, maybe not. Doesn't necessarily matter. What they were able to do, though, is react well to a changeup from Peru. And now, well, those birds didn't last but a moment here, but it's enough. 3v2, they're putting the pressure on. Zynus has to fade backwards. Draken is trying to get some space, but at least some points are going to go in for Luminosity. The counter punch on top, though, for Peru, not successful.
Yeah, Peru not able to make much happen in the top path. LG, the only point scored is Scyther's coming.
Bro, what is Anemo doing?
Like they were trying to catch it, but they're caught.
Bro, Anemo's trolling, bro. His positioning in this series has been so off. Like, his team is, like, resetting. You know that there were 3 people bottom because you should have saw them, or at the very least, even if you didn't see them, your team should communicate that. This guy's walking into the pixel, like, the L bush on their side of the map. I don't know what you expected to happen. That's horrendous. And the thing is, like, their bottom lane actually held the lane. And despite, you know, the 3v2, they're not giving up kills.
Contesting over the 8-minute birds in the middle. Over-pressurized is Peru here with more players. Tempo on the backside, good damage on Otter, but not enough for a KO quite yet.
Yeah, Otter obviously able to use that light screen in a really impressive way, create some distance right there and peel away from that fight. Tempo, if they were left to their devices, would just be able to rip through them with that damage from Zacian. As we are getting ready for another fight in the top path, again, Buzzwell's still only level 5, so they have been able to take a lot of experience away from the all-rounder in the top path.
Yeah, that's terrific, and you can't forget that Peru is trying to get... Okay, going right back in. Overlord is low, light screen creates separation and space, and now Tempo can't convert on the knockout. Tempo's low on HP, but we're back under the burst. Reposition is Anemo and knocked out by the E-Ball from Otter. Zynus is getting low. The frame rate doesn't have enough in the tank. E-Ball right after they step on pad, so they survive.
Oh man, Anemo, man. Anemo is not having a good game.
Looking to take this objective. Peru is planning to either fight or defend it right here. Zynus moving forward, trying to get a KO on Kyrios.
Yeah, I mean, good damage on Kyrios. Regieleki kind of going uncontested. E-Ball secure. We'll see if the follow-up is actually...
They cannot hold this. They should not even try to hold this. They just leave.
Seeing what's going on with Peru. Regieleki hits pretty easily, and it's... I mean, that goal zone's gone, right? They didn't care what the overcap was. They're going to keep this push continuing, at least showing signs that they might.
Yeah, and they were able to take a good fight in the bottom path, take that objective. Now they have that Regirock buff, so they didn't give up everything in the top path there, but the goal zone is gone as Luminosity is looking to pounce on Peru.
Oh, they set the trap, and it can't quite get triggered there. Peru sensing something's up, just fade away and aren't willing to play ball. Anemo, though, lurking in the shadows, looking for an opportunity.
Yeah, as we only have one member of Luminosity down here, and we are moving forward right now, trying to take this goal zone. Here comes Kyrios to try to defend.
Perfect timing, Mega Mewtwo Y. They're going to lay in a ton of damage. Anemo's at half HP. Here comes Trainer, clean up the trap.
Bro, I don't know what Anemo's doing, man. Like, this guy's making it so hard for his team. And Hoopa is in the wrong spot. Hoopa should not be top lane. Like, you defending the goal against another support is like the last thing you should be worrying about. It's not even the Cram pick per se. Like, it's not great, but it's... Anemo's just playing awful. It's gonna be Zeta LG final. Like, if they continue playing this way, which is like the next 5 minutes, I mean, you're gonna have yourself a short game.
Almost level 11 right now, and the higher and higher this thing gets, the more difficult it's going to be for Peru to take it down.
Decent attempt there by Peru, but it's not enough, as Otter does a decent job with the Surf, setting up Overlord for a two-piece.
Yeah, Otter's Mew is unbelievable. I mean, he's playing it in such a fantastic way. He just sets up so many plays for the team, so difficult to take this thing down. Overlord maybe overextending here, but being saved by the squad.
I mean, great Mewtwo Y Unite, good reaction time by Luminosity, and the fact that Overlord gets out of that is just cherry on top of the sundae. Otter just keeping an eye. I don't think they're going to contest too hard. Just do their best with the light screens and everything that Mew has in their kit. Buys some time, but not quite enough, as Luminosity gives it up and starts...
Okay, that's not bad.
Nice score here.
That is not bad.
And they're going to get this objective. However, this Regieleki, no. Beautiful defense here in this top path. Looks like everything is good for Peru. They might be able to get the secure of this Regirock. However, Slash down in that bottom path, really trying to stop this Scyther right here. We're going to see if they are able to get...
Bro, move the camera to the bottom lane. There's an objective. Oh my lord. Like, camera guy falling asleep.
Here comes Kyrios to try and help them out. They are successful. Meanwhile, Otter was sitting on top, preventing that Hoopa from getting any points.
Okay, Anemo got the objective, so I'll give him a pass on that death, because obviously trading 1 kill for a Regirock is worth it. But at the same time, they're dying to a level 9 Suicune and someone else. It's like they're giving up experience. It's not good. It's not good, but like, it was worth it in that specific situation.
Moments like this, they're able to take them down throughout this entire season. They have had the best run that any team in the Unite Championship Series has ever had, and they want to cement that with their World Championship victory. In front of them is Peru.
When your jungler is...
In the next 3 minutes, they could be locking in...
Not including the supports, when your jungler is the lowest level in the game, or tied for the lowest level, that's when you know things are down bad. Especially when you're playing a speedster.
Those three and the World champion.
I guess I know technically it's an all-rounder, but Scyther plays more like a speedster than an all-rounder.
One more time this year.
Yeah, and of course they would have to run into what looks like the unstoppable Zeta division out of Japan.
Well, we'll find out whether we get a full series or...
We still have another match of Pokemon Unite to finish right here. Maybe two if Peru can pull out a victory. Hopefully they can make something happen with this Cramorant. I feel like it's been a bit of a non-factor in this match compared to maybe some of the other picks that they could have brought in. But we're heading towards a Rayquaza fight. Peru is behind, but they have a lot of ways to win this thing.
A lot of great tools, you know, Zacian can secure.
They don't need to force anything. The game is close. Like, I don't want... If I were Peru, like, you don't need to do anything crazy. You got a Hoopa. You have a Ho-Oh for defense or, like, you know, defensive play.
Is up, but by under 100 points, and I don't think LG wants to rip Ray right now, but they are moving forward, trying to find Peru.
That was huge. Mewtwo Y Unite to stop the Scyther score and delay them being able to get back into the mix. They might be able to pick up Zainus. Zainus is low on HP. You wanted to pick up a target there. The portal is down. The reset is still existing. Hoopa has their Unite as well.
I don't know. I think this play was great for Peru, actually.
Oh, that is huge. That is huge. Take the fight. Take the... Play aggressive. Take the fight. This... Okay, this is like... Take the fight, 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 take the fight! They played smart. They actually did something smart.
Luminosity thought they had the angles covered, but alas, they did not. And Peru is pushing this Luminosity team for the limit for the first time that these two teams have squared off.
We are heading to a game.
Game 5.
You know, Cramorant with the triple KO right there. Beautiful plays from Peru after they got that catch in the Rayquaza pit. But a lot of this, Doobsnack, is because of Hoopa. Hoopa allowed...
I won't lie to you, though. I think LG drafted very poorly this game. I'm not saying that because they lost. Like, their comp is just weird. You have 3 attackers. Technically, like, Mew is their support, but... Like, technically 3 attackers and then 2 all-rounders. You have no real frontline. You have no support.
Not every single member of their team KO.
Yeah, it's a pretty easy box to check here, especially when you're getting knockouts on the fly. Peru Unite rebounding well against the 2-time world champions in Luminosity Gaming, and now we are going to a Game 5.
That's right.
Game 5, guys. Alright, guys, I'm gonna go use the restroom. This is like the only time I'll be able to use the restroom very quickly. I suggest you guys do the same. Go grab a snack. We'll be back in, like, you know, less than 5 minutes if they start the game right away.
In the tournaments these days, all of a sudden pulls off a huge victory here and takes us to the closest series between these two squads all year.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen great value out of the Cram Unite, right? It was kind of being used, scattershot here and there, setting it up right in the middle of the Ray pit when your team's going straight for it, forcing Luminosity contend because you just put a bunch of points in. Great look.
Yeah, this was pretty incredible here. Luminosity had a really strong game throughout most of this. In fact, it really wasn't until sort of that final 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 30 seconds that things started to come together for Peru.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking back, I thought the Unite was clever. The Mewtwo Y Unite was clever to stop the score, and I think what Kyrios was thinking is that as soon as they went to score, the rings would go unbound, so they would be able to stop them and have them either have to decide to come through or score. But the Hoopa Unite was sandbagged just long enough so they could get the value, and Anemo getting the nod as MVP. Scizor has never been on our screen this much, ever.
It's true. You know, it was stolen away by LG, and it looks like that was actually a pretty huge steal, right? Because this is a comfort pick for the side of Peru, and they play very well with it. I think the one Pokemon I did not expect to see at all, of course, Cramorant making its way into this match, having an incredible fight at Rayquaza. It did do a lot of damage. It had a beautiful knock-up on that Hurricane right into its Unite move as we are heading in to our final draft. First ban from Luminosity is going to be the Ho-Oh. Over to Peru, it's the Charizard. Now Suicune banned out by LG. final ban here for Peru. A lot can be decided in our draft. These drafts have actually looked...
All right, game 5, guys. Game 5. Last game of the day. Last game of the day. One person's moving on. One person's going home. If there's ever a time to play, like LG, you better lock in.
Making some weird and unique picks. We see Ho-Oh ban, Suicune ban. Both of those are out. Charizard and Latios. Peru has not changed up their bans at all so far. They are very comfortable with where they're at, or at least they're...
Bro, Peru should be picking their defender and the support.
In this moment, we wait with bated breath.
Yeah, it's really the question here. How do they want to play it? And they do end up taking the Scyther, as well as we're cycling through, seeing what they want. They take their Crustle. Okay. Interesting pick right here. Man, this is something that they knew Luminosity was going to try to bring out in this game. However, with the Snorlax already chosen, I kind of doubt it. Maybe hiding a few picks for later in the draft.
Yeah, I believe so. Blissey, Mewtwo, Y.
You know what's weird? It said 0 seconds, and they were still cycling through their picks. I feel like that timer's off. Is it not?
Go that direction. So Tempo and Zainus is really where this thing is given texture here, which way they go. Quickly grabbed is the Zacian, and Zainus switching with Kea to give them the Hoopa, which honestly, like you said last game, difference maker.
I love this draft so far from Peru. It feels like the strongest that they have had. I think the Crustle is a great pick. I think their Hoopa play was pretty fantastic. Deciding to take the Leafeon here for Luminosity, that could be really interesting. Trainer's Leafeon is unbelievable. Overlord back on the Blaziken, which feels like a really strong choice for him. Final pick now.
I mean, if Peru wins, my predictions are Jover, man. My predictions are Jover.
Nowhere to be found, let it be known. Before it was hotly contested. Now it's on the sideline. Blastoise rounds out this draft. And Luminosity going with just pure power. I don't know if there's any collective synergy here, right? They're just going best kind of in class almost.
Yeah.
On the other side of Peru, lots of comfort, a lot of things we've seen success with. You know, you're talking about the Scyther, you're talking about the Hoopa. Of course, the Crustle from Draken is a unique look here for at least our semifinals. We're in game 5. This could go tit for tat here, back and forth, without a doubt.
I'm really excited about this draft. I mean, we're seeing some really interesting changes between these two squads. It's interesting that earlier, Luminosity in their game against Nouns was ready to throw a score comp at them, but against Peru, I think they want to take these fights. They feel pretty confident against this squad, and outside of kind of how wild Rayquaza went for them last match, I think they had a great game against them. But Peru is throwing some different looks here in our final game.
Yo, NA are slow bro haters. It's confirmed, guys. NA slow bro haters.
Peru has ever been to beating Luminosity on the big stage. Is today their day? Is Anaheim their place?
Game number 5. Luminosity, your purple team. Peru unite, your orange team. One game separates these two teams from the grand finals at Championship Sunday tomorrow. Can Peru break the curse? Can they take down the giants that are LG? Or will Luminosity be one step closer?
So much for Slowbro shining tonight. Bro, Slowbro. Or Slowbro, man. Locked in jail forever.
Is good early, but it's tough in the face of these two Pokemon. Quick little engagement, so Tempo backs right back out. Knocked out is Kyrios.
Yeah, here we go. Nice little KO right there. As we see them moving forward, Anemo looking for another KO right here. The Combuskin coming online for Luminosity.
They needed that one early, right? They committed that rotation. If Overlord doesn't get that, they're in a very difficult spot here in the early stages.
We can see Trainer hiding in the tall grass, but they're going to be found by the Hoopa right now. A lot of information over to the side of Peru. A lot of experience here over to the side of Peru, as well as they pick up the KO on Combuskin.
Oh my god, Anemo! He got the reset. That was huge.
Here we go, just continuing this push right here, looking for another one on.
Oh, but then you do that, man. Come on. Anemo. I don't know what's up with you, my guy. You just, like, take the lead. You just got picked up 3 kills. It's even worse because he got the experience for 3 kills worth of players, and then he just dies for nothing.
Here in this bottom
And like it's avoidable too. It's not like yeah. I get triggered when I see stuff, man.
Buskin not exactly where they want to be, right? As we see Slash trying to push them away from this portal, they head back. Anemo looking for the KO. Meanwhile, all the experience over to Luminosity.
That was really well done. If they can get out without getting knocked out, that's going to be
huge, 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 huge. Oh my God, the rock tomb. Yo, Peru are gassing, man. Oh my God, Peru! Where were you guys this season? Where were you guys this series?
Picking up some points, missing with the dual wing beat, having to peel away from this goal. Zyno's still level 6, not yet a Blastoise, still a War Turtle here in the bottom path.
Yeah, Curious right there. If they would have overstepped Draken, ready to set the trap, screening off from those birds. So Luminosity's going to take the ones up top.
And we can see Otter here with the Egg Bomb. We saw how potent that was earlier in the match against Nouns. Obviously, this is a soft-boiled Egg Bomb. Blissey able to provide a lot of healing to the squad, as well as some huge, secure, and disruptive moments.
Yeah, and Blissey kind of a strong pick in Hoopa, right? We've seen Egg Bomb prevent portal resets over and over and over again, and that might be a critical component here in this game 5. Stepping up, overheat, taken by the...
Man, that is huge. They even got that away from Overlord as well. Like the objective itself is not like, yeah, they're winning both sides of the map. That's huge.
Possibly move in here. This being ripped apart very quickly by LG.
Trying to trap Trainer again, and now Overlord kind of gets sawed out with the spin pump coming out from...
Oh my word! Oh my days!
Luminosity is looking in dire straits right now.
Yeah, Luminosity having some trouble right here, but they do stop them from scoring.
Bro, they put their foot on the gas and the car's not stopping. It doesn't matter if they crash into a pedestrian, they're just gonna keep on going, man.
Things going pretty well for them, but Luminosity does have some strong scaling Pokemon that are now online. It takes a while for that Blaziken to get good. Now it's level 9. It is well within range of being able to carry in some huge ways. However, on the other side, a level 11 Zacian and a level 9 Blastoise.
Draken, don't do it.
I mean, Blastoise is going to be a problem, right? A good Hydro Typhoon is going to spell disaster for Luminosity. They need to play this very smart moving forward. A little bit of scaling in Blaziken.
Okay, and Peru are in a good spot right now, guys. Like, it seems very obvious, but they're in a good spot. They're up on levels. They're up on points. Obviously, LG are going to try to find a way to get back into the game. What are they going to do? They're going to try to play the map better than them. There's no farm on the map. So realistically, you're playing defender. You're playing defense on your pads. You're waiting for something to happen. You just have to make those micro decisions and make sure that you're where you need to be and you're marking your player. Like if you're playing support, for example, you're making sure that you're on the same side of the support unless you're making a proactive play on the map. Like if I'm like defender, I'm making sure I can see the other defender on the other map or on the opposing team.
Using this portal to bring the team down to the bottom path right here, actually send 2 up to take Reggie Alecki.
The big time hot swap. Kea goes down, the rest of the team goes up. Registeel is going to be down, and you have the rings unbound to protect the goal zone. What is LG going to do? Are they going to collapse and let Curios defend up top by themselves? They are. Rings are in fact unbound. You can't pretend like you aren't surprised that that's happening. And finally, 2 players roll through. Curios A-pressing down the other way and dealing good damage, but not finding...
They're still doing really well. They haven't given up any kills. They traded bottom for top. That's fine. They didn't give up bottom. They only scored 2 points.
They're way up right now, and they knew that at any moment they could bring the team down using Hoopa.
Realistically, what they need to be concerned about is going into the last 2 minutes and making sure that LG don't cheese the Rayquaza. They have a lot of upfront bursts. They have Secure with Overlord. They have Unite move with Trainer plus the Razor Leaf combo.
Players are rolling through. Back up is Draken, trying to figure out what's going on here. As Luminosity is laying some traps.
Like, this is anyone's game. Like, LG can still win it, but Peru are in a very good spot right now. If they were to make a play, it would have to be now before, like, it's time for Rayquaza. But it doesn't look like LG are interested in trying to do anything gimmicky.
Down right now by almost 200 100 points. Luminosity in some trouble right here, but all of this XP is going to be great for them.
Yeah, 199 points separate these two squads. Experience is critical, but that score line's got to make you nervous.
Yeah, very much so. Even if they're able to get Rayquaza, if they're only able to put a couple of full dunks in there, they'd be up by a single point, which means Peru could peel off and score and make a lot of different plays. And we've seen them be very aggressive with these at Ray, especially with Hoopa on their side. It gives them this ability, so they might be up by more than 200 when you really think about the math there.
That's without a doubt. Already staging, already gathering information are these two squads, and it looks like Luminosity sees their route to victory through the basement Reggie. Heavy slam by Slash on the backside. A trainer using the Emerald.
Oh.
How are they gonna adjust off this?
They should not fight. They should not risk dying for that. That's not worth it. Anemo's dead. You know Leafeon burned their Unite move.
We've got 20 seconds till Ray with the Leafeon Unite missing.
Wow, Leafeon Unite is gone, but they're scoring in the top half, bringing them up to 86 points. They will not have their Unite.
They fumbled a bit right there. They fumbled a little.
As they are gathering around this central area here. And Nemo coming back, huge heavy slam by Slash, pushing them forward with the block. However, they're going to head back through the hyperspace hole and reset.
The portal being down early is big. Can they find a KO before it comes up? Respawn Rick.
Why are they flipping it?
Straight into the middle. Hydro Typhoon kicks up and Nemo's low. U2 Unite Ray plays with us.
Oh my god!
Peru's moment. They're going to score. They're up by 150 points. And it's going to get even bigger as Luminosity Gaming is going to get bucked out of this competition. 3-peat is no longer a reality for them. Peru Unite looking to wear the crown for the first time as they march on down.
My predictions! My predictions! No! LG, you chokers! You NA first to airport chokers! How could you do this to me? I believed in you! Oh my god, bro. Oh my lord. I believed. My predictions are chalked. I wanted my free in-game jersey, guys. I lost my jersey.
Season out of LG, but every hero must be replaced, and Peru Unite is more than happy to wear that mantle as they run to the middle to start doing their
no, guys. Oh. I don't care that LG lost. I care that they ruined my predictions. I'm a loser. Guys, I'm a loser. I got it wrong. I can't call myself the prophet anymore. I was so close. I was so close. Oh my lord.
Well done. You know, for kind of what seemed to be their Achilles heel in Luminosity games,
bro.
They finally figured it out. They stayed true to themselves.
You know what though? They deserve to win though. I will give them that. The start of the series looked very LG favored, but then as the games went on, alright guys, here's my opinion. Here's my take on it. Okay, so the beginning of the series looked like it was very LG sided. Honestly, like the way it was going, I thought LG was probably gonna, you know, maybe 3-1 the series. But in one game, I think LG drafted horrendously. So the first game that they lost was unfortunate. Yeah, so the first game that LG lost, it was unfortunate because I think it was a Rayquaza flip. The second game they lost was a horrendous drafting from LG. Like, I'm sorry to say, like, the triple attacker and the double all-rounder, like, it was a horrible team comp against what they were facing. And then the third loss, which is this loss, my god, I don't know where you guys were the entire earlier of the series. Like, I don't know where this Peru gaming was in the first 4 games, but in the 5th game, all of a sudden, they went Need for Speed, put in the nitrous oxide in their car, And then, my god, they just went zooming. They went Vin Diesel on their asses, man. Like they put on their Fast and Furious plot armor. They locked the fuck in. But yeah, like, they deserve, like, in the... Not this game, the last game. The last game, it was still a bit shaky. I mean, yeah, for sure.
4 times.
I mean, the series is over. We know what happened. So let's watch the team play. Let's see what happened.
4 times? 4 times in this grand. That's without a doubt. Already staging, already gathering information are these 2 squads. And it looks like Luminosity sees their route to victory through the basement Reggie. Heavy slam by Slash on the backside. A trainer using the Emerald 2-step and finding a...
Yeah, this right here, though, I'll be honest with you. I think Trainer kind of inted with this play right here. Because, yeah, you're, like... Yeah, you're getting some, like comeback experience, but you're ulting a full 30 seconds before Quaza. Now, here's the thing, guys. I say this, if you're ulting before Quaza, you better make damn sure that whatever you're ulting for transitions to that Rayquaza or a very dominant lead where you can kind of, like, chill for a bit. The thing is, ulting at 230, or uniting, if you prefer, yeah, you got the Scyther, but the Scyther's still gonna spawn way before Rayquaza's up. Like, you'll see, 32 seconds before Rayquaza, Scyther's dead for 19 seconds. Not to mention, they have a Hoopa as well. So normally, when people die before Rayquaza and they spawn, they take a couple of seconds to reposition themselves by taking the spring and jumping over to wherever they need to go. That doesn't apply, that doesn't apply here because they have a Hoopa. So as long as Hoopa doesn't die preemptively, they just pop their Unite move in a good spot, and then Scyther can just, snap of a finger, blink to the Hoopa unbound portal. So I think this is just a bad Unite move on the side of Trainer.
Registeel's getting worked on. Slash with the heavy slam block combo right on the backside of a rock tube. We've got 20 seconds till...
They were playing really aggressive here. I do think that they could have prevented... Instead of trying to kill the Snorlax on a 5v4, or sorry, a 4v4, I do think that they should have portaled back to prevent Leafeon from scoring. Because you prevent them from scoring, but also you prevent them from getting Unite energy from the score itself. So I think they could have Hoopa portaled to the top. But anyways, Scyther's up now.
As they are gathering around this central area here. And Nemo coming back, huge heavy slam by Slash, pushing them forward with the block. However, they're going to head back through the hyperspace hole and reset.
The portal being down early is big. Can they find it?
Bros. Like, okay, I thought it was LG pulling it, but Zacian was in the pit. He metal clawed over the wall, or like, I don't know if he... So I couldn't really see. But he either play roughed or metal clawed over the wall, and he took the Rayquaza to less, like, it's at half HP. You can see it right now. That's crazy. Okay, maybe 60%, okay? 60%, I think that's a little bit more fair. But, like, he's pulling it in front of 5 LG members. That right there is crazy to me. Like, I mean, if you want to take risks like that, by all means. I would not recommend that, especially with a Blaziken on your side. But at the same, like, on the opposing side, I mean. But, like, I mean, it worked out in their favor, and it paid off. But, like, my god, this is, like... It's not even, like, the end game is just very stressful. Because now everyone's just focusing on Rayquaza, making sure they try to flip this shit and secure it on their side. Like, Leafeon's getting stunned by the Crustle Unite move. The Hoopa's outside of the pit. Scyther's trying to focus Kyrios right here. There's the Mewtwo Unite move. Bro, look at the Zacian Unite move. That Zacian Unite move didn't even secure that. That chunked it by, like, 10% and leaves it at, like, 5. I can't even see the HP bar anymore because of the freaking overlay. But, like, okay, wait. I'm gonna play it back in slow motion. Hold on.
Can they find a KO before it comes up? Respawn Rayquaza's getting worked on.
Okay, I'll play from slow motion from here. I'm trolling. Okay. They're still hitting it, by the way. Still hitting it. At this point, only one person died, and that's Otter on the Mew. So all 9 people, 9 out of 10 people in this game are still up. Oh, sorry, not Otter. Freaking, Trainer. Sorry, my mistake. Trainer died. I can't even see what's secured. That's the thing. There's so many animations overlapping with each other that I genuinely don't know what secured it. Like, it's still up at this point, still up at that point. It just died right here. I mean, you know, Anemo clutched up in the game that mattered. I'm not gonna lie, I'll stand on, I'll stand by it. He was playing horribly this series, but then in the last game, he popped off. He had one hiccup in the early game, but when it mattered the most, he reappeared.
In the semifinals, game number 5 of this best of 5. Peru never out of this thing, continuing to push forward throughout this competition.
Crazy, guys. Crazy.
Championship title, and all of it is, of course, in that arena. And they did that for us. Just big crowds for us to get gassed up, for these teams to get ready, and also feel great.
Well, this has been incredible, but it is not done. We have one more amazing match ahead of us. That is tomorrow at Grand Finals for the Pokemon Unite World Championships. Thank you all for watching today. And
Japan versus what? Latam?
I will see you here tomorrow. Do not go anywhere. We have to take a quick break. We have to find out where this
Look, guys.
Truly, I don't know. You don't go anywhere. Pokemon.
This is... Let me put it to you this way, guys. This should be a very humbling experience for North America as a whole. And not just North America, this should be EU. Alright? You think about it, you need to think about it logically like this. LG, without a doubt, was the best team from North America this year. They proved that they are still, despite the fact that they lost, they're still the most dominant NA team. Alright? So, think about it like this. When you have a Latin American team beating out... Now, you can't even... whether you want to call it luck, whether you want to call it skill diff, whatever your reasoning is, the fact that a Latam team took out NA's #1, and they're a #1 team that is significantly better than the rest of the NA rosters that are currently... out of all the NA representatives, it's LG, OJ, and then whatever order you want to order the other 3. Considering the other 3 teams didn't do great, I don't even think they picked up a match. I mean, it goes without saying, they just didn't have a good tournament. Unfortunately, I never even got to see... I wish I got to see the NA matches from version 1 and Revelation and Unique Coaching, because I think I saw one from Unique Coaching. I never saw any matches from V1 or Revelation, because they never played any on stream, period. So that's kind of unfortunate. I don't know if they have footage of that somewhere, but yeah, I wish they would have showcased that. But yeah, the point I'm trying to make before I lose my train of thought is they should be broadening their horizons. They need to be looking at gameplay other than themselves. It's very obvious now. If it wasn't obvious before, the other regions are not as bad as NA thought they were going into this tournament. I promise you, I guarantee you that before the World Championship started, NA probably were on an ego trip and they thought to themselves that they are the best region by a country mile. Obviously, LG recognized that Japanese teams are good, and they are. All of them put in work this tournament. They all made day 2, I think. And then, although the majority of them lost, Zeta's still going. They're going to play for #1 tomorrow. But yeah, Japan put in work. Latam was just very surprising for a lot of people. Brazil actually also put in work this tournament as well. Am I reading the schedule thing right? LG gonna fight Santos off stream for 3rd? I assume so. I assume so. I'm not 100% sure though. But yeah, I mean, like, yeah, I'm sure NA players or the NA region collectively probably thought to themselves that they are the best region by far. It was probably going to be like a relatively easy tournament. And then when the tournament starts, they got rolled into the ground. Like, and it's not, you can't even say it's like, you know, it was unlucky, because at the end of the day, they play 2 to 3 different teams at least, like 2 teams minimum, 3 teams at most. And if they're all getting clobbered into the ground, as in they're not even picking up a game, yeah, I mean, the point is just, hopefully they do their research if they're competing next year, assuming they even make it into Worlds next year. I imagine, I mean, like, I don't know if any new teams are going to be competing in North America, to be fair. I don't know if, like, LG or OJ are going to be staying, like, I'm pretty, like, I said this before a couple of times, but I'm pretty sure LG are probably going to have a roster shuffle, in the off-season. I don't think it's going to be the same roster, in 2026, if they're even... Oh, really? TBH, aside from LG, wasn't too keen on NA at this go-around. Feels like a lot of NA got kind of soft from the vibes.
Both trainers 2 wins away from Championship Sunday, the first in the arena next.
Oh, I might as well watch this. It's the finals. I know you guys don't watch Pokemon Go, but it's the finals, so I'm gonna watch this. I might as well just chill.
In the moment, you can't think about anything else. And Beelzeboy taking just a few more moments to ponder, and I understand. Take every second you need.
Hey, I mean, you got to take it, even though everyone wants to be the champion, even though that is the end goal, you got to take it game by game. You just have to take it step by step. This is a tied series of this best of 5. Whoever wins this is in the guaranteed spot of Championship Sunday. So these trainers definitely need to have some strategy, they need to have some willpower, they need to have some strength, and we need to hop right into the battles.
Oh, the ghost types are back on the field, just like battle number 1. Galarian
Ooh.
squared up against the Shadow Annihilate. Pivot now into the Galarian Moltres, met by the Lapras. This is not a clean matchup for either one of these Pokemon. It's going to be very close.
It looks like going ahead and just getting up a ton of energy.
Ahoy.
Beelzebub is going to throw first, but there's 2 shields to comfortably hide behind. And I don't know, if I'm Beelzebub, I might be like, I want to take this matchup for sure, because I want to make sure that that Corsola goes nowhere.
Me and Chan making the Avengers? Guys,
it comes down to how many resources.
look, I'll tell you what. I might not be a player, but, like, feel free to... Guys, if you're an NA team, feel free to reach out to me to help. I will teach you guys how to draft, alright? I think NA drafting, a lot of people just don't know how to draft. So I think they said they're opening the VHC finals tomorrow with the Unite finals. Can someone confirm this so I don't miss it? I didn't hear the ending, I'll be honest with you. I was busy rewatching the team fight, so I didn't hear what the casters were saying, personally. If anyone else can confirm that. I'm gonna be streaming regardless, like whatever time it is. Whatever the time the schedule says, I'll be live for that time. And you guys gotta remember, like, yeah, they started banning Ho-Oh afterwards. I think in Game 5 and Game 4, Ho-Oh was banned, if I'm not mistaken. I know in one of their wins, Ho-Oh's, in one of Peru's wins, they had Ho-Oh, but then I think it was banned afterwards. I just don't remember if it was Game 4 or Game 5. But yeah, what I was gonna say as well is you have to remember, like, a best of 5 series or a best of 3 series, like, mentality plays a huge factor in just in those sets. So LG were up, and then they started losing, and I don't think they were able to keep their composure going towards the end. They didn't go the distance either. But like not to discredit Peru. I think Game 5 Peru is what you need. Like, okay, if you want to see a good grand finals tomorrow, Peru needs to play like the way they did in Game 5 throughout the entire series. If they can do that, you will have a great series tomorrow. If they play like games 1 to 3 and a bit of 4 tomorrow, it's gonna be a ZD stomp. Like, and I kid you not, it's like it'll be a very one-sided stomp if Peru play like that. But if you get Game 5 Peru, we'll have a competitive series. It's just, you know, unfortunately though, the one thing I regret about this tournament, I wish LG got the opportunity to play Zeta or Reject. Reject got eliminated before LG got to play them again. Like, they played them in the group stage, but they never got to play them in the single elimination. And then, of course, because LG didn't win against Peru, you don't get to see them play against Zeta. That's my only regret. Obviously, it's no one's fault, but yeah, I wish we could have, in a different reality, they would have faced each other at some point. But yeah, we got Peru and Zeta Division tomorrow, guys, and then of course, LG versus. Oh my God! Someone just said in the chat earlier too. Yeah, LG versus. I'm sorry, no, not to be rude. I just generally don't remember the name. Oh, Santos. Santos. Yes. Let's Ham team. Santos for third. Yo, you would have got an NA Japan finals, man. That would have been dope. But you know, the better team won today, guys. Like, if you're an NA fan, if you're an LG fan, of course, it sucks to see your team that you're supporting lose. But at the end of the day, it's a competition, it's a game, it's a sport. The better team's always going to win. Someone has to be a loser and someone has to be a winner. And today, it was Peru. So, you know, congrats to them. And hopefully they are able to refine their gameplay and put on a good show tomorrow.
Everyone's tired from battling all day, but you have to push through. Got to dig deep, find those reserves.
I'm gonna be honest though. One thing that's like, I don't know about you guys. Like, I know I'm streaming it like alongside with you guys, but I feel like Worlds this year happened very quickly. I don't know if you guys feel the same way. Like, yeah, I've been streaming for like 10 hours, whatever. And that is a long time, but like, I feel like the tournament itself, and like, from a broad perspective, like, it feels like it's just flying by. We're already at Grand Finals tomorrow, and after tomorrow, that's it for Competitive Unite until 2026. And I know I've said that a couple of times. It just feels surreal, I guess. It would have been quite the story, but LG fell short on the drafting. It is what it is. But by the way, I noticed a Blissey picks that went softball with ADCs. What was up with that? I wouldn't be able to tell you, personally. The thing is, like, I can only speculate, but as for why people pick that specific moveset, I can't go into the psychology or the decision-making of players in-game. Last year was past midnight? Yeah, man. It's 10:40 p.m. on my end. Hold on.
this is the best chance that you're going to have to be able to do so.
Exactly. I mean, if you think about the mechanics of the battle, it does take a turn to fire a charge attack, and if that
I personally would have preferred a double elimination. I won't lie to you. I'm fine with the round robin group stage, but after I would have preferred double elimination personally. But considering how many issues they had on broadcast, I'm talking about production issues, I'm talking about technical issues, like everything else inclusive. Considering how many issues they've had on day 1 and day 2, because they've had issues on both days, it would have taken forever. It would have taken forever. And I think they would have just not been able to finish at a reasonable time, considering they have a schedule to maintain.
I think we kind of alluded to it day 1. Pokemon Go is
Oh, also guys, part of the reason why, okay, so I kind of forgot, well, I didn't forget, but part of the reason why it felt so fast is you guys also have to remember, 6 teams didn't go to Worlds because of visa issues, and 1 was internal problems. So because 6 teams didn't play, you have to remember, every team that didn't show up, that's 3 best-of-3 series, or 2 to 3 best-of-3 series that you didn't get to see for each respective team. Because every team would play each other twice or 3 times depending on how many people are in your group. So if everyone showed up, you would have to play everyone once, which is 1 best-of-3 series. So it's like, that's probably why it feels so much faster than usual. Because even last year, I think teams didn't show up, but not like, it was more this year.
I don't feel like that would have been possible without the 50-second switch time.
But it is what it is.
Not only moveset updates, but you never know if there are some structural changes, and I'm not trying to hint at anything. Don't quote me, chat, all right?
Quote him, I guess.
You brought it up.
I was bringing up old changes.
Okay, well, we'll see what does happen and what our friends on the development team have in store, but judges are taking definitely a close look at this. Again, there are kind of 2 different points. What we saw on the replay was the question regarding Cordeli and Steelix, but there's another facet, and that was the Galarian Moltres versus the Lapras matchup. If you remember, about the mid-game, about halfway through, that was really, really close. The Galarian Moltres absorbed that Ice Beam, kept on Sucker Punching, and did win Switch Advantage.
What do you think LG should have banned?
Curious, you know, a Sucker Punch.
I mean, I can speed run. I mean, I have it open right here. Like, we can literally just go to the draft phase. So I think...
Down LG. Certain is
So we can just fast forward to the final part. Yeah, so personally... So the Scyther is a takeaway pick from a Nemo. But the thing is like... in this draft process, Anemo already locked in Leafeon. So you don't really need to take away Scyther, because he's not going to be playing it anyways. I think they could have done... I think they could have gone away with either Scyther or Lucario. Otter on Mew is his bread and butter, so although it might seem weird for some people in the team comp, like, it's something he plays a lot. So I would give him a pass on the Mew, but I do think because they're playing a Speedster, which is Scyther and Lucario, they could have gone with something a little bit more beefier for a team, or like a little bit more utility. We fast forward to the next match. Oh, sorry, I skipped it. Okay, so in this one, I actually think their team comp is fine in this one. Like, I don't necessarily have a problem. Like, honestly, you could argue the Scyther pick once again, because like the Scyther itself is not a problem, especially if trainer's comfortable on it. I feel like he's kind of playing it to prevent Anemo. Like, Anemo is a Scyther enthusiast as well, but considering he's first locking or insta-locking Leafeon every single time, you don't necessarily need to pick it unless they decide to give Leafeon to someone else. Maybe like Tempo or even Zynas, but Zynas is playing Armor Rouge anyways. So, I don't know. But in this game specifically, I think the team comp is fine. On Peru's side, I hate the fact... Okay, so I have a problem with Peru drafting more than Luminosity in some of these games. The insta-locking the Leafeon and Mamoswine every single time kind of like rubbed me the wrong way. Only because it's like... Unless you're very fearful that they're gonna take the Leafeon away, then by all means, you can take it. The Mamoswine, they're like... I don't even think Luminosity have played Mamoswine in the last numerous amount of games. Or the last handful amount of games, so I don't feel like it's a priority ban. If anything, I would say pick your support instead. There's only so many supports available in this game, so if you pick a strong support, that's not revealing a lot about your team comp. I would prefer they pick the Clefable over the Mamoswine, and then you can pick your defender afterwards. Obviously they pick Scyther and Blaziken in their 3rd and 4th pick, and then you can match them, pick your jungler, pick your top lane, whatever. And then, yeah. But yeah, I was not a fan of the Mamoswine insta-locking pick every single time. It kind of just threw me off. Let me see here. Was this the same game? No, I think it's the same game. This is the game that I had a problem with. I think... I don't know if they had like a specific strat behind this team comp. I just think this draft went horribly wrong for them. So they banned the Snorlax. I personally don't think Snorlax is ban-worthy, personally, but that's just my opinion. I think there are, like, okay, it's not that it's not ban-worthy, it's just I think there are other Pokemon in the game that I would rather not face more than Snorlax. Like, me personally, I'm fine with facing Snorlax. But, like, if you don't want to deal with that in lane, or if you don't want to deal with that for its bulk, or its engage, or its zoning, whatever, that's fine. So they first picked Suicune. Suicune's a solid pick. But then, this time around, Anemo decides to switch off his Leafeon pick and decides to go for the Scyther. So, you partially deny that from Trainer, who's been playing it the last, 3 games. Ho-Oh, obviously solid pick. Nothing wrong with Ho-Oh, for obvious reasons. Then the Mewtwo Y, and then the Armor Rouge. I think the Mewtwo Y is fine, because that can flex as a support or even an attacker. But then when you lock in Armor Rouge, it's like... you reveal a lot about your team comp, but also, you're playing 2 attackers as well. So either you're going to have Armor Rouge as an attacker, and then you have, either Mewtwo support with XP share, or Mewtwo top lane, or even jungle. But Mewtwo jungle is not really a thing anymore. It's usually in the lane. But then, but all that aside, the team comp is just very frail at this point. Yeah, Suicune's an all-rounder, but Armor Rouge and Mewtwo... I'm not a fan of them picking them together. And then you have the Hoopa. Hoopa's perfectly fine. Cramorant, I'll be honest with you guys. The Cramorant, until the last 2 minutes of the game, Cramorant did not have a lot of value. Alright? Just because they won this game, don't be thinking to yourselves, oh my god, Cramorant's OP, guys. I saw Peru Unite win with that against LG. I'm gonna start playing that in solo queue. No. If you watch the game from start to finish, Cramorant, up until the 2 minute mark, I don't want to say was useless, but it had very low impact in the game. In the last team fight itself, though, it had a good Unite move because it was literally in the middle of everyone. So I'll give them credit there. But up until that point, it's yeah, you could have probably had more impact playing something else. Then they picked the Mew, and then you pick the Buzzle. So obviously you see the full team. Then now obviously because Suicune, you have Mewtwo, you have Mew. You can put the pieces together. You already know where everyone's gonna go. and then you just have a very unbalanced team. And then Zacian, yeah, Zacian is obviously the top lane choice in this tournament. Like I said, I was not expecting Zacian to be picked as much as it was in this tournament, considering it got nerfed. Some people actually started playing Sacred Sword as well in the last couple of matches. Not specifically this series, but just in general. In day 1 and in like early day 2, everyone was running Metal Claw. And then yeah, some people were playing Sacred Sword as like for a little bit of diversity. Hold on a minute. CadGen23, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so this one, I think Luminosity shot themselves in the foot with this draft. It was just a very unbalanced team comp. Lots of damage, but not a lot of utility and not a lot of sustain. That's my issue. And then not to mention, like when you have a high damage team, but with like very little peel, frontline, and self-sustain, or like sustain in general, playing a team like this against Ho is just very difficult. Very, very, very difficult. And then... Wait, I think I skipped a match, didn't I? No, I didn't. Okay, so that was 2-2. And then this one, in terms of overall draft, I think both team comps were relatively balanced. Honestly, in terms of how this draft went, I don't necessarily have a problem with any team per se. It just came down to in-game execution. As in how they played the game, their decisions in-game, and like, you know, obviously whoever has the better strategy and whatnot. So, in this game, like, I don't have a problem with the bans, I don't have a problem with the team comps. I just think that Peru played better than LG in this game. Like, straight up.
It was hotly contested.
But yeah, that's pretty much, like, the gist of things. But don't worry, guys, you know. Guys, I offer free drafting advice, you know, for the NA teams that are going to be participating in 2026. If you guys want to learn how to draft, I will help you out, free of charge. You don't need to pay anyone. I will literally look at your game footage. I will give you constructive criticism, and I'll say, your drafting is shit, your drafting is good, this is what you can do, this is what you can improve on, this is what you can change, here's some alternatives, why it's good, why it's bad, you know, potato, potato, tomato, tomato, all that stuff. But yeah. Oh, and by the way, it's piggybacking off of what you're talking about, Tim. Some people in this tournament, for the love of God, do not know how to pick a proper moveset. Like, it actually triggers me. There's some people that play this game, I don't know if it's like out of routine or habit, and they pick something like, because they're just so accustomed to playing it, they don't pick movesets based on the situation that's at hand. Like, I promise you, and I'll just use Umbreon as an example, because it's one of the things I was like, it was grinding my gears so much throughout this tournament. I swear to you, like, 90% of the people that played Umbreon this tournament went foul play, and I'm like, guys, do not misunderstand. Foul play is a good move, but Mean Look is also a good move too, and it's easier to use. There are some games that would have, like, if I was playing Umbreon, like, just putting myself in the position of the player that's playing Umbreon, the game could be so much easier if you went Mean Look in certain games. You don't have to go Mean Look every game. You don't need to go foul play every single game. But you just need to make the smart decision of knowing when to pick that move, when to pick Snarl, when to pick Wish. Like, my God, like, I was looking at some people and it's like, Jesus Christ, you guys are idiots. Like, I'm sorry. It's like I'm actually, like, I get triggered. Like, if you, like, guys, if you don't have a healing support, for example, Wish is perfect. Like, it's really good. Like, and it scales. Like, you guys go attack way anyways. Like, it scales off your attack. Just use Wish. You can be a quote-unquote support, but you can still go foul play if you want to. I mean, if you really, really want to. If an enemy team has, like, 3 speedsters and 1 attacker, like, okay, foul play is good, but you can also just press Mean Look on one of those characters and they're stuck in the fun circle, not allowed to play the game. But I don't know, it's just like one like, and then of course like Blissey is another example. Yeah, there's Clefable too. Like there are instances when Follow Me is better than Gravity, and there's instances where Gravity is better than Follow Me, like vice versa. But I just feel like some people that play this game are not able to distinguish when is the right time to play a specific moveset. And they just go with their comfort. They go with their comfort build, which is their moveset, and then it's like, you know, if you pick the other thing, the game might have ended up in a different. The game might have ended up differently. The worst thing is like finishing a series or finishing a match and thinking to yourself, "What if I did something differently that could have made the difference?" Yeah, and then of course, like, yeah, like Mewtwo Y, Safeguard, Helping Hand is just like, that's the hyper carry build. It's really easy to play, and quite frankly, it just it adds more survivability to your whoever you're pocketing. Like, we're just using Mewtwo and Blissey as an example because we're just talking about it right now. But like, and especially like, part of the reason why people would not pick that moveset back in the day was because Umbreon was a thing. Like, people would argue, okay, like, you don't want to go that moveset against Umbreon, so it's better to go flat healing. That actually makes sense. But it's like, if you use it, you can also play around the Umbreon, but at the same time, you know, that was the reasoning for some people not using Safeguard and Helping Hand when Umbreon was in its prime, as in before the Unite move nerf. Nowadays, people still play Umbreon, but, like, it's not as good. And there are a lot of games where people are playing Mewtwo and Blissey, and Umbreon's not even in the game, and it's like, okay, well, what's your excuse now? I don't know. There's a lot of things I can nitpick, but at the end of the day, you know, these guys play the game. These guys will play the way they want to, and quite frankly, like, who am I to question them? Because at the end of the day, whatever they decide to do, their results will reflect. How should I phrase this? Whatever strategy they decide to use, however they decide to execute their strategy in terms of like how it playing the game, etc., the result will reflect if it was worth it or if it worked or not. Now, obviously, sometimes that can be a little misleading, but yeah. But yeah, like watching that last team fight though, you know, just watching the very last team fight of the game.
The hyperspace hole and reset. The portal being down early is big. Can they find a KO before it comes up? Respawn, Rayquaza is getting worked on. Straight into the middle. Hydro Typhoon kicks up. Anemo's low. Mewtwo, Unite, Rayquaza.
Oh wait, sorry, I was too far ahead. Whoops.
Luminosity sees their route to victory through the basement Reggie. Heavy slam by Slash on the back.
Yeah, so like I said, this right here, this was very, very, very questionable. Unite move used on Anemo. It didn't really yield anything. Yeah, they got the kill, but that's a Leafeon Unite move right before Rayquaza that you're not going to have. So fast forward just a little. Leafeon scores top lane.
They will not have their Unite move, but they do have this massive Registeel buff as they are gathering around this central area here. Anemo coming back, huge heavy slam by Slash, pushing them forward with the block. However, they're going to head back through the hyperspace hole and reset.
The portal being down early is big. Can they find a KO?
And then yeah, very, very confident, very risky, but very confident on the side of Peru. They're in the driver's seat the entire game, but yet Tempo is still pulling the Rayquaza in front of, you know, LG members. Then it comes down to a flippy, a very chaotic situation. Yeah, and then the game was over. If we look at the game prior, like the last two, like I'll speed run this. I'll look at the last 2 minutes specifically. Like this right here, this was the Cramorant game. So the biggest thing about this, because I remember what happens, I watched the games. Tempo was the MVP here. Like, whether you want to say it was Tempo or Otter misplaying, yeah, that was like the huge thing. Because, you know, it's up until this point, so Scyther is backcapping, but they're allowed to backcap because they have a Hoopa. So as long as Hoopa doesn't die, or as long as they're in position, then Scyther can just take the Hoopa and, like, there's always the threat of the Hoopa and Bound Portal just bringing your team that's split pushing back to where they need to be. So it's dependent on Hoopa, but they're allowed to split push. So most of the time, like, hypothetically, if Hoopa was not in this game, then I would probably argue, yeah, Scyther backcapping there is very stupid. But this is one of those exceptions. Like, you're allowed to backcap with a Hoopa. And then this right here, Otter, I don't know why Otter is face-checking a bush in the last 2 minutes of the game. He's completely split off from across his team. Like, literally, you can see the map right here. Otter, top left corner. The rest of the team are on the lower half of the Rayquaza pit. Everyone. There's just no reason to be looking in this bush without the support from your team.
I don't know. I think this play was great for Peru, actually, as we have a member.
And then, yeah, Tempo getting Otter right there gives Peru the confidence to just 5v4. That is like the nail in the coffin, if you want to phrase it like that, that just allowed Peru to pull the trigger. And I agree with them. Honestly, the moment Mew died, I would have done the same thing. Or if I was on a team, I would, like, whoever's shot calling should automatically say, let's go. It's crunch time. You force the Rayquaza, you force the fight, you win the fight, and go. You have the Ho, you have a numbers advantage, you have Unite moves, you have the levels, you have the team comp. You have everything needed to win a fight. Not to mention, at this point in time as well, Armarouge is not even there. Like, he's in base, and he's going back to reposition.
Going down as well, so LG is just waiting right now, while Peru is up 257-201. Here comes the Hoopa Unite move.
And then, of course, this is so unfortunate. Cramorant pops their Unite move, but 3 members of LG got hit by the Cyclone. So if it wasn't bad enough that they're playing a 5 versus 4, they all got cycloned right in the middle of Cramorant's Unite move. That is literally the worst thing to happen at this point in time. And then now it's just like, they don't even need to hit the Rayquaza, just get rid of the people that are trying to contest the Rayquaza. It's a 5 versus 3. 2 people are dead. Easy fight.
Cram just gulping the missiles and shooting them out in the side, and Peru takes it, and they're gonna push this thing to a game 5. What a play by Peru. Luminosity thought they had the angles covered, but alas, they did not. And Peru is pushing.
And the thing about Hoopa is, like, having a Hoopa on your team allows for so much flexibility. Because one of the biggest struggles going into the last 2 minutes of the game is having to stress about, like, whether you need to score more points. You know, if it's a close game, obviously, when are they next streaming Unite? Tomorrow. Tomorrow's the last day of Worlds. Yeah, like, a lot of the games that you see today is, like, either teams have a lead or it's a very close battle. So there's more pressure on both teams when it's a close battle, because unless you're keeping track of every single point you scored, you don't necessarily know, oh, I'm going into Rayquaza with the lead. If it's like a 5-point lead, a 10-point lead, am I losing by 5 points? Am I losing by 10 points? Whatever. But yeah, but with the Hoopa, whether you're behind or ahead, you have the flexibility to pressure goals in the endgame and not get punished for it as long as Hoopa's not dying for it. That's the benefit of having a Hoopa.
These two teams have squared off.
We are heading to a game number 5. You know, Cramorant with the triple KO right there. Beautiful plays from Peru.
I found these to be so boring. Every team shows the same Pokemon. There's no differences. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Is it supposed to be like Porygon or, but like PRGN 1000? I know exactly what you mean. I don't disagree. Something about this tournament, like, the thing about this tournament is that, and it's not the player's fault per se, it's just the state of the game. Ho-Oh's strong. Like, you know, Rapidash is strong. Suicune, Charizard, Hope, like, what else is banned? Where the Latios, like, unfortunately, we're currently in a state of the game where there's so many things that are just like I don't want to say must pick because that might sound a little misleading, but like people feel compelled to pick certain things just because they're strong, and if they don't pick it or ban it, then they don't want to deal with it. So we're kind of in like a situation, or when I say we, I mean the players that are playing this game competitively. They're stuck in this weird situation that they feel forced to but just be stuck in this routine. And it's not like the players can really do anything about it. You only have so many bans, on top of the fact that if you don't play it yourself, it's going to make the game harder for you because, well, they're just strong Pokemon in general. Like Ho, Charizard, the freaking Latios. Like, regardless of their win rate, because Latios' win rate, for example, in this tournament was abysmal. I think it was like lower than 50%. It started to pick up, like, I think in the day one, going towards like the last few series, it had like a 0% win rate. And even now, I think it's a negative win rate too. But that doesn't change the fact that Latios is still a strong Pokemon. Just because people are losing with it doesn't mean it's not strong. It's just, yeah, like there's like a lot of obnoxious Pokemon in this game right now.
After they got that catch in the Rayquaza pit, but a lot of a massive
action and a good cap and the score lead here.
Thing on the other side, walk into Ray. Score lead right here. Luminosity is going to need to find a good fight instead of the other way around. 3 seconds until Rayquaza. We have Peru just trying to figure out where Luminosity is. Anemo running.
This right here. Oh yeah, this is with LG just being very confident. I had a problem with the Nemo's positioning. The moment he got spotted, yeah, he shouldn't have been there. And then the rest of the team just got caught out as well.
In the wrong way so they can pounce. They still don't know
yeah, so Nemo got spotted. They should have repositioned and like went back to regroup with their team. I know they're trying to flank for a pick, but the moment they get spotted, the element of surprise is gone. So they shouldn't be doing that again.
That's actually a big sight. Now they have full information right now, Sprague.
Beautiful information here. Slash up into the air. They decide not to move forward with it.
Nice rock tomb from Slash, and then Unite move eject button stuns, what, 3 of them? Mammoth Line was just really low. They just got wombo comboed here. And then the game is just over.
From Luminosity, still up on the score. Although they
out of there. Knocked up, they're low on HP. Flamethrowers down, but they get knocked out. Tempo reposition on Overlord. Mewtwo Y Unite.
Yeah, this right here.
Overlord is trying to see.
So I think Peru were I don't know if like this was intentional or not, but I think they were trying to take a page out of Zeta Division's, handbook. Force the fight, or like, play the fight right before Rayquaza and force like, you feel compelled to burn your Unite moves and try to transition towards Rayquaza. Because obviously it's still very early in retrospect. But yeah, Buzzwole popped their Unite move on Ho-Oh, gets the kill. There's Unite moves from Mewtwo, Leafeon, Mew. Everyone's uniting here.
And now the firepower for Peru has been exhausted.
Yeah, it has, but they're looking towards this Rayquaza. It looks like they want to make a fight happen here, but look at Mewtwo Y just out.
And then it looks like a disaster though. So you have 3 members dead on the side of Peru. And then LG start pulling the Rayquaza. So you would think that they might commit to it, but the biggest issue was they pulled it to basically 60% HP, but they did it didn't reset. And that is what cost them the game. Like, they don't. So here's the thing. Because 3 people died and you know that they're dead, you don't need to pull the Rayquaza unless you know you're gonna do it. Because pulling the Rayquaza is what cost them the game. You already know where the other 2 people are. You know 3 people are dead, the other 2 people are in front of you. You can see them on the map. So realistically, like, what does pulling the Rayquaza do for you in this situation? Like I said, like, unless you're doing the Rayquaza, just leave it alone. They still have a lead. It's a small lead, but it's a lead regardless. And then you can see Leafeon, they aerial ace into the pit, they razor leap as well. They're pulling the Rayquaza to make sure that it doesn't reset. And then the rest of the Peru Unite squad are back. Now it becomes this chaotic 50-50 situation that could have been easily avoidable if LG just didn't hit the Rayquaza. So now it's like, okay, well, 50-50 time. Ho popped their Unite move. And then, because it was at basically half HP, technically 60%-ish, give or take, because Leafeon came back, made sure that it was not resetting, it allowed the members of Peru to collectively come together and just kind of yoink it from them. And it was avoidable. This situation was completely avoidable. But, yeah, of course, if you make a mistake and you get punished for it, you can't really get upset. It's just something you have to learn from. Something you correct in future matches. Of course, although making mistakes is a learning opportunity, you obviously don't want to make these mistakes in Worlds. Like, you save those mistakes for fun tournaments or, you know, your regional tournaments in like a best of 3 series, because you're paying, like, yeah, championship points are important, but at least it's not during Worlds.
Under the nose of Luminosity, Peru has a great opportunity to score, and it's looking good.
It looks amazing for them as only 2 members of LG remain standing.
And then, of course, they win here. I mean, there's no surprise there. And then the final match, or like, you know, the very first match, just backtracking to what happened in the first game. Like, obviously, I could watch all these matches, but I already watched them live. Maybe like, after Worlds is done, I'll, like, rewatch the games, like, some of the games, and provide, like, in-depth, like, analysis type of thing, but, yeah, here, what happens here, I don't remember, but, okay. So, pretty fast-paced endgame, but, yeah, 336 to 133, LG obviously have a commanding lead going into this endgame.
This with the Buzzwole right here, charging up that muscle gauge, asking them to come in and fight.
Right in, the fight is engaged. Buzzwole Unite is out. Mewtwo wide follow-up, tons of damage down. Rayquaza taken by Luminosity in the blink of an eye, and now
yeah. So essentially, Peru saw an opportunity to try to force the 50-50. I don't necessarily blame them, because if you're watching this game, it was just not in their favor. They were just having a ridiculously hard time. The first game was probably one of the more brutal ones for this, like, it was just one-sided. I do not, considering how this game was going up until now, I don't blame them for trying to flip. Because naturally, if you're losing every single fight prior to Rayquaza, or like, your team comp is not ideal, and you see an opportunity to flip, those are probably your best odds of winning the game. Although it's very gimmicky and it's not like the greatest strat, it's best to execute the strategy that is the highest probability of success. Obviously, it's not guaranteed because it's a 50-50, but, you know, if you're losing every single fight, what's the harm in flipping? Unfortunately, in this game, it didn't go in their favor, so then the game just ended that much faster. That's pretty much the series, guys. So, all in all, after the dust settles, after a long best-of-5 series, Peru Unite take the win, 3-2. They knock out LG and North America's last hope. Now NA is off to the airport. Now LG and OJ join version 1 Revelation and you need coaching in the retirement home for 2025. And then, you know, if we see them in 2026, we'll see them then. But yeah, I mean, just a reminder, guys, tomorrow is the grand finals. We'll see Peru Gaming versus ZD Zeta Division. That will be the last. This will be the last competitive Unite. Trainer didn't get Scyther? Well, they could have picked Scyther if they wanted to. Like, and this was the first, yeah, like, Trainer chose not to play Scyther in games 4 and 5. Because, like, they had the option to do so, it's just they chose not to. They wanted to play something else. I don't know if it was like...
And we have shown that we are...
To start, be great. Spin in that they have had. I think the Crustle is a great pick.
That's not true.
I think their Hoopa play was pretty fantastic.
LG's first pick. If they really wanted Scyther, they could have picked Scyther, but obviously they prioritized the Snorlax.
like you said last game, difference maker.
Same thing with Game 4 as well. The game's trainer didn't play Scyther. It was a decision. It's not like
Just like me, apparently.
like if they really wanted Scyther, they could have picked it first pick. But obviously, Scyther is not like a mandatory pick. I suppose, but Peru took it on second pick, yeah. But at the same time, you're blue side, your first pick. If it's that much of a priority, they pick it over everything else. It's just, you know, they chose not to. They prioritize Suicune, they prioritize something else. It's just how first pick works. The benefit of first pick, you get your choice of the litter, or your pick of the litter. The benefit of purple side is you get 2 picks. That to me feels like Blissey was a filler pick to make more stable comp to make a more stable looking comp rather than actually having a strategy for it. You know, they had a good run though. They had a good run. Like obviously, knowing LG, they're probably disappointed that they didn't make it to the grand finals at the very least. But they still had a good run in the tournament. Like they're still a good team. Obviously, still the best in NA, still a really solid team. Obviously, they made mistakes. They got punished for it. I mean, no need to really crucify them. Like, guys, I wanted LG to win for my predictions. Yeah, I wanted LG to win for my predictions just so I could be right. Obviously, that didn't turn out that way. So, it is what it is. But, yeah, I mean, like I said, so, like, it's very obvious, I shouldn't have to say this, but just like any other sport or game, there's always going to be winners and losers. Today, LG were the losers. But they had a good run. Obviously, OJ did okay. OJ at least made it to day 2, but then they kind of choked on their series. I don't really remember their series that well. Like, I watched so many games today that things kind of like they blend together. But yeah, OJ, you know, they made it out of groups. They did okay too. Obviously not as well as LG. And then they had a disappointing run. They didn't make it to the quarters. It was top 16 and they lost in their first bout. Everyone else, I mean, I cannot comment on Revelation or Version 1 because I didn't see any of their matches. None of their matches were broadcasted on any stream. So I can't even like say what went wrong or how they got outplayed because I can't comment on what I don't see. However, just based on the fact of they didn't take a single game, they had a terrible run. That sounds harsh, but they had a terrible performance. They lost every single game in Worlds. So, and this is against multiple teams. So it's not a luck thing, it's a skill diff. Or a draft diff. Or they made very silly mistakes in game that cost them the game diff. As in they inted. I have no idea. But yeah. But yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you guys. I think that's probably going to be it for me today, guys. I've been streaming for about, I've been watching the entire stream. Been streaming for what? 10 hours? 11 hours? I know my stream cut off earlier today, so, yeah. My OBS timer reset, but, yeah, second stream today. We had a good run, guys. But, that being said, guys, we will be back tomorrow for the last grand finale of the World Championships. Thanks for the place to vent. Oh, yeah, no worries, man. Guys, I'm a professional venter. I wonder if Sailor gets more playtime tomorrow? Sailor? What's Sailor? Or who's Sailor? Oh, Scizor. Probably. I don't think anyone on Zeta actively play Scyther. They typically like to lean more towards all-rounders, but not Scizor, though. Scyther, if Anemo wants to play, assuming it's not banned, I'm sure he'll pick it up. Anemo is a Leafeon and Scyther enthusiast. Those are probably his 2 most played Pokemon this tournament, if anything. But yeah, we'll see. Grand Finals, best of 5 tomorrow. That will be the end of Worlds, and like I said so many times throughout the stream, it will be the last competitive tournament for the season. The last official Pokemon Unite Circuit tournament. And then we wait till 2026, which is probably February or March of next year. That's a long time, guys. That's a long time. We got, half of August, September, October, November, December, January, depending on when it starts, maybe even all of February if it's like late February. That's 7 months, guys. 6 to 7 months at least. Man, when you put things into perspective like that, what's gonna happen to this category, man? People that watch Unite or are actively playing Unite, they don't really care for casual ladder, man. I will say that. They don't care for casual ladder. They play with the intention of staying competitive. Guys, someone go buy the Redlock server and revive Redlock. If anything, I'm sure you're probably gonna see my guess or my prediction is you're probably gonna see an uptick or a spike in LG in-houses during the downtime. I'm sure people are gonna take a break, if anything. They've been grinding the entire year, playing a lot of Pokemon Unite. They're probably gonna take a break, maybe a week or two, maybe even a month. Then they're gonna come back to playing the game. Probably gonna do some grassroots, there's Underdunk, there's LG in-houses, all that shit. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter that much. But yeah, I'm sure people are gonna take a break and then they'll continue the quote-unquote grind in their own way. Alright. Sorry, give me 1 second, guys. Alright, guys. Like I said, guys. So, we've come to the finish line. We're not done just yet, but tomorrow will be the last day of Worlds. Hopefully they play the LG series on the B stream at the very least, if there is one. If there isn't, then oh well. We're gonna watch the Grand Finals, we're gonna chill. I don't know if I'll... Honestly, guys, I don't know if I'll do, a solo queue after Grand Finals. Maybe I'll just take a break tomorrow and, come back the following day for some more solo queue and whatnot. But, yeah, guys, honestly, guys, I'm, I don't mind watching and hanging out, watching the games, just chilling, vibing. It's nice to give myself a break, and quite frankly, it's fun watching the games and fun watching... To a certain extent, it's fun, alright? I personally have more fun watching people play this game than me playing the game myself. Which is the sad reality of Pokemon Unite, but that's just me. So, without further ado, guys, that's going to be the end of the stream. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thanks for hanging out during the watch party. If you like what you see, don't forget to follow the stream. I go live on Twitch and multi-stream to YouTube for those of you that don't want to get bothered by the intrusive ads. It's free. Doesn't cost you a dime. And of course, you can just mute the notifications of, so you don't get spammed every time I go live. So I'll be back tomorrow, right? Whatever time it starts, I'll be there for the grand finals. And yeah, I guess that we're coming to the end of the Pokemon Unite competitive year, guys. So it's bittersweet, but all journeys end eventually. It's not about the uniting that we've done, it's about the friends we've made along the way. Alright, guys. You guys have a fantastic night, fantastic morning, fantastic afternoon, whatever time zone you guys are in. Appreciate you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully your predictions are, hopefully you guys got the right predictions, and if not, then join the club. I'm a loser, alright? I fucked up. I believed in LG and they fucked my predictions. I should have went with Zeta. Zeta was the team all along. And you know what? I'm actually Spanish. I should have believed in Peru, man. I should have believed in the Latam boys. But you know what? That's my fault. I should have had more faith. You know what? I don't care about predictions anymore, man. Predictions are chalked. Yeah, it's the Latino and the Latina season. Or, sorry, the year. Alright, guys. Hold on. Let me, before I forget, actually. Oh, shit, I can't even do that. Crap. My stream is absolutely borked. That's why I didn't do my predictions. I tried to do it on my main account, and I missed the window to actually do it. And I'm even more pissed because I logged back into my account after not touching it for like almost 2 weeks. So now I restarted my returning player bonus, if that makes sense. So now I have to now I have to not touch my account for like another 3 weeks just to get the returning player awards for the new season. Hold on. Alright, guys. That's going to be it for me today, guys. Hope you guys have a great night. Like I said, I'll see you guys tomorrow. That's going to be the end of the stream. Peace out. Besides, I got to restart my computer because this thing is absolutely borked.